Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1. What? A sim? Me? Look, it's Shiratori Hakuto. What's there to see? He's probably bringing lunch to Sawamura again. I mean, sure, Sawamura is really pretty, her family is rich, and she's an elegant young lady. You know, back in middle school, I was in the same school as both Sawamura and Shiratori. Shiratori has been chasing after Sawamura since our first year of middle school. It's been almost 2 years now. Who knows? Let's just enjoy the show. So, what do you guys think? Will Shiratori ever get the girl? I doubt it. If he could, he wouldn't have been chasing her for 2 years with no results. Amid the murmuring crowd, a young man with a mullet-like wolf-cut hairstyle quietly carried a pink lunchbox and walked up to a blonde girl with twin tails. Here, this is your lunch, Ariri. Just leave it there. Ariri was completely absorbed in her drawing, lost in her own world, not even sparing the boy a glance. However, Hakuto didn't seem to mind at all. He simply placed the lunchbox on the desk and then stood silently beside Ariri, watching her work. More than 10 minutes passed. Finally, as if unable to withstand Hakuto's intense gaze any longer, Ariri put down her pen, turned slightly, and looked at him. Is there something else? No, I just wanted to see what you were working on. There's nothing worth looking at. Hurry back to your own classroom. Hakuto smiled and nodded. Then, as if following a command, he turned and left without hesitation. The moment he stepped out, the hushed classroom erupted in chatter once again. I've heard about this before, but seeing it firsthand is unbelievable. He's just way too obedient. This level of simping is beyond us. But what if, by some miracle, he actually succeeds? Still the same answer. No way. Ariri glanced at the lunchbox Hakuto had left behind. After a brief pause, she slowly opened it. Tomatoes, ribbon fish, sausages. All of her favorite foods. Even in a small compartment of the lunchbox, there was a delicate chocolate cream cake prepared as dessert. Sawamura, your lunch is always so fancy. Ugh, I'm so jealous. If only I had someone like Hakuto pursuing me. Honestly, Hakuto is good-looking, a top student, and a decent guy. He treats you so well, too. Why don't you just say yes to him? Hearing the questions from the people around her, Ariri merely shook her head lightly without answering. If there had to be a reason, it would be that Hakuto was simply too much of a simp. And he seemed to be doing it just for the sake of simping. He obeyed her every word, always came running whenever she called, and even when people ridiculed him, he would only smile and tell her not to be upset. Ariri shook her head again. How could she ever fall for someone like that? She looked at the lunchbox filled with delicious food, scooped up a bite with a spoon, and placed it in her mouth. The food was both delicious and perfectly suited to Ariri's tastes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a specially crafted meal prepared by a high-end chef just for her. However, for some reason, perhaps because she had grown too used to it, Ariri only took a couple of bites before putting down her spoon. Noticing the eager gazes around her, she pushed the lunchbox forward and asked, "Do you guys want some?" Meanwhile, on Hakuto's side, instead of returning to his own classroom after leaving Ariri's, he first made a stop at the convenience store, buying 3 yakisoba bread rolls before heading back. Once he reached his seat, he casually tossed one of the bread rolls to the guy sleeping on his desk behind him and another to the one sitting beside him. The bread roll landing on his desk jolted the boy from his slumber. He glanced at Hakuto, then wordlessly unwrapped the bread and took a bite. The boy beside Hakuto, with his trademark dead fish eyes, looked up from the novel he was reading and asked, "Back from Class F again?" Hakuto nodded. The one sitting next to him was none other than the ever-cynical great teacher himself. Takagaya Hikoman. And the Class F he was referring to was, of course, Ariri's class. I really don't get what you're doing there every day. You wouldn't understand, being the efficiency-maximizing type that you are. The guy sitting behind Hakuto, a former member of the so-called Four Kings of the school in their past life, was none other than Haruo Araki. Master of conserving energy, rarely motivated by anything, but undeniably brilliant. Huckleman glanced at his friend but said nothing. Whatever he wanted to say had already been said long ago. Saying it again now wouldn't change anything. Sometimes, he really couldn't figure Hakuto out. Was he, like Hakuman, someone who saw through the world's illusions, or was he just another hopeless normie who wanted to fit in? He had an incredibly handsome face, was among the top students in the school, and was even decent at sports. Yet somehow, he had completely squandered that god-dear hand. After spending 2 years in middle school as a hopeless simp, it had taken only a month of high school for his reputation to hit rock bottom. For someone who hates trouble so much, you sure have stuck with this for 2 years. Has it been 2 years already? Feels too short. Can't you just pick a different target? Sure, Kamiki's pretty nice. Shut up. Hakuto was always like this. Every time Hakuman tried to talk some sense into him, Hakuto would bring up his little sister as a joke. But even as a joke, that was an absolute no-go, and for Hakuman. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the school day was over. In Japan, school usually ended quite early, often before 4 p.m. The three of them were all members of the unofficial go-home club, meaning they hadn't joined any after-school activities. But while the other two would head straight home, Hakuto usually lingered around school. To do what? Of course, to shamelessly chase after Ariri. But today was different. Hakuto broke his usual routine and left as soon as the final bell rang. Now that Hakuman thought about it, he did this about once a month. It was springtime, and the weather was pleasant. As Hakuto walked alone down the street, the sunlight cast a glow on his face, making him look like the very picture of a youthful, energetic boy. Yet, it was hard to believe that this same boy was infamous at school for being an absolute simp. One who just wouldn't quit, no matter what. As he strolled through the streets, he eventually stopped in front of a large villa. Taking a deep breath, he patted his cheeks, put on a smile, and leisurely stepped forward to knock on the door. After a few seconds, a beautiful woman with long black hair opened the door. When she saw Hakuto, she smiled and stepped aside to let him in. Long time no see, Sayuri-san. It really has been a while. Come on in. Hakuto flashed a gentle smile and stepped inside. Inside the villa, he sat on the couch, smiling as he looked at the woman beside him. Sawamura Sayuri. Chapter 2, Do you want to renew it? Hakuto-kun, what brings you here today? Hakuto glanced at the warm smile on Sayuri's face before reaching into his backpack. He pulled out a small red box and placed it in front of her. I heard from Ariri that you've been having nightmares lately. This is a bracelet I got for you from a well-known temple nearby. I hope it helps, Sayuri-san. As he spoke, Hakuto opened the red box, revealing a matching red bracelet. It was a simple piece, adorned with just a single brown sandalwood bead. Minimalistic yet elegant. Hakuto-kun, you got this especially for me? That's very thoughtful of you. Sayuri accepted the box and carefully examined the bracelet before slipping it onto her wrist. Does it look good? Sayuri-san looks good in anything. Hakuto-kun, you always know just what to say to make someone happy. Sayuri let out a soft, melodious laugh before continuing. So, what brings you here today? If you're looking for Ariri, she's not home yet. But you're welcome to wait in her room if you'd like. Hearing this, Hakuto couldn't help but break into a wry smile. Who accepts a gift and then pretends to play dumb right after? Seeing the awkward expression on his face, Sayuri chuckled mischievously. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'll transfer your payment to your account in a little while, don't worry. Hearing that his payment would be arriving soon, Hakuto's smile returned. However, in the next moment, he pulled out 2 contracts from his pocket and placed them on the table. Aunt Sayuri, the previous contract has expired. Would you like to renew it? Hakuto-kun, we've been doing this for so long. Do we really need a contract at this point? Hakuto didn't respond. He simply raised the documents slightly in his hand, his intent crystal clear. Yes, we do. Seeing this, Sayuri's smile gradually faded. She picked up the contract and skimmed through it. After a long pause, she shook her head. Hakuto, however, didn't seem particularly surprised. He simply put the documents away without saying a word. The contract duration had always been 6 months, and over the past 2 years, Sayuri had signed 4 of them. But this time, she had no intention of signing her name. She gazed at the boy in front of her. His gentle smile giving away nothing. Who would have thought that after 2 years of playing the devoted fool for Ariri, it all came down to something as simple as money? Hakuto-kun, after spending 2 years together, have you really never had feelings for Ariri? Hakuto had just finished packing up the contract when he heard her question. He let out a faint smile. Sayuri-san, why not ask Ariri if she's ever had feelings for me? As for me, Sister Sayuri, you should know better than anyone why I approached Ariri. Hearing Hakuto's response, Sayuri instinctively let out a deep sigh. Hakuto slowly stood up from the sofa and gave a slight bow toward her. I appreciate your cooperation over the past 2 years. If you ever wish to work with me again, just give me a call. Of course, that's only if I'm not already tied to another contract. With that, Hakuto turned and left without looking back. Normally, after collecting his payment from Sayuri, he would leave a small gift for Ariri or wait a few hours just to catch a glimpse of her. But now that the contract had ended and his primary benefactor had no intention of renewing it, there was no longer any reason to go through those motions. As for why he had to personally visit to remind her about his payment, well, it all started about 6 months into their agreement when Sayuri failed to transfer his salary on time for a whole month. Hakuto had been quite bewildered at the time, thinking she might have simply forgotten. So, he brought a gift and visited her home, tactfully asking about his wages. Sayuri had been visibly surprised that he would come knocking just to collect his pay, but she admitted it had slipped her mind and promptly transferred the money. Ever since then, Hakuto made it a habit to visit her every month to ensure he got paid. He wasn't sure if Sayuri had simply taken a liking to the small gifts he brought along each time. It's finally over. Hearing the notification sound of his phone confirming the deposit, Hakuto couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. Over the past 2 years working for Sayuri, he had earned quite a fortune. 2 million yen per month, which converted to about 100,000 yuan. And that was just for his free time on weekdays. If Sayuri or Ariri required his time on weekends, the price was negotiated separately. Although the 2 million yen was the rate of the fourth contract, the previous 3 had been for a lower amount. It didn't really matter anymore. Moreover, any expenses related to Ariri were also reimbursed by Sayuri. A job that didn't interfere with his studies, didn't take up his holidays, paid an absurdly high salary, and had only one drawback: being labeled as a shameless simp. Why would anyone refuse? Not only did Hakuto accept it, but he also dedicated himself to the role completely. He learned everything about Ariri's hobbies and did his best to cater to them. He studied her food preferences, ensuring that both her breakfast and lunch were tailored to her tastes. 5 different menus for 5 weekdays, never repeating. Since Ariri was a fan of anime, Hakuto made sure to catch up on every notable series. His room was soon filled with light novels and manga. She loved drawing, so Hakuto went ahead and mastered composition, coloring, and other auxiliary skills. Though Ariri remained somewhat wary of him, making it nearly impossible to put those skills to use over the past 2 years, Hakuto still learned them with unwavering dedication. After all, for over 2 million yen a month, he felt he had to at least put in some effort to earn it. As for why he could engage in such an under-the-table arrangement at his age, well, that was because Hakuto was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, growing up under the scornful gazes and mocking laughter of others. Despite struggling to survive, he hadn't even made it to adulthood. And in this world, he was still an orphan. Being an orphan wasn't easy, even with more than a decade of experience. That was why Hakuto had no hesitation in throwing away his pride at school in exchange for money. After all, he'd already endured far worse ridicule before. Back in elementary school, he had already made a name for himself using his face and exceptional conversational skills. There wasn't a single student who didn't know him, nor a single teacher who didn't like him. Even the parents who came to pick up their children after school would greet him warmly. Chapter 3, End of 2-year contract. Back when Ariri and Hakuto attended the same school, they had very little interaction. At that time, Ariri's attitude toward Hakuto was far less perfunctory than it was now. Hakuto had just entered middle school when Sayuri approached him. As for why she sought him out, according to her own words, it was because Hakuto was too famous. At the time, instead of thinking about how to refuse, Hakuto was more focused on how to fulfill the contract without letting Sayuri's husband find out. But after signing the contract, he was shocked to learn that the person he had to serve wasn't Sawamura Sayuri. It was her daughter, Sawamura Ariri. And so, the job lasted for 2 whole years, spanning most of middle school, until it finally ended when he entered high school. The sudden conclusion left Hakuto feeling a bit out of place. At least I can sleep in tomorrow. Every morning, Hakuto had to prepare breakfast and lunch for Ariri, packing them into bento boxes. For that, he had 4 boxes at home, rotating them daily. Speaking of which, 2 of his bento boxes were still at Ariri's place. He should find some time to retrieve them. They weren't worth much, but even small savings added up. Who knew? Maybe he'd find another employer in the future who required breakfast and lunch service. In that case, Hakuto would rather not spend extra money buying new bento boxes. With thoughts of a leisurely morning ahead, Hakuto returned to his small rented apartment. Meanwhile, over at the Sawamura household, Ariri, a member of the art club, had just finished her club activities at around 6 p.m. before heading home. The moment she stepped inside, the refined and elegant demeanor she maintained at school vanished, replaced by the aura of a complete shut-in. She tossed her school bag aside and immediately opened the fridge. Sayuri, who was sitting on the sofa, watched her daughter rummage through the refrigerator and asked curiously, "Ariri, what are you looking for?" "I'm hungry. Just trying to find something to eat." "Didn't Hakuto-kun bring you lunch today?" "He did. But I barely ate it." "Was it not to your taste?" "More like. I'm just sick of it." "Sick of it, huh?" Sayuri recalled the photo Hakuto had sent her that morning. She never specifically requested it, but during his school years, Hakuto made it a habit to send her a picture every morning of what he had prepared for Ariri's lunch that day. Each meal was different, and even through the photos, Sayuri could tell they looked delicious. Yet now, her daughter claimed she was tired of them. Well, that worked out fine. Since the contract had ended, being sick of it meant there was no reason to miss it. After searching through the fridge for a while, Ariri's gaze finally landed on a strawberry shortcake. It was the dessert Hakuto had prepared for her lunch the day before. She hadn't eaten it then and had brought it home to store in the fridge. Now seemed like the perfect time to eat it. Thinking this, Ariri took out the cake and sat down beside Sayuri, nibbling at it in small bites. Even though it was a day-old cake, it still tasted surprisingly good. Perhaps because she was too hungry, or perhaps because the cake itself was just that well made. "I remember Hakuto-kun made that cake, right? I thought you said you were sick of his food?" "I'm just too hungry right now, that's all." Sayuri looked at Ariri. The reason she had approached Hakuto in the first place was simple. Her daughter had never had a close male friend growing up, nor had any boy ever seriously and systematically pursued her. Most of them would confess the moment they met her, get rejected, and then put on a look of painful regret like passing strangers. Sayuri was worried that her daughter might develop some kind of psychological issue, which was why she made that deal with Hakuto. Originally, Sayuri had only planned to sign a 6-month contract, just to give her daughter a complete teenage experience. But once it started, she realized something shocking. Hakuto went above and beyond her expectations. So much so that calling his performance perfect wouldn't be an exaggeration. Seeing how well her daughter was being taken care of, Sayuri naturally developed the idea of turning the fake into something real. Although Ariri maintained the image of a refined and perfect young lady in public, as her mother, Sayuri knew the truth. At her core, Ariri was a hardcore otaku, and a textbook tsundere. Without some kind of miraculous encounter, her future would almost certainly involve an arranged marriage. Sayuri didn't want that kind of future for her daughter. But at the same time, she couldn't force Ariri and Hakuto together, so she simply kept renewing the contract. But she had to admit, Hakuto's quality of service was exceptionally high. In fact, before the first contract even ended, Sayuri genuinely started to believe that he had developed feelings for Ariri. Thinking that they were practically family already, Sayuri stopped sending him payments. But to her surprise, Hakuto showed up at her doorstep. Bringing a gift, no less. At the time, Sayuri assumed Hakuto was just struggling financially. After all, he was an orphan. So to test his feelings, she asked him this, "Hakuto-kun, do you truly like Ariri? Or is it just because of our contract? If it's because of financial difficulties, you don't actually need this contract. I can transfer a reasonable amount of living expenses to you every month." Sayuri had phrased it very tactfully, but her meaning was clear. Anyone would understand. And Hakuto was no exception. After hearing her words, Hakuto kept his usual bright smile and replied, "If Sayuri Nizan has taken a liking to me and wants me as a son-in-law, then why not use a contract to tie me down? If, one day, I truly fall for Ariri, I'll terminate the contract myself. But for now, that day hasn't come yet." Hakuto's words were slow, deliberate, and sincere. His face carried the youthful passion of a boy full of hopes and dreams for the future. That was why Sayuri had agreed to a second contract. A third. And eventually, even a fourth. Each one with a higher payment than the last. Because, in Sayuri's heart, she was genuinely treating Hakuto as her future son-in-law. But now, 2 years had passed. 2 whole years. She had poured an unthinkable amount of money into this, and every time the contract period was up, Hakuto would always show up at her door on time with a gift in hand. Sayuri had even asked around at school about the situation between Hakuto and Ariri, but the answer was always the same. Hakuto always acted like a devoted follower, while Sawamura Ariri showed no romantic interest in him whatsoever. That made Sayuri furious. She glanced at Ariri, who was still eating her cake, and let out a deep sigh. 2 years. She had asked her daughter this question countless times before, but now that everything was over, she wanted to ask one last time. And so, in the next moment, Sayuri spoke. Ariri. Ariri, who was happily eating her cake, instinctively put down her fork and turned to look at Sayuri. Chapter 4, 2 years. A full 2 years. You. What do you feel about Hakuto-kun? Sayuri gazed into Ariri's eyes, searching for any trace of emotion. But reality rarely aligns with expectations. Ariri's response was calm and indifferent. Shiratori Hakuto? He's alright, I guess. I see him as a friend. But can't you see how he feels about you? How could I not? Ariri sighed. I've told him to stop, that I don't like him. But he still comes to find me every day. What can I do about it? There was a hint of helplessness in Ariri's voice, but also a touch of pride. Though she didn't like Hakuto, she had to admit. He was excellent in every aspect. Being pursued by a guy like him for 2 whole years. It was a little flattering. Sayuri looked at her daughter's expression, resisting the urge to roll her eyes so hard they might get stuck in the back of her head. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on. 2 years, Ariri. After all this time, do you still not feel anything for Hakuto-kun? Hearing this, Ariri instinctively gripped her cake fork a little tighter. Feelings, huh? Maybe a little. To be honest, Ariri had heard Hakuto's name since her first year of middle school. Whether it was classmates or teachers, she would always hear his name being mentioned. Back then, she couldn't say she had any feelings for him. Just curiosity. Actually, during her second year, when Hakuto began treating her with such care, she did feel a little moved. She even started looking forward to what kind of meals he would make for her every morning and afternoon. But now, Ariri pictured Hakuto's face in her mind, then shook her head. Alright, Mom, I know Hakuto treats me well. But I just don't like him. That's enough. I'm going to my room to work on my manuscript. With that, Ariri put down her cake, took a few quick steps, and headed upstairs. Sayuri watched her daughter's retreating figure and let out a deep sigh. Well, at least all that money wasn't entirely wasted. At the very least, Ariri was well taken care of. At least, she won't have any regrets about her youth. As for the contract, Sayuri planned to keep that a secret from Ariri for the rest of her life. In Ariri's mind, Hakuto would forever be just a passerby in her life. Someone who left only the faintest mark on her story. 35 million, huh? Hakuto looked at his bank account, where more than 35 million yen sat comfortably. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Though he was a little disappointed that he hadn't signed a 5th contract with Sayuri, this was more than enough. He was genuinely grateful to his generous benefactor. So, what should I eat tonight? Now that the 2-year act came to an end, Hakuto couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. He scanned through the ingredients in his fridge and decided to make something nice for dinner. Mapo tofu sounds good. Even though he had been living in Japan, Hakuto was still Chinese at heart. Japanese food just didn't quite suit his tastes. He reached into the fridge and grabbed a block of tofu. But just as he placed it on the cutting board, ding dong! A crisp doorbell sound echoed through his apartment. Hakuto instinctively turned toward the door, wondering who would be visiting at this hour. Who is it? It's me. A pleasant yet chilly voice came from the other side. Genko? The moment Hakuto heard that voice, his expression relaxed. After all, at this hour, the only person who would show up at his place was none other than Sora Genko. Hakuto walked forward and slowly opened the door. Standing outside was a middle school-aged girl dressed in a sailor uniform, her long blue hair flowing down her back. She held a white folding fan, with the words Unyielding Spirit boldly inscribed on the front and Victory written on the back. She was none other than the queen of the shogi world. Nanai was Snow White, Sora Genko. Long time no see, Genko. Coming over this late. Did something happen? As he spoke, Hakuto instinctively stepped aside, signaling that she was welcome to enter. Genko didn't answer Hakuto's question. She simply walked into the house without a word. Upon entering the living room, she glanced toward the kitchen, spotting the tofu on the counter. Then, shifting her gaze to Hakuto, she asked, "Are you cooking?" Hakuto smiled. "Yeah, I'm making mapo tofu. If you haven't had dinner yet, I can make an extra portion for you." Genko nodded, folding her fan and putting it away without any hesitation. Seeing this, Hakuto chuckled and headed back into the kitchen, grabbing a few more ingredients from the fridge. After a while, he brought out the meal. Mapo tofu, 2 bowls of rice, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, and a serving of almond tofu for dessert. If it were just him, he wouldn't have bothered making so much. But since Genko was here, that changed things. After all, she was his patron. Genko sat at the dining table in silence. Just like the title she held in the shogi world, she carried herself with the grace of a queen. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Hakuto said. "Do you need any sauce?" "If it's your cooking, then it's unnecessary," Genko replied. She had an obsession with sauces, using them in almost every meal. Often in amounts that could be measured by the bottle. But when it came to Hakuto's cooking, she didn't have this habit. According to her, the original flavor was already good enough. Looking at the food before her, Ginko let out a quiet sigh. Still the same, huh? What do you mean? Nothing. Without answering further, Ginko picked up her chopsticks, performed a simple pre-meal gesture, and started eating. Roughly 10 minutes later, Hakuto took the empty dishes into the kitchen. By the time he finished washing up and returned to the living room, he noticed something. Ginko had already set up a shogi board and was seated on one side, waiting. She tapped the closed fan against the opposite seat, a silent but unmistakable demand. You didn't come all this way just to play shogi with me, did you? Hakuto sighed. I thought you had a match at the association today, he added, glancing at the board. That kind of match doesn't take long. True. After all, you are the Osaka's Snow White. In shogi match records, victories were marked in white, while defeats were marked in black. Ginko had earned the title Osaka's Snow White with an astounding record of 47 wins and 0 losses. Fitting in every sense of the name. As Hakuto hesitated, Ginko impatiently snapped open her fan and added, Don't worry. I'll pay you for the overtime. At the mention of extra pay, Hakuto sat down without a second thought. Please go easy on me. In truth, even if she hadn't brought up the overtime pay, he would have played with her anyway. She was his patron, after all. Giving up a little bit of his free time wasn't a big deal. But since she did offer to pay, he figured he might as well put in his best effort. Their usual arrangement was to play on Saturdays, sometimes extending into Sundays. But today was Thursday. Definitely an overtime session. Seeing Hakuto obediently take his seat, Ginko's lips curled into a faint smile. This was exactly why she had come all the way here. You take the first move, she said. That wouldn't be fair. Let's decide randomly. With that, Hakuto picked up the Osho, King, piece, tossing it into the air in a perfect arc before catching it again. It landed face up. Looks like I will go first after all. In official matches, turn order was usually decided this way. Unless there were special conditions, such as a handicap, in which case the player giving the handicap would take the first move. Chapter 5, Not Accepting Disciples. Hakuto looked at Ginko's serious expression and adjusted his own attitude accordingly, focusing entirely on the shogi board. After about 90 moves, Ginko stared intently at the board, her face tense. A long silence passed before she finally let out a sigh, placed her piece down, and admitted defeat. I lost. Thank you for the match, Hakuto replied with a gentle smile. He picked up the pieces on the board and began resetting them. Ginko, watching Hakuto's relaxed demeanor, waved her fan slightly and asked, Hakuto, are you really not considering adding some kind of shogi club? Hearing her question, Hakuto shook his head lightly and replied in a soft voice, No. I only play shogi because of you, Ginko. Or rather, the only reason shogi has any meaning to me is because of you. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with sincerity. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation. Ginko instinctively opened her fan, revealing the word certain victory inscribed on it, and used it to cover half of her face. Idiot. Why are you saying things like that all of a sudden? Hakuto smiled at her reaction and simply replied, It's the truth. By now, he had already finished resetting the shogi board. Looking at Ginko sitting across from him, he made a welcoming gesture. As he did, his thoughts drifted back to when they had first met. It was about 10 years ago. Hakuto, only 6 years old at the time, was still in elementary school. Having refused adoption from multiple families, he had remained in the orphanage until he moved out after entering middle school. Back then, during a class at school, Hakuto had encountered shogi for the first time. Introduced to it by his classmates. Maybe it was out of boredom, or maybe because his classmates had begged him to try it, but that day, he picked up a shogi piece for the first time. There was no dramatic love at first sight moment. On the contrary, Hakuto thought of shogi as nothing more than a simple pastime. However, perhaps due to the fact that he had lived 2 lives, his natural talent wasn't bad enough to completely overwhelm the kids around him. Of course, with his matured mindset, he had no interest in crushing children for fun. After a few casual games, he set shogi aside. But after learning that Hakuto had picked up the game, some of the orphanage staff, including the director, would often call him over for a match. Every time they played, they would end the game with a wry smile and say, You have real talent, Hakuto. Have you ever thought about becoming a professional shogi player? Each time, Hakuto would simply smile and shake his head. He never considered himself particularly talented. After all, as the old saying from Journey to the West goes, someone who cultivates their entire life to become immortal might still end up as just one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers fighting against Sun Wukong. No matter how talented he was, it was only within this small circle. Having lived 2 lives, Hakuto never allowed himself to believe he was some kind of genius, because he knew that true geniuses were everywhere in the world. With that mindset, he left shogi alone. He would only pick it up again when someone else asked him to play. He never found it troublesome, though. After all, he understood exactly how a child should behave to gain favor from adults. And it was on that very day, inside the orphanage director's office, that Hakuto was introduced to the world of online shogi for the first time. "Hakuto, Mom has something to do for a bit. Can you play this game for me?" The director of the orphanage was a woman in her 30s named Kawaju Ritsuko. She came from a well-off family, but after losing her child at a young age and later being divorced by her husband, her father arranged for her to take this position at the orphanage. Because of her background, Kawaju Ritsuko became the orphanage director as soon as she arrived. Though in reality, the position had been passed around as a mere formality for years. Perhaps due to the loss of her own child, she treated the orphans at the facility exceptionally well. Especially Hakuto. She cared for him as if he were her own son. She insisted that Hakuto call her mom and would even introduce him to others as her child. Hakuto didn't mind at all. He gladly accepted this rare experience of having a family. At this moment, Hakuto looked at the computer screen, where a shogi match had just begun. Maybe it was because she had noticed Hakuto's talent for shogi. Kawaju Ritsuko often pulled him into games, hoping to spark his interest in the game. This time was probably no different. As for her excuse about needing to use the bathroom, it was likely just that. An excuse. Hakuto glanced at Ritsuko, who was pretending to be in a hurry, but he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he obediently sat down at the computer and focused on the match that had already started. Since it was his first time playing shogi on a computer, he felt a bit unaccustomed to the interface. He fell behind in the first few dozen moves but gradually caught up as the game progressed. When the words victory appeared on the screen, Hakuto felt nothing in particular. However, behind him, Ritsuko clapped enthusiastically. "Hakuto, you're amazing. That player had a really high win rate." Like a real mother, she showered him with encouragement. Hakuto responded with a quiet smile. But just as he was about to exit the match interface, he saw a message pop up from his opponent. "One more game." Immediately after, a rematch invitation appeared on the screen. But since Hakuto had no real interest in shogi, he naturally had no intention of accepting. He simply typed a short reply on the keyboard, "I don't accept disciples." Then, he declined the invitation and promptly shut down the computer. "Hakuto, isn't that a bit too much?" "You're just teasing them now," Ritsuko said as she ruffled his hair. However, she didn't seem to disapprove of his behavior. After all, he was still a child, and it was natural for kids to play around a little. Hakuto understood this well. He knew when to act mature and when to let himself be a kid. "It's fine. What's she gonna do, hunt me down in real life?" It was just a simple joke. Who would have thought that the very next day, his opponent would actually track him down using his IP address? When Hakuto opened the door, he found himself face to face with Ginko, who was only 4 years old at the time. She glared at him with a murderous expression, her tiny fists clenched as if she was ready to punch him at any second. "Wait, seriously? You actually came all the way here?" Back to the present. As Hakuto focused on his shogi match, he glanced at Ginko sitting across from him, her expression as serious as ever. Remembering their first meeting, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing him laugh, Ginko frowned in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, nothing. I just remembered how 4-year-old Ginko tried to assassinate me in real life over a shogi match." Chapter 6, The Strongest of This Era? Hearing Hakuto's words, Ginko pondered for a moment before calmly repeating 4 words. "I don't accept disciples, ha ha ha." "So you still remember, Ginko?" "I do." Those 4 words made 4-year-old me ride the train for 2 whole hours. "So stop thinking about useless things during a match and take this seriously, you idiot." Ginko snapped her folding fan shut and, treating it like a stick, smacked it straight onto Hakuto's head. Hakuto winced from the pain, instinctively shrinking back. He quickly nodded in agreement, finally focusing on the game. Several minutes later, Ginko studied the board with a serious expression, murmuring to herself. 70 moves. After a long silence, she let out a quiet sigh and spoke in a low voice. "I lost." Hakuto wiped away a thin layer of sweat from his forehead, then looked at Ginko and offered her some encouragement. "Ginko, you're really strong. Stronger than anyone I've ever played against." Hearing this, Ginko slowly stood up and walked over to Hakuto, staring at him with visible displeasure. Hakuto, confused, braced himself and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Ginko looked him straight in the eye. Because of their height difference, even with Hakuto seated, she wasn't much taller than him. Seeing his puzzled expression, she mercilessly lifted her foot and stepped down on his thigh. Do you know why I'm stronger than anyone you've ever faced? Hakuto let out an awkward chuckle. Though he already knew the answer, he still played dumb and replied, because Ginkgo was just that strong? That's because, aside from me, you haven't played against anyone else in years. As she spoke, she pressed down harder with her foot. Hakuto could feel the pressure on his thigh. Honestly, how strong could a middle school girl be? Especially when she wasn't even using full force. Even though he felt no real pain, Hakuto put on a pained expression and pleaded dramatically, "Please, Lady Ginkgo, have mercy." Hearing this, Ginkgo scoffed and withdrew her foot. Still clad in sleek black stockings. Before sitting back down across from Hakuto. "Hakuto, do you know what it means to win in just 70 moves? Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Don't call me that in such a weird way." Ginkgo tapped Hakuto's forehead with her fan, then began explaining. A normal match lasts around 130 moves. But finishing in 70. She hesitated for a long moment as she looked at Hakuto's clueless expression before continuing. That usually only happens in a completely one-sided game. When I say one-sided, I mean something like a first-hand pro crushing an amateur. Hakuto listened to Ginkgo's words in confusion. After a long silence, he finally asked, "But Ginkgo, don't you also win matches in just a few minutes?" At this, Ginkgo locked her gaze onto him, staring intensely. "So, Hakuto, are you comparing me to those female pro players?" Seeing the dangerous look on her face, Hakuto quickly corrected himself. "Of course not. I just meant that you have an incredible talent for shogi." Ginkgo's expression softened. She was clearly pleased by the compliment. In truth, Hakuto fully understood what she meant. After all, Ginkgo was hailed as the most gifted female shogi player in 1,000 years in Sakurajoka. At just 14 years old, she had already become the strongest female player of the era. And given a little more time, the strongest of this era would be rewritten as the strongest in 1,000 years. The White Princess of Nanaiwa. A truly terrifying presence. However, Hakuto still didn't quite understand why Ginkgo was so shocked by the idea of winning in just 70 moves. After all, most of the people he played against rarely lasted more than 100 moves against him. And even when they did, it was mostly back when he had just started learning shogi. By the way, Ginkgo, your junior should be competing for the Ryao Dragon King title soon, right? At that moment, Hakuto casually changed the subject in an attempt to steer the conversation away. Ginkgo gave a small nod and replied calmly, 2 weeks from now. Tokyo venue. She had to admit, her junior, Kuzuryu Uyeki, had an impressive talent. Even she was moved by it. But then again, there was always someone stronger out there. Ginkgo cast a fleeting glance at Hakuto. She firmly believed that the person who had been playing shogi with her for 10 years now, whether in terms of talent or sheer strength, was not just among the strongest of this era. No. He was the strongest. And she didn't feel like that was an exaggeration at all. Due to various circumstances, Hakuto had been stuck in an information cocoon when it came to shogi. He had no formal teacher, nor had he ever undergone systematic training. His strength seemed to have grown entirely on its own, as if it had simply materialized. A phenomenon others could only envy. Shogi was a game of constant learning, of growing through endless matches. But Ginkgo had never seen Hakuto study a single shogi book. Even the most basic rules, he had picked up just by playing against his elementary school classmates. And over the past 10 years, the strongest opponent he had ever faced was none other than Ginkgo herself. How could she even begin to describe this situation? Ginkgo thought for a long while before finally reaching a conclusion. If all shogi players were like fish in the ocean, then amateur players were the small fish and shrimp, while professional players were the larger fish. Players with world-shocking talent, like herself, were the most dangerous predators in the sea. Tiger sharks, giant squid, whales. Each a ruler in their own domain. But Hakuto was different. He lurked in the deep sea, a being so vast that few could even catch a glimpse of his true form. If Ginkgo was the killer whale, a dominant force of the ocean, then Hakuto was a serpent. And not just any ordinary snake. No, the image in Ginkgo's mind was clear. He was Jormungandr, the world serpent. A monstrous being so enormous it could coil around the entire earth. That was the kind of existence Hakuto was in her eyes. As she watched Hakuto quietly resetting the board, Ginkgo couldn't help but imagine. What if Hakuto entered the Shurikei, the professional training league? Perhaps all shogi players would live under his shadow, forced to marvel at his monstrous talent. That wouldn't be so bad either. Ginkgo muttered to herself as she gazed at Hakuto. She had brought it up many times before, but he remained completely uninterested in the idea of going pro. It was as if the only reason he continued playing shogi was exactly as he had always said. "I only keep playing because of you, Ginkgo." Chapter 7, Professional shogi player. Just thinking about those words made Ginkgo's mood improve significantly, and before she knew it, a bright smile appeared on her face. Ginkgo, what are you thinking about? You look way too happy. Ahem. Nothing. Let's continue. Hearing Hakuto's comment, Ginkgo quickly withdrew her smile and returned to her usual cold expression. Hakuto didn't press further, though, because he was also in a good mood. After all, in just a little while, he would be getting his overtime pay. A nice little bonus for his pocket money. However, just as Hakuto thought he was about to get paid with ease, Ginkgo gave him a brutal lesson. I can't do this anymore, Ginkgo. I'm completely drained. Hakuto sat by the shogi board, his mouth slightly open as a transparent, ghostly soul slowly floated out of him. 3 hours. 3 whole hours. For 3 straight hours, Hakuto hadn't rested for even a second. His legs were numb, his back stiff. He had no idea how Ginkgo managed to keep going. Ginkgo looked at his utterly defeated expression, rubbed her sore wrists, and slowly stood up. That's enough for today. With that, she made her way toward the entrance. Seeing this, Hakuto quickly sucked back his escaping soul and hurried after her. Be careful on your way home. Hearing his reminder, Ginkgo paused at the entrance, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Then, she picked up a paper bag that had been left near the doorway and turned back. Hakuto? Although puzzled at first, he quickly realized what she was up to. After all, this wasn't the first time. Ginkgo, I am a normal, healthy guy, you know. Are you sure it's fine to stay over at my place without a second thought? Ginkgo, now rummaging through the paper bag, pulled out what looked like pajamas. She glanced at Hakuto, sized him up from head to toe, and then she smirked. With you? That smirk, combined with her tone, was pure, undisguised mockery. Hakuto covered his eyes and turned away, muttering under his breath. Stay calm, stay calm. She's the client. She's the one paying me. Despite his grumbling, he still prepared a sleeping area for Ginkgo. Since this was just a small rental apartment, the so-called guest room was actually just a space separated from the main bedroom by a sliding door. The soundproofing was terrible. You could hear even a slightly loud snore. Having been ruthlessly worked to the bone for 3 hours, Hakuto was completely exhausted. As soon as he finished setting up Ginkgo's bedding, he collapsed onto his own bed and immediately fell asleep. At that moment, Ginkgo, now dressed in the pajamas she had pulled from the bag, stepped into the bedroom. Noticing Hakuto sprawled out on the floor, fast asleep, she quietly approached. She reached out and gave his cheek a few light pats. Seeing that he didn't wake up, she stopped bothering him and, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, casually removed the hair tie from his head. You're a guy, yet you keep your hair this long. Ginkgo couldn't help but complain. At this point, Hakuto's hair was already as long as hers. Maybe even longer when it was let down. Although Ginkgo's hair was on the shorter side, but for a guy, Hakuto's hair length was definitely pushing it. That said, complaints were just complaints. Ginkgo took off her own hairband and, using the hair tie she had just taken from Hakuto, tied her hair up again. With that done, she turned toward the futon Hakuto had prepared for her, but just as she sat down, she realized she had forgotten something. Oh. Right. She pulled out her phone and glanced over at Hakuto. Even though she and Hakuto had been childhood friends for over 10 years, when it came to money, Hakuto had never backed down. There was nothing she could do about it. She had been his client for nearly a decade now. Starting from a mere few hundred yen per hour to tens of thousands today. Was this a sign of progress? Or just inflation running wild? Ginkgo stared absent-mindedly at Hakuto's face, a face that seemed like it had been sculpted with divine precision. Before she realized it, she had unconsciously walked closer and lightly poked his cheek. When will it stop being just a business transaction? As the strongest female shogi player of her era. The most talented in 1,000 years. Holding both the queen and women's Njin titles, Ginkgo was anything but lacking in wealth. But Hakuto was different. In her eyes, he lived a life of constant struggle, even relying on part-time work and her assistance just to afford tuition. That's right. Every time she transferred his payment, Hakuto would always wear this awkward expression. A strained, helpless smile, his gaze evasive, his face stiff and tense, as if he were holding something back. Ginkgo understood. Hakuto didn't actually want to accept her money, but he needed it. That's why he was always caught in this dilemma. So, I'm telling you. With your skill, even getting the Dragon King or Mjin titles wouldn't be difficult for you, right? This wasn't just her being biased or exaggerating. Ginkgo was sure of it. If Hakuto entered the professional shogi club, he would undoubtedly become a professional shogi player within months. A professional shogi player. Just thinking about those words made Ginkgo's expression dim slightly. For 1,000 years, no female shogi player had ever attained professional status. They were always confined within the women's league. Currently, Ginkgo was ranked ladies 3 dan. To become a professional, she needed to reach 4 dan or higher. Kitaki Kazuki had once said that Ginkgo might become the first ever female professional shogi player in 1,000 years. She had brought this up with Hakuto multiple times, but every time, he would simply smile and say, "With your talent, Ginkgo, becoming a professional player shouldn't be that hard for you, right? What? You think it's difficult? Then if I become that so-called eternal 7-crown champion, would I have the right to just promote you to a professional player myself? What? You say you want to rely on your own strength? Then I'll always be right behind you." Hakuto had spoken slowly, sincerely, each word lingering in Ginkgo's ears. It might have seemed like a joke, but the fact that he was willing to pursue something he had no interest in, just to stay in the world of shogi for her, it made Ginkgo happy. Chapter 8, The Everlasting Echo. After a long while, Ginkgo snapped out of her thoughts, picked up her phone, and transferred 3 hours worth of overtime pay to Hakuto. A moment later, Hakuto's phone, tucked away in his pocket, chimed with the familiar sound of money being deposited. And in the very next second, Hakuto's eyes snapped open. He sprang up from his futon in one swift motion, his long hair brushing past Ginkgo's nose, leaving behind a faint scent of shampoo. "I hear it. The everlasting echo. Ginkgo?" Hakuto pulled out his phone and looked at the 30,000 yen that had just been deposited into his bank account. Instantly, all his fatigue vanished. Turning around, he locked eyes with Ginkgo. They stared at each other for a long time before Hakuto finally smiled and said, "I'm going to take a bath. Make sure you get some rest, Ginkgo. If you're hungry, there's some bread on the nightstand. Feel free to eat it." As he spoke, he even made a heart shape with his fingers at her before leaving the room, leaving Ginkgo standing there alone. Watching him form that little heart with his fingers before leaving, Ginkgo's face flushed red. She bit her lip. "Hakuto. That day isn't far away. I will become a professional shogi player." Ginkgo swore to herself that the moment she reached 4 dan in the Shorei, she would confess her feelings to Hakuto. Setting her phone down, she climbed into her bed. Meanwhile, in the living room, Hakuto looked at the extra 30,000 yen in his account and couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. But he couldn't show it in front of Ginkgo. Every time she transferred money to him, he always wanted to laugh, but he had to hold it in. So, every time, he would think of all the sad things in his life to keep himself from smiling. The result was his face always ending up in an awkward, twisted expression. One that looked oddly melancholic. Poor Ginkgo. She actually thought he was struggling internally, feeling guilty about accepting her money. Hakuto set his phone down on the coffee table and instinctively reached up to untie his hair. But the moment his fingers touched his head, he realized his hair tie was missing. "Huh? Where's my hair tie? Did Ginkgo take it again?" For some reason, Ginkgo had a habit of specifically taking Hakuto's hair ties. Every time she wanted to tie up her hair, she would reach over and yank the one straight off his head. Without fail. Even when she had extra hair ties on hand, she always took his. At this point, Ginkgo had taken over 100 hair ties from him. They weren't expensive, but Hakuto still pulled out a notebook and carefully noted it down. "Even a mosquito is still meat. I'm way too frugal." Satisfied, he placed the notebook into the coffee table drawer, wiped his nose, and gave himself a proud little smirk. "Alright, time for a bath." Just as he was about to step into the bathroom, he noticed something on the balcony. A pair of small feet, clad in black stockings, slowly descended from above, dangling midair as they tried to reach the railing of his balcony. The feet were too short, failing to find a foothold. Hakuto let out a long sigh and walked to the balcony. But instead of immediately offering his hands to help, he simply poked his head out and looked up at the owner of the feet. There, clinging to a rope with both hands, was Takanashi Rika. Her legs kicked frantically, searching for a place to land. When she met Hakuto's dark, ink-black eyes, a bright smile spread across her face. Like she had just found something truly wonderful. "Hero. Help me. I told you to stop doing such dangerous things." Although he sighed in complaint, Hakuto still reached out his hands to support those small feet trapped in black stockings, allowing Rika to safely land on the balcony. Wahoo! The Dark Lord's mystic eyes have successfully landed. Hakuto ignored her Chunabiu-style proclamation and turned toward the door. But Rika remained completely unfazed, continuing to chatter away as she followed behind him. "Hero, I've decided to establish our very own base at school. I need your help." Hakuto absent-mindedly nodded, not paying much attention. It was already past 10 p.m., and having a girl show up at a boy's place at this hour wasn't exactly appropriate. Right now, the only thing on his mind was getting Rika out of here. Right? right? You agree that we should have our own base too, don't you, hero? Hearing what she thought was his agreement, Rika's face lit up with excitement. But the next second, what greeted her was a swift chop to the head from Hakuto's slender fingers. Ow! A crisp sound echoed as his hand struck her head, leaving a faint red mark on her forehead. Hero, that was so mean. Why the sudden sneak attack? Ignoring her grumbling, Hakuto simply opened the door and gestured toward the exit. Hero, are you kicking me out? No way, no way, no way. I went through so much trouble to escape the surveillance of the Holy Disciplinary Squad just to meet you. Panicked, Rika suddenly latched onto Hakuto, clinging to him like a koala. No matter how he tried, he couldn't shake her off. The Dark Lord's mystic eyes, it's late. What you should be doing right now is getting some rest. If there's anything important, we can talk about it tomorrow at school. No way. If we talk about it at school, that golden hair dice block will steal all your free time again. At that, she hugged him even tighter. Hakuto sighed and instinctively rubbed his forehead, a helpless smile appearing on his lips. The golden hair dice block Rika was referring to was none other than his former collaborator, Sawamura Ariri. As for why Rika called her that, her own explanation was, she's got golden hair and is known as an untouchable flower on a high peak. If she's not a golden hair dice block, then what is she? Even after 2 years, in the eyes of his friends, Hakuto was still seen as nothing more than a hopeless simp. But Hakuto didn't feel embarrassed about it at all. In fact, he hoped Ariri would renew their contract for a few more years. After all, a stable income meant a more comfortable life. Of course, telling Rika tomorrow was just a stalling tactic. Even if Ariri wasn't a factor, he'd rather spend his time reading a couple more books instead. Alright, let go of me. It's late. You should go home. But I just got here. And? Does that change anything? Hakuto reached out, attempting to pry Rika off of him. Sensing his strength and realizing she couldn't win in a contest of raw power, Rika, in desperation, blurted out, I can give you gold coins. Silence. The entire room fell into a moment of stillness, and Hakuto's hands froze mid-motion. Then, with a gentle smile, he spoke in a soft voice. The Dark Lord's mystic eyes, I, the undefeated weakest hero, swear upon the holy sword of the realm. Tomorrow at noon, under the sunlight at school, we shall reunite. Chapter 9, All for Survival. Even as Hakuto maintained his usual smile, deep inside, he was cringing so hard that he had metaphorically dug an entire Barbie dream house with his toes. However, thanks to his professional ethics, he didn't let any of it show. After all, the girl in front of him, Takanashi Rika, was his primary source of income. Meanwhile, Rika, brimming with excitement, struck a dramatic pose. Covering her eye with one hand, she smirked triumphantly. Since the hero has sworn an oath, then I, the wielder of the Dark Lord's mystic eyes, shall accept it. With that settled, I should head back. Before Rika could finish her sentence, Hakuto suddenly took her hand, putting on an expression of deep concern. Dark Lord's mystic eyes, where shall we meet tomorrow? Seeing Hakuto's unusually enthusiastic expression, Rika instinctively took a few steps back. But as a seasoned practitioner of Chaunabiu, she quickly regained her composure. Placing her hand over her eye again, she declared in a solemn tone, in the domain of the Iron Fist of Destruction, the Dark Lord's mystic eyes and the undefeated weakest hero shall reunite. Hakuto didn't react to her cryptic phrasing, maintaining his calm demeanor as he continued to ask, would you like me to bring you lunch? Or do you need breakfast as well? Huh? Rika was completely caught off guard by Hakuto's behavior today. She had engaged in these kinds of transactions before, but breakfast and lunch had always been monopolized by that golden-haired girl. Does the hero not need to prepare food for the golden hair dice block? Hakuto shook his head with a gentle smile. How could the golden hair dice block ever be more important than the Dark Lord's mystic eyes? Hearing those words, Rika nearly stumbled right then and there. However, her years of experience allowed her to recover instantly. It seems the hero has finally broken free from the illusions of the golden-haired ice block and returned to the side of the Dark Lord's mystic eyes. No wonder my eyes sensed a disturbance today. So this is what happened. As she spoke, Rika instinctively pressed a hand against her covered eye, as if immense power was about to burst forth at any moment. So, what does the Dark Lord's mystic eyes wish to eat to replenish her energy? Hey, hero, you should already know the source of my power, shouldn't you? Hakuto nodded, not just to humor her, but because he genuinely did know. Now that the message has been delivered, the Dark Lord's mystic eyes must return to her base. Seeing that Rika was finally willing to leave, Hakuto smiled and once again gestured toward the door. That won't work. If I leave like this, the Holy Disciplinary Squad will definitely catch me. What? Just as Hakuto furrowed his brows in confusion, Rika spun dramatically on her heel and strode toward the balcony. This is my escape route. Standing on the railing, she grabbed hold of a rope she had set up earlier and, using both her hands and feet, began climbing up with surprising agility. Hakuto was left standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Sometimes, I seriously think she has superpowers. Running a hand through his hair, Hakuto turned to head back inside and resumed his interrupted bath. But just as he was about to step away, Rika suddenly started sliding back down the rope. The two locked eyes, neither speaking for a long moment. Finally, still dangling from the rope, Rika gave him an awkward grin and muttered, "Hero. Help me. On my way." Hakuto really wanted to make a snarky remark. He really did. But then he remembered. She was his client. And as a professional, he couldn't afford to get a bad review. "Thank you for your assistance, hero. The Dark Lord's mystic eyes shall remember your kindness." Sighing, Hakuto reached out and gently supported Rika's small feet, still wrapped in black stockings, helping her regain her footing. Only after she successfully climbed back up and put away the rope did Hakuto finally step away from the balcony. As Hakuto was about to enter the bathroom again, a faint but sharp camera shutter sound suddenly echoed in the quiet room. "I'm doomed." Hakuto rubbed his forehead helplessly. He knew that sound all too well. So well that he was practically conditioned to react to it. The next second, he turned around with a smile, looking eagerly at Ginkgo, who was standing at the doorway. "Ginkgo, what's wrong? Can't sleep? Or are you hungry? Want me to get you something to eat?" Ginkgo didn't respond immediately. She simply flipped through her phone, her gaze cold as she stared at him. "I'm really doomed." At this moment, Hakuto had completely lost the mood for a bath. Ginkgo was his most important client, his golden sponsor. He wished he could worship her like a deity. Putting on his best smile, Hakuto walked up to her, standing before her with utmost sincerity. He was sure Ginkgo had seen his interaction with Rika earlier, which explained her current mood. "Yulilecon. Pervert. Go die. I'm calling the cops right now." Ginkgo kicked Hakuto's knee without hesitation, forcing him to kneel on the floor. "Lilicon?" Hakuto wanted so badly to argue, but he couldn't. Not with his golden sponsor standing before him. Still, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. "What do you mean, Lilicon? Rika has been my classmate since middle school. She's 15 now, only a year younger than me. Meanwhile, Ginkgo. She's still in middle school. She's only 14, a whole year younger than Rika. In China, this age difference is literally on the edge of legality. Any wrong step and I'd be eating prison food." Sure, Rika had a childlike appearance, but Ginkgo seemed to have conveniently forgotten that she was the same. Just a lily on the outside with a mature heart. Despite his mental complaints, Hakuto kept his expression neutral, enduring the slight pain in his knee. Forcing a smile, he said, "No, you've misunderstood, Ginkgo. Rika and I are just normal friends." "You bastard. Who asked for your explanation?" Ginkgo pressed a folded fan against Hakuto's chin, her expression dangerous. Like she was ready to skin him alive at any moment. "Is it because you care about me so much, Ginkgo?" Hakuto's voice was sincere, innocent even, as he smiled through his supposed pain. But with his devilishly handsome face, the expression looked more like a mischievous smirk, enough to make anyone want to punch him. Ginkgo was no exception. She took slow, deliberate steps around him, finally seating herself beside the freshly arranged shogi board. This was typical of Ginkgo. Whether she was in a good mood or bad, she always turned to shogi as a way to vent. In her world, shogi was the second most important thing. As for the first. Without a word, Ginkgo glanced at Hakuto, still kneeling on the floor. Then, she casually pointed at the seat across from her. "What are you waiting for?" "Ah. Coming." Although Hakuto was helpless in the situation, he obediently sat across from Ginkgo. What else could he do? She was the almighty client. Honestly, Hakuto had no idea why Ginkgo got so worked up. This wasn't the first time. Every time he so much as had a close interaction with another girl, she'd put on this terrifying expression, as if she wanted to murder someone. Fortunately, they weren't in the same school. If Ginkgo ever found out that he had been in the same class as Arari for 2 years, she might just roundhouse kick his head off. But perhaps it wasn't surprising. In Ginkgo's mind, Hakuto was already her possession. Someone else touching what was hers? Of course, she'd be furious. Even though she'd told herself before that she should give Hakuto some personal space, she just couldn't help but get angry. Hakuto watched as Ginkgo played her shogi pieces with swift, precise movements. The crisp sounds of the pieces hitting the board filled the air. He knew she was still fuming. To ease the tension, Hakuto took the initiative to start a conversation. "Ginkgo, do you remember why I started playing shogi? If I recall correctly, You said it was because of a classmate. No, no. It was for survival. Seeing Ginkgo's confused expression, Hakuto smirked to himself, ready to recount his tale of survival. Chapter 10. This is survival. The word survival Hakuto had written it countless times over his 2 lifetimes, yet he had never found the perfect definition. As Ginkgo said, I first got into shogi because of an elementary school classmate. I had a bit of talent back then, and playing against the kids at school was basically bullying. I made quite a few of them cry. After that, I remember one of their parents stormed in and gave me a nasty scolding, accusing me of using some kind of trick to cheat. Later, I found out that one of the kids I beat had been playing shogi since he was 2.5. No one around him could ever win against him. His father, his relatives, his friends all saw him as a prodigy. But after losing to me, he locked himself in his room every day. He was just an elementary schooler, yet he was already thinking about suicide. That was when I realized winning in shogi isn't always necessary. Sometimes, losing brings more benefits. And is much easier. Hakuto spoke softly, as if recounting a trivial matter, all while playing against Ginkgo. His shogi pieces struck the board like raindrops. What do you mean, winning isn't always necessary? Ginkgo clenched her fists. She had been playing shogi since she was 2. By the time she was 4, she was already playing online, where she met Hakuto and her current mentor, Kitaki Kasuke. From childhood to now, the moment she placed her hand on a shogi piece, she had only one goal. Winning. Win. 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 She would use every method, exert every ounce of effort, just to win. It was this mindset that earned her the title of the Snow White of Nanaiwa. And now, Hakuto, the person sitting across from her, was saying that sometimes losing was more important than winning. She couldn't accept that. She couldn't understand it. Seeing her reaction, Hakuto chuckled, as if he had expected it. Ginkgo, human nature is terrifying. Especially jealousy. Even so, I still don't understand what you mean by losing being more important than winning. Don't rush. Just keep listening. Hakuto glanced at the rook in his hand, his thoughts drifting back 10 years. After that incident with my classmates' parents, I never played shogi at school again. But news travels fast. That event caused quite a stir around campus. Later, the kids at the orphanage started challenging me too. As you can imagine, the results were the same. They all came in smiling but left with bitter expressions. I didn't hold back. None of them lasted more than 10 moves against me. In the end, they would just force a smile and compliment my talent. But I heard them whispering behind my back out of jealousy more than once. Saying things like, that orphan, he's got nothing but his stupid shogi skills. At those words, a fleeting sadness crossed Hakuto's face, but it quickly disappeared. After all, even though he didn't have parents, he had plenty of people who cared about him. He never really felt lonely. But Ginkgo saw his expression and thought otherwise. She had always known that Hakuto was an orphan. That faintly melancholic smile looked more like a mask of forced strength in Ginkgo's eyes. Thinking of this, she clenched the folding fan in her hand so tightly that it crackled. But Hakuto didn't notice. He simply continued recounting his past to her. After I defeated everyone at the orphanage, no one asked to play shogi with me anymore. Oh, no, that's not entirely accurate. Aside from a few elderly people close to retirement and the director, who was like a mother to me, no one else played against me. Jealousy is a terrifying demon in people's hearts. After that, I started to notice some people subtly pushing me away. But I didn't care. After all, they weren't worth associating with. And then, I met you online. From that point on, for the past 10 years, you were the only one I played shogi with. Ginkgo. Tell me, after winning all the way from elementary school to the orphanage, what exactly did I gain? Don't tell me I gained victory or praise. I want something tangible. If not for the context Hakuto had given, Ginkgo would have blurted out the word victory without hesitation. She looked down at the shogi board, memories flashing through her mind. Those times she visited Hakuto at the orphanage. More than once, she had noticed some people looking at him with disgust. Back then, she didn't understand why. But now, she did. Winning. The word echoed in her mind as she looked at Hakuto. He had won from school to the orphanage, but what had he really gained? Parents scolding him? Baseless accusations? Classmates shunning him? Fake smiles from people at the orphanage? Gossip behind his back? Did those victories mean anything? The fan in Ginkgo's hand trembled, unable to bear the pressure. She desperately wanted to find meaning in Hakuto's victories. Ginkgo. You always say I'm incredibly talented, but I never thought so myself. Because you weren't the first to say it. All the others wore those disgusting fake smiles. But you're different. I could feel that you were genuinely happy for me. And that's why I'm willing to keep playing shogi. To keep playing shogi with you. Hakuto smiled gently, speaking slowly, as if wanting her to absorb every word. Ginkgo froze, stunned, as the shogi piece and fan slipped from her hands, falling to the ground. She had heard Hakuto say similar things many times before, but never had it felt this sincere. Shogi. To Ginkgo, it was everything. Playing shogi with Hakuto was one of the most important things in her life. She stared at the shogi piece she had just dropped. This thing she considered irreplaceable. Yet for Hakuto, it had caused him so much pain in his childhood. And yet, despite all that, he still made shogi a part of his life. For her. She looked at Hakuto. He was adjusting the bangs that had fallen over his eyes. Sensing her gaze, he glanced up and smiled, playfully winking at her. Chapter 11, Shiratori Hakuto's Professional Handbook. There was no denying it. Shiratori Hakuto's looks were nothing short of breathtaking. His semi-long hair should have given off a somewhat delicate impression, yet he carried himself in a way that never seemed effeminate. His plain black hair and black eyes, so ordinary in description, held an inexplicably stunning allure. His appearance alone had already exceeded the average standard of the readers behind the screen. Perhaps, when it came to making a living in this field, his face alone played a significant role. For you. Yeah. For Ginkgo. Hakuto's face still carried that ever-gentle smile, like a cool breeze on a summer day, refreshing and calming. Ginkgo forced herself to stay composed, picking up the fallen shogi piece and folding fan, deliberately avoiding Hakuto's face and shifting all her focus onto the board. You've said that so many times already. But it's the truth. At this moment, Ginkgo's mind was tangled in a web of chaotic thoughts. Hakuto had started this conversation by telling her about his purpose for living, but after saying so much, she still hadn't heard anything that truly defined survival. Yet as she replayed his words in her mind over and over, savoring them carefully, that gentle, breeze-like tone gradually pieced together a single sentence in her head. Playing shogi with Ginkgo. This is my purpose for living. The familiar voice echoed within her, making Ginkgo snap her head up to look at Hakuto across the board. But he hadn't spoken a word. He was just sitting there, smiling faintly at her. Don't look at me like that. Ginkgo, are you getting shy? Bibaka. Hearing Hakuto's words, Ginkgo lowered her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. For some reason, once that thought had taken root in her mind, she couldn't shake it off no matter how hard she tried. And so, with her head practically overheating, she somehow managed to finish the game. But because she was so distracted, the match didn't even last 60 moves. Again. She called for a rematch, her voice filled with unwillingness, as if she had already forgotten everything that had just happened. But the lingering blush on her face betrayed her completely. Let's call it a night, Ginkgo. It's already pretty late. Besides, you're not really in the right state of mind to play right now. For once, Hakuto refused her request, his tone gentle but firm as he smiled and quietly packed up the shogi board. Ginkgo watched his movements, her hand hovering in midair for a brief moment before she slowly let it drop. In the end, she didn't say anything to stop him. By the way, Ginkgo, when are you heading back? Hakuto asked the question casually while tidying up, acting as if it was nothing important. After all, as someone in this profession, he had to protect his customers. Any misfortune or inconvenience would be borne by him alone. To those customers, in their eyes, there was no one else in the world quite like Hakuto. Of course, Airi was an exception. She herself didn't even know about the arrangement between her mother and Hakuto. That's why Hakuto needed to confirm exactly how much Ginkgo had seen. If she had caught anything troublesome, he would need to come up with some excuse to brush it off. Humphrey. What? Did I disturb your little secret rendezvous by watching from the sidelines? Ginkgo originally planned to unleash her sharp tongue, but recalling Hakuto's earlier heartfelt words, her tone softened without realizing it. When that elementary school kid climbed up the rope. Hearing that, Hakuto quietly sighed in relief. However, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to complain. Elementary school kid? If Rika ever found out someone referred to her that way, she'd probably think they'd cast some kind of shrinking spell on her. No doubt she'd dramatically cover her eye and declare, Humphrey. You think such petty tricks could ever defeat the wielder of the wicked eye? No, stop thinking about that. Hakuto could already feel his toes curling from second-hand embarrassment. He glanced at Ginkgo, who genuinely lacked the self-awareness that a 14-year-old girl should have. How would you even describe this? Pot calling the kettle black? Lilai calling another girl Lilai. Though, to be fair, Rika didn't exactly qualify as a Lilai. As for Ginkgo, Hakuto's gaze flicked toward Ginkgo again. The sailor uniform, the black stockings. Not a Lilai. Definitely not. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? Shaking his head furiously, Hakuto banished the 3 years or more worthy thoughts from his mind. Why am I even thinking about Lawless? Blaming his offbeat mental state on Ginkgo, Hakuto convinced himself that her earlier comments must have planted the idea in his head. A vivid imagination. Truly a double-edged sword. Still, his years of professional experience allowed him to maintain a perfectly calm expression as he gently reminded her, "Alright, Ginkgo, it's time for bed. I'll try to come watch your match next week, so make sure you give it your best." Hakuto had just activated his 12th customer care principle. Sweet relief after long droughts. Every customer had something they desperately wanted him to do, but Hakuto would always find a reason to avoid it. Unless, of course, they paid extra. With Ginkgo, it was watching her matches. With Rika, it was participating in her public Chunabitsu performances. This kind of just-out-of-reach approach made the customers crave his attention even more. Without fail, whenever Hakuto dangled this bait, Ginkgo would agree to whatever he asked. Rika was no different. Hakuto still remembered the time she dragged him to perform at Tokyo Plaza. Best not to dwell on that. However, there was one exception among his clients. Sawamura Ariri. Both Ginkgo and Rika exhibited attachment and affection toward him. But Ariri? Hakuto had never sensed anything like that from her. At least, not anymore. This little trick only worked if the customer actually liked him. And Ariri clearly did not. Chapter 12, When the Simp Stops Simping. Toyosaki Academy. A prestigious institution in Japan, known for its high university acceptance rate. But honestly, the reason working life was so grueling here was that school life was way too relaxed. Standing before the school gates, Hakuto took a deep breath before stepping inside. It was then that he spotted a familiar figure walking not too far ahead. Ariri Spencer Sawamura. Maybe it was due to 2 years of working under contract, but even now, Hakuto could pick Ariri out from a crowd in an instant. Sensing his gaze, Ariri instinctively turned her head, and their eyes met. Hakuto responded with a faint smile. After all, her mother had given him a rather generous financial backing. Even though their contract had ended, Hakuto still felt a deep sense of gratitude toward the Sawamura matriarch. As for Ariri's 2 years of cold treatment, Hakuto wasn't even slightly surprised. He had received so much money. What did a bit of indifference matter? The customer is always right, after all. Seeing the gentle smile on Hakuto's face, Ariri politely nodded in return, though her movements carried a distinct sense of distance. Hakuto wasn't surprised at all. Ariri had always been like this toward him. Besides, now that the contract was over, they had no relationship whatsoever. Why shouldn't she be cold? Why shouldn't she be distant? Wasn't that exactly how things should be? Thinking about how he had only worked for 2 years yet managed to extract so much money from a wealthy patron like the Sawamuras, Hakuto couldn't help but feel an urge to burst into laughter. Arriving at his classroom, Hakuto quietly sat in his seat and began reading. But this unusual silence made his deskmate, Hikagaya Hakuman, frown slightly. At this time of day, shouldn't Hakuto have already gone to deliver Ariri's breakfast? Hakuman glanced at Hakuto, who remained focused on his book, before subtly turning his head away. He considered waking up the slumped-over energy-saving creature at the next desk but hesitated for a moment and decided against it. Maybe Hakuto had already run into Ariri on the way here and delivered it early. There hadn't been a precedent for that before, but that didn't mean there couldn't be one now. Having reasoned it out, Hakuman simply dropped the matter and continued staring dead-eyed at his desk. Not long after, Rika strode into the classroom. She had been Hakuto's classmate from the start, though she always cut it close when it came to arriving on time. But today, for the sake of breakfast, she had actually put aside many of her usual activities to come early. Standing before Hakuto's desk with her hands on her hips, Rika looked down at him, who was still immersed in his book, and declared, "Humphrey. Brave warrior, the wielder of the wicked eye has forsaken many important matters just to accept your energy replenishment." The moment these words left Rika's mouth, the previously noisy classroom fell into complete silence. So much so that if Hiratsuka Shizuka had walked in right now, even she would have doubted whether she was in the right place. The reason for this immediate hush wasn't just Rika's cringeworthy declaration. It was more so because of the person sitting opposite her. Shiratori Hakuto. Despite being only a month into their first year, many students at Toyosaki Academy had attended middle school with Hakuto. Thanks to these old classmates spreading rumors. And Hakuto's own unabashed behavior over the past month. He had long since gained a reputation as Ariri's die-hard simp. To put it nicely, he was a passionate admirer. To put it bluntly, he was a full-on simp. For the entire past month, no one had ever seen Hakuto interact with any girl besides Ariri, let alone over something academic. Even when he received love letters in the first few weeks due to his looks, he neither accepted nor outright discarded them. He had tossed that love letter straight into the chapel director's suggestion box. That move made Hakuto an instant sensation throughout the academy. And ever since then, he had never received another love letter. But no one was more shocked than Hakuman. Unlike Hotaru, who was still asleep behind him, Hakuman's dead fish eyes had widened. Really widened. Because he had just witnessed Hakuto, after hearing Rika's words, casually pull 2 bento boxes out of his backpack and hand them over to her. As if it were nothing. What the hell? What was this guy up to now? Was Rika acting as his hired middleman? As someone who had known Hakuto since middle school, Hakuman found it hard to believe that someone who had persisted for 2 years would just give up overnight. His first instinct was that Rika was just a delivery girl in this scenario. The moment she got the bento boxes, Rika impatiently opened one of them. It had been 2 whole years since she last felt this kind of excitement. Sure, her sister, Takanashi Tuka, often prepared meals for her, but Rika always knew exactly what was inside before even opening them. Wow! There's dessert. Ahem. I mean, the brave warrior's energy replenishment. My wicked eye accepts it. Returning to her seat, Rika didn't open the lunch bento just yet. Partly because she didn't want the food to get cold, and partly because she wanted to savor the anticipation. Hakuto's breakfast was simple. 2 fried eggs, a grilled fish, 2 rice balls, and a serving of almond tofu. Breakfast in Japan was usually just those standard dishes, but with enough money, Hakuto could elevate them to an art form. And if she couldn't finish it all? No problem. Didn't she see how many people were already gathering around her desk? Hakuto hadn't even realized that his actions were drawing so much attention. He thought people were just captivated by the aroma of his food. Meanwhile, their interaction sent shockwaves through the classroom. Huh? Did Sawamura change her hair color? Change your damn head. Didn't you guys say that in middle school, Shiratori chased after Sawamura for 2 years? Maybe a new environment changed his heart. Changed your damn head. I literally saw Hakuto delivering Aries lunch just yesterday. So, is he finally letting go? Deciding not to hang himself on a single tree anymore? Does that mean I have a chance? Wait, you actually like Hakuto? Good looking, top ranked in academics, excels in sports. If it weren't for Sawamura overshadowing him, do you even have a single thing that could compare to him? Hakuto, holding his math book in both hands, overheard this comment from the girl nearby. And nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Chapter 13, This is simply unbelievable. Takagaya. Hakuto just handed the bento to Takanashi, didn't he? Even you got up for this? Hakuman raised his dead fish eyes to glance at Hotaru behind him. To be honest, he was struggling to believe what he had just witnessed. Hotaru ran a hand through his bangs and instinctively looked at Hakuto's backpack hanging on the chair. By nature, this wasn't something he wanted to get involved in, but this was just too strange. As one of Hakuto's few friends, Hotaru had personally seen him spend 2 whole years chasing after one girl. Only to suddenly switch targets without warning. There weren't even any signs of it. Just yesterday, Hotaru had seen Hakuto leaving Class F, and today, he was acting like a completely different person. Did someone possess him? Hotaru's mind immediately went to all those trending Isekai reincarnation and body-snatching anime, and before he knew it, he had started imagining Hakuto in that exact scenario. Even though this might be a hassle. Yeah. Just as Hotaru had said, this might turn into a hassle. But despite that, he still found himself reaching toward Hakuto's backpack. However, someone beat him to it. Hakuman had already placed his hand on the bag before Hotaru could even touch it. And without hesitation, snatched it away. Hakuto, seeing his bag suddenly taken, lowered the book in his hands and gave Hakuman a calm, indifferent glance. You skipped breakfast? That was the only reason Hakuto could think of for Hakuman to grab his backpack. But Hakuman had a different reason. He was certain there were 2 more bento boxes inside. The ones Hakuto gave Rika had to be extras. At that moment, Hotaru, who was still holding his hand in midair, turned his gaze between Hakuto and Hakuman before hesitantly asking, Hakuto, aren't you going to deliver lunch to Sawamura today? Why would I do that? Because. Hakuto's response left Hotaru speechless. Why? Why did he have to do that? If he had to find a reason, was it because Hakuto had been doing it for 2 years? But was that really a reason? Hotaru ruffled his bangs again. For the past 2 years, he had never understood why Hakuto went through so much trouble for that. But now that Hakuto had suddenly stopped, Hotaru was even more confused. This really is a hassle. Hotaru pondered Hakuto's question for a while but couldn't find an answer. In the end, he gave up. He'd rather save his energy for class in the afternoon. While they were talking, Hakuman had already begun slowly opening Hakuto's backpack. And when he peeked inside, all he found were a few snacks, daily necessities, and some books. Hakuman's dead fish eyes widened even further. There were no bento boxes. Not a single one. Recalling his conversation with Haruo just now, Hakuman glanced at Hakuto again. His eyes, usually dull and emotionless, were now filled with disbelief. "You're acting really weird today. Did you seriously not eat breakfast?" Hakuman didn't answer Hakuto. He simply stared blankly into space, lost in thought. Hakuto raised an eyebrow, grabbed his backpack back, pulled out a piece of bread, and tossed it onto Hakuman's lap. "You don't even have the strength to talk now. Oreki, want one?" Meanwhile, on Rika's side, she had just taken a rice ball from the bento box and stuffed it into her mouth. As she marveled at the taste she hadn't experienced in so long, a group of people gathered around her. Several students whom Rika couldn't even name surrounded her desk, making her instinctively cover the bento box and place it back into her drawer. The evil king's true eye does not share its energy supply. With a rice ball in her mouth, Rika crossed her arms in front of her chest in an exaggerated X shape, making it clear that she was rejecting them. However, these people were clearly not here for her breakfast. They stared at her seriously before asking solemnly, "Takanashi-san, what is your relationship with Shiratori-san?" "Rika? So, you're not here to steal my food?" Realizing their true intentions, Rika relaxed and brought the bento box back onto her desk. "What relationship?" "The evil king's true eye has formed a contract with the hero," she declared righteously before grabbing another rice ball from the bento box, now holding one in each hand as she continuously stuffed them into her mouth. Her words, however, left everyone stunned. They had heard of the evil king's true eye before. After all, Rika often referred to herself by that name. But hero? So this is what Chiyunobu is like. Kinda scary. Wait, by hero, do you mean Shiratori-san? Is Shiratori-san also Chiyunobu? But he doesn't seem like one. They couldn't understand what she meant by a contract, but if they translated it into normal terms, it at least meant they were friends, right? No, what kind of friends bring each other breakfast and lunch? And it's homemade too. So extravagant. Takanashi-san. This breakfast? You mean the energy supply? That's also part of the contract. If you don't replenish your energy quickly, how will you handle emergencies? They still couldn't grasp what kind of contract she was talking about, only feeling that trying to communicate with a Chiyunobu was exhausting. Meanwhile, on Ariri's side. To be honest, Hakuto not delivering breakfast didn't cause much of a stir in her class. No one even noticed it. After all, high school students had their own things to do, whether it was catching up on homework or gossiping. Few had the time to focus on outsiders. At that moment, Ariri rubbed her tired, darkened eyes and let out a small yawn, looking completely sleep-deprived. Finally. Finished. Because of what she had said to her mother yesterday, Ariri had been in no mood to do her homework. She spent the whole day online and only just managed to finish her assignments. After completing her work, she glanced at the clock. Class is starting soon. Seeing the little time left, a sudden hunger pang hit her stomach. She clutched her stomach and instinctively reached into her desk drawer. But aside from her textbooks for the day, she couldn't find what she was looking for. Huh? Where did it go? Chapter 14, Ariri's doubt. Ariri rummaged through her desk drawer, but she couldn't find what she was looking for. Frustrated, she crouched down to take a closer look. Seeing it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe. How could it not be there? No way. Where is it? Did I put it somewhere else? She glanced around her desk and even searched through her backpack, but the thing she was looking for was nowhere to be found. Then, suddenly, Ariri realized something. Her hand, which had been gripping the backpack, paused mid-motion. This morning. It seemed like Hakuto didn't bring her breakfast. She carefully recalled the morning's events. It really hadn't happened. After a long moment, she placed the backpack beside her legs and, almost unconsciously, turned to look at the classroom door. Ariri, are you looking for something? A female classmate sitting behind her noticed Ariri holding her backpack with a dazed expression and asked instinctively. Snapping out of her thoughts, Ariri shook her head. No. Nothing. Come to think of it, I didn't see Shiratori-kun bring you breakfast today. Did something happen? At the mention of Hakuto, a trace of awkwardness flashed across Ariri's face, but she quickly suppressed it. Probably, she replied indifferently. Placing her backpack down, she sat back in her chair. As she looked at the dwindling time on a classroom clock, her gaze instinctively drifted toward the door again. What am I thinking? So what if he doesn't come? Haven't I always told him not to bring it? Feeling that she was acting strangely, Ariri patted her cheeks to snap herself out of it. But no matter how she reasoned with herself, she couldn't help but glance toward the door again, as if hoping to see a familiar figure appear in the next second. Yet, even when class started, that familiar figure never showed up. Expressionless, Ariri didn't know what she was thinking. This was the first time in 2 years that Hakuto hadn't brought her breakfast. Normally, rain or shine, that familiar pink bento box would always be waiting for her in her desk drawer. The sudden break in routine left her feeling a little out of sorts. But after a while, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. It wasn't like she even liked Hakuto. He was like an annoying piece of gum stuck to her shoe. No matter how hard she tried to shake him off, he wouldn't go away. Maybe this was an opportunity. Maybe Hakuto had finally given up on her. Even though it was just a small thing. Skipping breakfast delivery. Ariri knew very well what this small thing meant. She knew exactly what it meant to the boy who always obeyed her every word, who never let her suffer even the slightest grievance. At that thought, she sighed again, a hint of relief appearing on her face. If this was truly the case, then it was better for both of them. That was what she told herself. And yet, the entire morning, Ariri found herself absent-mindedly glancing at the classroom door whenever there was a break. Habits were hard to change. Just like chewing betel nuts or smoking. It wasn't about how good they tasted or how enjoyable they were, it was simply a habit that had been ingrained over time. Speaking of bento boxes. Ariri reached into her desk drawer and absent-mindedly touched 2 empty bento boxes. The ones Hakuto had given her for breakfast and lunch yesterday. After finishing the meals, she had washed the boxes and placed them back in her drawer. Normally, by the next day, Hakuto would take the empty boxes and replace them with freshly prepared meals. Every time, his face would light up with a joyful smile, as if bringing her food was the happiest thing in the world. Ariri stared at the 2 empty bento boxes in her hands, and a sudden thought crossed her mind. Did something happen to Hakuto? It wasn't like he had never been sick or injured before. But even when he had been surrounded by delinquents looking for trouble, he had always made sure to deliver her meals on time. This led to Ariri developing a rather distorted habit. When Hakuto didn't bring her breakfast, her first reaction wasn't to worry if something had happened to him. Instead, she would just sit there brooding over it. Thinking about this, Ariri almost felt the urge to slap herself. Even though she insisted that she didn't like Hakuto, she had to admit that over the past 2 years, he had taken exceptionally good care of her. Sure, it was his own choice, but that didn't mean she ever felt entirely at ease accepting it. I'll just use the bento boxes as an excuse to ask him. She nodded slightly to herself. Even if she didn't like Hakuto, she didn't dislike him either. In fact, if he really did give up on pursuing her, she felt they could probably be good friends. At the very least, as a friend, I should check in on him. Ariri reassured herself with that thought. Though what truly motivated her? Only she knew. Meanwhile, during class, Hakuto received a small folded note from Hikuman. Honestly, the moment he took the white slip of paper, he was completely baffled. They were literally sitting right next to each other. Was there really a need to pass notes? Hakuto glanced at Hikuman and muttered under his breath, "Can't you just say whatever it is out loud?" Hikuman glanced at their teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka, then back at Hakuto. Even though it had only been a month since school started, he had already experienced firsthand just how terrifying Hiratsuka's iron fist was. There was no way he'd take the risk of speaking in her class. Only someone like Hakuto would have the guts for that. But since Hakuto had already asked, Hikuman decided there was no need to keep up the whole note-passing act. "What's going on between you and Sawamura?" At those words, Hakuto raised an eyebrow. So it seemed his absence from breakfast delivery today had caused quite a stir. At least for his closest friend. He didn't bother hiding anything and simply answered in a carefree tone, "I'm not chasing her anymore." Just 3 simple words. Yet they nearly made Hikuman jump out of his seat. Huh? His shocked outburst shattered the silence of the entire classroom. All at once, countless eyes turned toward them. Even Hiratsuka-sensei was smiling sweetly in their direction. "Takagaya-kun," she said with deceptive gentleness, "is there something about my lesson that surprised you so much?" "And no. Sorry, Hiratsuka-sensei." Under the gaze of the entire class, the usually invisible, unremarkable Hikuman felt like he was being skewered alive. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Seeing Hikuman's miserable state, Hiratsuka clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook just yet. "Came to my office at lunch." The moment he heard that, Hakuto couldn't hold it in anymore. Despite all his training, despite his usual composure, this time, he really couldn't help himself. "PFFT." Hiratsuka sighed, shaking her head. "Forget it, Hikagaya, you don't have to come anymore." Then her gaze landed on Hakuto. The one who just laughed. "You come instead." Chapter 15, Just Ask Him Yourself, huh? Me? Hakuto was already a regular visitor to the faculty office, but this was the first time he had ever been sent there for such a bizarre reason. Not that he was going to resist. After all, it wasn't like Hiratsuka was going to eat him alive. Besides, he had already planned to visit her during lunch today. Well, technically, it wasn't his plan. It was Rekka's. Who do you think Destruction Fist referred to? And what did you think Destruction Fist's domain meant? Alright, let's continue the lesson. This little episode didn't disrupt the class much. Hiratsuka simply resumed writing on the blackboard, continuing with her lecture. As for Hikuman and Hokuto, Hikuman still had more he wanted to ask. But when he saw Hiratsuka standing at the front of the class, he wisely kept his mouth shut. By the time lunch break arrived, Hokuto followed Hiratsuka into the faculty office. "Sensei, can't you at least let me eat before coming here?" Hokuto complained. After all, food was essential, and skipping a meal was pure torture. To his surprise, Hiratsuka, sitting at her desk with her legs crossed, pulled a bread roll out of her drawer and tossed it to him. "You usually just buy bread from the cafeteria for lunch anyway. This should be enough, right?" "Sensei, I may be easy to feed, but not this easy." Despite his complaints, he still caught the bread and obediently found a seat in front of Hiratsuka. Seeing how well behaved he was, Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow. "I was expecting you to make up some excuse and slip away. Why would I do that?" Hiratsuka immediately understood. Since Hokuto was sitting here so casually, that meant his usual lunch delivery had already been taken care of this morning. Still, she played dumb and smirked. "Because your little blonde girlfriend is probably still waiting for you to bring her lunch." At the same time, that so-called little blonde girlfriend was making her way toward Hokuto's classroom, carrying 2 pink bento boxes in her hands. The 2 classrooms weren't exactly close to each other. As Ariri walked down the hallway, she couldn't help but imagine Hokuto appearing around the corner at any second, holding a bento just like he always did. But it never happened. Even when she reached the classroom door, there was still no sign of him. Taking a deep breath, Ariri slowly stepped inside. The school didn't have any rules against students visiting other classes, so what she was doing was perfectly normal. Yet the moment she entered, she drew the attention of nearly everyone in the room. Ariri was already an eye-catching beauty, and with her connection to Hokuto, it was impossible for her not to attract attention. Students who had been eating put down their food. Those who had been chatting went silent. All eyes turned to the blonde girl who had just walked in. But the most shocked person of all was Hikuman. He couldn't even remember the last time Ariri had actively come looking for Hokuto. And why was he so sure she was here for Hokuto? Come on. Who else would she be looking for? Himself? Hey, wake up. Wake up. Hikuman hurriedly nudged the sleeping Hataru behind him. If Ariri was really here to see Hokuto, there was no way he could handle this alone. He was terrified that he might just blurt everything out on the spot. Hataru slowly lifted his head from the desk, thinking for a moment that Hokuto had finally brought lunch back. What's going on? Hikuman gestured toward Ariri, who had just entered the classroom. Hataru wasn't particularly interested in these kinds of things, but he still chose not to go back to sleep. Let's slack off during later. It was obvious that she was here to see Hokuto. As his close friend, Hataru felt it was only right to do his part. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance, Ariri found herself under the scrutiny of the entire class as she searched for Hokuto. Only now did she realize that, despite a month having passed since the start of the school year, she didn't even know where his seat was. Fortunately, since they had attended the same middle school and were connected through Hokuto, she recognized Hikuman. As for Hataru, she had never met him before. After scanning the classroom and failing to spot Hokuto, Ariri decisively walked up to Hikuman and greeted him politely. "Long time no see, Hikagaya-kun." Hikuman nodded. He had already guessed that Ariri would come looking for Hokuto today. That was why he had woken Hataru up in advance. Seeing his response, Ariri continued, "Do you know where he went?" Hikuman pointed to Hokuto's seat. "Hiratsuka-sensei called him to the faculty office. That's his seat." Hikuman wasn't stupid. From the way Ariri had scanned the classroom earlier, it was obvious that she had no idea where Hokuto usually sat. That realization made Hikuman feel a little sorry for his friend. It wasn't a huge deal, but it spoke volumes about the nature of their relationship. Between Ariri and Hokuto, there was a clear imbalance. Maybe the only reason she had come today was simply because he hadn't delivered lunch as usual. Hikuman subtly glanced at Rika's seat. Luckily, she had left the classroom as soon as the lunch bell rang. Otherwise, things might have gotten a little messy. Hearing Hikuman's answer, Ariri nodded, then placed the bag she was carrying next to Hokuto's desk. After doing so, she originally intended to leave right away, but for some reason, she hesitated. Looking toward Hikuman, she asked, Is he sick or something today?" "I don't mean anything by it. It's just that he wasn't here, so I wanted to ask." To outsiders, Ariri always maintained the image of a perfect young lady, never showing any tsundere tendencies. But personality was something ingrained in one's nature. No matter how well she suppressed it, traces would still slip through. Hikuman recalled what Hokuto had told him during class earlier. After thinking it over, He decided not to say anything and simply shook his head. I don't know. You should ask him yourself when you get the chance. He wasn't sure if Hakuto had been joking or not. And if there was one thing Hakuman understood better than anyone, it was that the less he involved himself in unnecessary trouble, the better. Chapter 16, My Unbelievable 1 vs 5. Ariri nodded slightly before leaving the classroom. Only after she was gone did the rest of the class dare to start whispering among themselves. That's the first time I've seen Sawamura-san come looking for Shiratori. You think it's because he didn't bring her lunch today? Maybe she's feeling the pressure now? No way. Sawamura-san doesn't seem like the type who enjoys keeping people on a leash. Yeah, and from what she said earlier, it sounded like she thought Shiratori was sick or something. This gossip is delicious. Speaking of which, where's Takanashi? If she were here, this would have been an even juicier drama. No idea. I saw her carrying a lunchbox and heading out right after class. As for where Rika had gone, she was, of course, in Hiratsuka's office. Hakuto stood off to the side, holding a half-eaten piece of bread in his hand, watching as Rika sat in his seat, eating her bento. And why was he standing? Naturally, because the boss had arrived. As a mere employee, it was only right to give up his seat. Sometimes, Hakuto truly couldn't understand Rika's thought process. She had mentioned before that she felt more comfortable eating in Hiratsuka's office, but did she really have to barge in with her lunch in hand? And when he thought of barging in, he meant it literally. She had kicked the office door open, carrying her bento box and yelling at the top of her lungs, "Hiro! I've come to rendezvous with you." That had nearly scared both Hakuto and Hiratsuka out of their seats. Thankfully, it was just the two of them in the office at the time. Otherwise, Hakuto couldn't even begin to imagine how deeply he would have cringed in embarrassment. I mean, I'm just standing here eating bread. Does this really seem fair to you? Want some? She asked, holding out her bento. I'll pass. You go ahead. Hiratsuka sat in her chair. Truth be told, having her office suddenly invaded like this should have annoyed her. But instead, she found herself focusing on Rika's bento box. For some reason, it looked strangely familiar. As Hakuto's homeroom teacher, Hiratsuka was well aware of his situation with Ariri. In fact, she had even spoken to Hakuto about it multiple times. Not to stop him from dating or anything. After all, in Japan, there was no such concept as prohibiting early romance. For most teachers, high school relationships were nothing to interfere with. If anything, they were just more interesting gossip to enjoy. But Hakuto was a different case. Even though it had only been a month since the start of the school year, Hiratsuka could already tell from the occasional whispers that Ariri had no feelings for him at all. It was Hakuto himself who kept shamelessly clinging to her. Even so, Hiratsuka hadn't intervened. If both parties were willing, there was no need for her to get involved. However, Hakuto had a habit of getting into trouble. It had only been 2 days into the school year when he got into a fight and was forced to make a public apology in front of the entire school. Thinking back on it, Hiratsuka almost left from sheer exasperation. It had happened right after the entrance exams. Hakuto, for some reason, had single-handedly cornered 5 students in the bathroom and fought them all at once. Even though an investigation later confirmed that those 5 had started the trouble, fighting was still fighting. The 5 of them were expelled on the spot, while Hakuto was made to apologize in front of the whole school. That day, the scene had gone something like this. The principal of Toya Inazaki Academy stood at the podium. After delivering a standard NPC-like opening speech, he moved on to the topic of Hakuto's fight. Our school is not a place for riffraff and lowlifes. A first-year student getting into a brawl just 2 days after enrollment. Absolutely unacceptable. Blatant disregard for school rules. What a disgrace. This fight involved 6 people. The other 5 have been expelled immediately. Taking this opportunity at the freshman assembly, I want to emphasize this matter. Now, Shiratori Hakuto, please come on stage and reflect on your actions before the entire student body. As soon as the principal said this, murmurs spread through the audience. Before, the story of Hakuto single-handedly taking on 5 people in the restroom had only circulated in a small circle, but now, thanks to the principal, the entire school knew. Sitting beside Hiratsuka, Hakuto heard his name called and slowly stood up. Is that him? I thought he'd have some signature blonde hair or something. Damn, why is this guy so good-looking? Hakuto ignored the chatter around him and walked toward the stage. Before he stepped up, Hiratsuka kept reminding him in a hushed voice, just read exactly what's written on the paper I gave you. Hakuto smiled and nodded, acting like he understood. But the moment he got on stage, he slipped the paper into his pocket. Taking the microphone from the principal, Hakuto scanned the 1,000 or so students below. Since this was a freshman assembly, the audience consisted solely of first-year students. Not too overwhelming. It didn't matter. Hakuto didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, he'd been in far more awkward situations before. Clearing his throat, he cast a quick glance at the principal beside him, then raised the microphone and began speaking. My name is Shiratori Hakuto. I sincerely apologize for taking up everyone's time for this self-reflection. I deeply regret blocking 5 fellow students in the restroom and beating them up right after school started. I'm very sorry for looking at them a little too long while walking down the hallway, which made them feel uncomfortable and led them to provoke me. I apologize for not immediately backing down, which only fueled their egos and escalated things into a full-blown fight. I'm also very sorry for going to the restroom during break, getting surrounded by those 5, and somehow turning it into a fight. And lastly, I deeply regret calling the police afterward, which ultimately led to those 5 being expelled. The moment he finished speaking, silence fell over the crowd. Everyone exchanged glances. Wait, what? Principal, are you serious? One guy took on 5, and you're calling that a mutual fight? At that moment, the students finally understood why the other 5 got expelled while Hakuto only had to do a self-reflection speech. This whole thing was just for show. To make it seem like the school was handling things properly. Realizing the situation, the principal hurriedly snatched the microphone back. Meanwhile, Hiratsuka, still seated in the crowd, couldn't help but let out a chuckle in exasperation. Technically speaking, Hakuto had followed the format of a self-reflection. The word sorry had practically flooded his speech. But was that really a proper self-reflection? The sarcastic tone was so obvious that anyone with half a brain could tell he wasn't actually apologizing. Ahem. It seems our student, Shiratori Hakuto, has deeply recognized his mistakes. Seriously? Hiratsuka knew this was just a formality, but she hadn't expected it to be this much of a formality. The principal, however, clearly wanted to wrap this up as soon as possible. If Hakuto hadn't called the police, he wouldn't have even wanted to address this incident publicly. Hakuto simply spread his hands innocently. Fighting? Winning just meant making the other guy suffer for a while. But the law? Now that was a much more effective weapon. Chapter 17, yeah, I'm the top student in the entire school, alright, you may step down now. Hakuto casually walked off the stage. At that moment, Hiratsuka, sitting below, clearly saw him waving at Hariri. Honestly, there were some things Hiratsuka didn't want to interfere with, but this kid was just too arrogant. Back on stage, the principal continued, now, let's move on to the main purpose of this freshman assembly. Next, I'd like to invite the student with the highest entrance exam scores to come up and speak. As soon as the principal finished speaking, Hakuto, who was halfway back to his seat, suddenly turned his head, then made a sharp U-turn and walked back onto the stage. The principal shot him a look, clearly reluctant, but still stepped aside. Seeing the principal's expression, as if he'd just swallowed something foul, along with the stunned disbelief in the audience's eyes, Hakuto could barely hold back a laugh. Still, as a professional, he quickly adjusted his expression and began his speech. Not that it mattered, because the audience barely processed a single word. All they knew was that the guy who had just been delivering a self-reflection for fighting was now, in the very next moment, standing there as a top student of the entire grade. The sheer contrast was jarring, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. The assembly dragged on for quite a while, only wrapping up around lunchtime. In the office, as soon as the assembly ended, Hiratsuka grabbed Hakuto and dragged him to her office. Since she was still trying to leave a somewhat decent impression on him, she clenched her fist but ultimately let it go, choosing instead to speak in a serious tone. Why didn't you follow the speech I wrote for you? Sensei, was there anything wrong with my self-reflection? Wrong? This was just supposed to be a formality. What does it matter if there's anything wrong? To be honest, even though they'd only known each other for 2 or 3 days, Hiratsuka had to admit, she had some grudging respect for Hakuto. Forget about the fact that he managed to beat up 5 guys by himself. The real impressive part was his decisiveness in calling the police right afterward. That alone put him ahead of most people. If he hadn't called the police, the whole thing would have been brushed under the rug. The school wouldn't want any bad press so early in the year. But because Hakuto did call, it completely changed the situation. When the police showed up, the principal of Toyosaki Academy had turned pale. Probably lost his beer belly from the sheer shock. After an investigation, the verdict was clear. Hakuto was acting in lawful self-defense, while the other 5 were guilty of group assault. Illegal incidents happen all the time, but once the police get involved, it's a whole different story. The school had no choice but to expel the 5 students immediately and have Hakuto go through the motions of a formal self-reflection speech. Hiratsuka exhaled a deep sigh, instinctively lighting a cigarette. From now on, don't just call the police whenever you get into a fight. If something happens, came to me first. The school cares a lot about its reputation. Yes, of course, sensei. I'll listen to you. Hiratsuka glanced at the bag in Hakuto's hand, flicked her cigarette ash, and casually brought it up. Hakuto noticed and pulled out a lunchbox from his pocket. It's lunch for Ariri. Ariri? The one you waved at when you got off stage? So you saw that, huh? It was hard not to. Anyone with eyes could see it. I don't really care about your love life or whatever, Hiratsuka said bluntly. But don't go calling the cops over fights again. Just come to me. Since the school year had just begun, Hiratsuka was being unusually tolerant and gentle. Got it. Hearing Hakuto's cheerful response, Hiratsuka nodded in relief. But if she hadn't personally witnessed him beating up nearly everyone in school who had provoked him, she might have actually believed him. At that moment, her gaze landed on Rika's lunchbox, and a thought suddenly struck her. Wait. Isn't that the same lunchbox Hakuto had in his pocket after the freshman assembly? The realization made Hiratsuka pause. After all, she knew very well how utterly devoted Hakuto had been to Ariri. She had even asked around. Hakuman and the others confirmed that Hakuto had been like this for 2 years straight. But now, what was going on? At first, Hiratsuka had considered talking to Hakuto, giving him some friendly advice about not being too stubborn in love. But now, it seems completely unnecessary. Since there were others around, she didn't react too obviously. Instead, she quietly kicked Hakuto's leg and gestured toward the lunchbox. Hakuto, who was in the middle of eating bread, nearly choked from the sudden kick. If his mental fortitude wasn't strong, he might have yelped on the spot. He turned to Hiratsuka, his expression puzzled. Until he followed her gaze. The confusion on his face slowly faded. It's nothing, sensei. Just a promise, Hakuto said, waving his hand nonchalantly. But Hiratsuka frowned slightly at both his words and the casual tone in which he said them. If it weren't for the bright, sunny smile still on his face, she might have thought he had snapped after chasing after a girl for so long without success. Oi, kid, are you sure you're okay right now? Hiratsuka slowly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, taking one out at a leisurely pace. She was genuinely a bit concerned about Hakuto's mental state. After all, the difference between yesterday's Hakuto and today's was a bit drastic. Hakuto waved a hand dismissively. I'm fine, sensei. You know me, don't you? But as he spoke, he suddenly reached over and plucked the cigarette from Hiratsuka's lips. There are other people around, sensei. Maybe hold off for now. Still smiling, he tucked the cigarette behind Hiratsuka's ear, carefully brushing aside a few stray strands of her hair in the process. You really should cut back on these, you know. You little. Hiratsuka felt a slight flush creep up her cheeks. She slowly took the cigarette from behind her ear and put it back in the pack. And yet, even though Hakuto had acted so rudely, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. Even she didn't quite understand why. They had only known each other for a month. But to her, Hakuto didn't feel like just a student. Their interactions were starting to feel more like friends. Meanwhile, at the table, a certain girl with the wicked eye paused mid-scoop, a strange glimmer in her eyes. The hero can get along with the iron fist of destruction so naturally? As expected of the hero, he accomplished what even the wicked eye could not. However, the wicked eye shall always reign supreme, Rika thought to herself. But outwardly, she showed no reaction. She simply continued eating her meal, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 18, Sensei, could you make an exception? Hakuto watched as Rika continued scooping up food with her spoon and suddenly remembered something. He slowly walked over to her side and lightly tugged on her oge. The moment her mo point was touched, Rika immediately reacted, quickly putting down her spoon. Wait. Hero. What are you doing? You must not mess with my oge. It's the essence of the wicked eye's power. Relax, I'm not going to do anything to it. I just wanted to remind you of something. With that, Hakuto let go of her oge and gently lifted the stainless steel divider on her lunchbox, revealing the hidden compartment underneath. Just that small space at the bottom of the lunchbox was enough to make Rika shudder. Her entire body trembled, and even her oge straightened like a line. This. A tainted substance? How could such a thing be in the hero's energy supply? That's right. The hidden compartment contained cherry tomatoes. Their vibrant red color made them look incredibly appetizing. Clearly, whoever picked them had taken great care to select only the finest ones. Consider it an extra supply from your hero. You must eat them all. All of them. Rika stared at the glistening tomatoes and took a deep breath. It's just some tainted substance. The wicked eye shall purify it. Thinking this, she decided to act swiftly. And without hesitation, she turned to Hakuto and pleaded for mercy. Hero. She put on her cutest expression, carefully tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful look in her eyes. Hakuto sighed helplessly. He had expected this reaction from the start. Of course, He never actually intended to force Rika to eat them all. He was just trying to scare her a little. Wait. Force her to eat them all. Why did that phrase sound so inappropriate? Shaking the thought away, Hakuto took half of the cherry tomatoes from Rika's lunchbox. He popped one into his own mouth and tossed two to Hiratsuka, who was nearby. The teacher known as the Iron Fist of Destruction caught them effortlessly, then studied them in her palm. It was hard to believe these were just cherry tomatoes, given how perfect they looked. If they weren't a high-priced specialty, then... Hiratsuka glanced at Hakuto. This was the second time in a month that she couldn't figure him out. The first time was when she saw someone as outstanding as him. Both inside and out. Willingly become a lovesick fool. The second time was now. From what she had observed, Hakuto was someone who always gave his absolute best in whatever he did. Academics, sports. Even something as simple as making a lunchbox, but academics and sports were for himself. A lunchbox, however, was different. On the surface, it was just a meal. But looking deeper, it carried a boy's effort and passion. And yet, despite all that, Hakuto could so effortlessly shift that effort and passion from one person to another. It was as if he could instantly switch playlists to match his friend's taste in music. Or seamlessly adjust to a friend's gaming controls. Based on the exchange between Hakuto and Rika, there was no doubt that he had made this lunch. Now, the only question on Hiratsuka's mind was, did Sawamura receive a lunch from Shiratori today? If she did, then there were plenty of reasonable explanations for Rika's lunch. But if she didn't? To be honest, Hiratsuka couldn't even imagine such a possibility. Because who in the world could just pick up a friend's gaming controls and immediately play as if they were their own? With 1,000 questions swirling in her mind, Hiratsuka held back from asking anything. For now. At least, not until Rika was gone. Hiratsuka looked at the two cherry tomatoes in her palm once more. After some hesitation, she finally picked one up and slowly put it into her mouth. Before long, Rika had finished her lunch. Energy replenishment complete. Now I can handle any challenge that comes my way. Meanwhile, Hakuto was tidying up the leftovers. After all, they had eaten at Hiratsuka's desk, so cleaning up was the bare minimum. As he worked, he reminded Rika, "Don't forget why you're here." Although Hakuto had a vague idea that Rika wanted to establish some kind of base of operations, he didn't know the specifics of her plan. Hearing his words, Rika nodded, then stepped forward and stood in front of Hiratsuka with a serious expression. To be honest, Hakuto rarely saw her looking this serious. But just as she appeared to be acting formal, the next words out of her mouth were anything but. "The hero and I wish to establish a temporary base at the school. I hope the destroyer, sensei, will grant us approval." Hakuto? Hiratsuka? For a moment, both of them were utterly speechless. Even Hakuto, who had been wiping the desk, froze in place. It took him quite some time to process what had just happened. What Rika probably means is that she wants to start a club. The hero is correct, Rika confirmed. Even though Hakuto had spent quite a while with her by now, he still couldn't immediately decipher what she meant. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If she was asking for Hiratsuka's approval, then a club was the only logical conclusion. A club? Hearing that word, Hiratsuka instinctively looked past Rika toward Hakuto. Her gaze clearly conveyed a question, "What do you think?" If this was just Rika's idea, Hiratsuka would have to think it over. But if Hakuto wanted to start a club, that was a different story. If Hakuto said he wanted to form a club, she wouldn't hesitate to approve it. Even if he couldn't gather the required 5 members, she'd find a way to bend the rules for him. It wasn't favoritism. It was simply that their personalities were too different. Rika was reckless, hyperactive, and deeply immersed in her Chunibyo delusions. Hiratsuka would be more than happy to see her get involved in a club if it meant keeping her out of trouble. As for Hakuto, seeing Hiratsuka's expectant gaze, he quickly waved his hands. "I don't have any plans to start a club." The tiny spark of hope in Hiratsuka's eyes instantly faded. She sighed and turned back to Rika. "Starting a club isn't something you can do on a whim, Rika. First, bring me the rest of your members." Rika pointed at Hakuto, then at herself. "The hero and I are the club members." A long silence followed. Hiratsuka, who had been about to reach for a document, stopped mid-motion. The next second, she sat up straight again. Hakuto sighed and rubbed his forehead. He saw this coming from a mile away. "Rika, you need at least 5 people to form a club." "Eh? There's a requirement like that?" Even though Hakuto expected this reaction, and had long since gotten used to it, he still found himself at a loss for words. Technically, he could just ignore this whole situation. After all, they didn't even meet the basic conditions for forming a club. But out of professional courtesy, he decided to at least try. "Sensei, would you be willing to Bend the rules a little? Hakuto asked cautiously. After all, he knew this was a school policy matter. Hiratsuka folded her arms and gave him a look. Shiratori, do you know what you're asking? Hey. Haha. Chapter 19, Hero, I'm begging you. Haha. Hakuto let out a helpless laugh. As expected, this wasn't going to work. Forget gathering 5 members. Rika would have a hard time even finding 3. It couldn't be helped. With her overwhelming Chunibyo tendencies, she obviously didn't have any friends, let alone anyone willing to join a club with her. In Japan's school culture, joining a club was practically a rite of passage. Almost everyone joined one. People like Hakuto, who avoided clubs altogether, were in the minority. As for bending the rules, Hakuto suddenly recalled that a certain long-haired, sharp-tongued girl from the class next door had indeed managed to establish a club all by herself. But her family background? Yeah, she straight up donated an entire building to the school. With that kind of influence, not just one club. She could start and if she wanted. By comparison, Rika. Hakuto really couldn't think of a single reason why Hiratsuka would make an exception for her. Just as Hakuto was convinced this plan was a dead end, Hiratsuka suddenly spoke. Shiratori, just now, Takanashi said the club members include you, correct? For a moment, Hakuto was confused. They hadn't spoken about it explicitly, but he thought he had made it very clear. He had absolutely no intention of starting a club. So why was Hiratsuka even asking? The next second, he realized exactly what she was up to. She pulled out a club application form and placed it on her desk. Takanashi, just to confirm. Did you say the club members are yourself and Shiratori? Seeing the form, Rika immediately perked up, realizing that there was a real chance this might work. She stood up straight, puffed out her chest, and declared, yes. The club consists of the Evil Eye Lord and a hero, but once we establish it, more members will come. Hiratsuka, watching Rika's excitement, turned her gaze back to Hakuto and asked with a suspiciously gentle tone, so, Shiratori, what do you think? Hakuto nearly jumped out of his seat. That 3-word phrase. Shiratori-kun, you. He hadn't heard it since the first few days of school. Even though it had only been a month, it felt like several lifetimes ago. And if Hiratsuka was suddenly addressing him so formally, then she was definitely up to something. Determined to protect his free time, Hakuto opened his mouth to reject her outright. Only to be grabbed from behind by Rika. Hero. We made a promise. She whispered the word softly. A promise? Ha. A promise? Hakuto already thought of himself as being pretty ruthless, but Rika? She was even worse. She had somehow bought out half his afternoons. For a price so low it was practically robbery. If that famous Sawamura Sayuri next door found out about this deal, she would probably break down in tears on the spot. Evil Eye Lord, you do realize our agreement didn't include this, right? Hero, please help me. This space is really important. Have I not already helped you enough? Hakuto showed no mercy. As far as he was concerned, anyone who tried to take away his free time without compensation was asking for a fight. Truthfully, Rika had expected Hakuto to refuse from the start, but she wasn't about to let go of this hard-earned opportunity. Especially since Hiratsuka had already given them an opening. Hero, I'll give you this month's. No, next month's too. And the month after that's allowance. How about that? After spending years together, Rika knew this was the only method that worked on Hakuto. At that moment, seeing Rika's desperate expression, Hakuto hesitated. To be honest, if this were just a transaction, the terms were completely unbalanced. But if life was only about transactions, wouldn't that make him a bit too heartless? After a long silence, he finally relented and came up with a compromise. I'll help you find the other 4 club members. Really? But I won't be one of them. Rika barely had time to get excited before Hakuto doused her enthusiasm with cold water. However, a second later, she relaxed. From her perspective, now that golden-haired nuisance, Sawamura Ariri, was no longer bothering Hakuto, his free time would definitely increase. And when that time came, all she had to do was beg him a little more, and getting him to participate in her club activities would be a piece of cake. With that thought, Rika smirked in satisfaction and nodded, agreeing to Hakuto's terms. Seeing her agreement, the deal was officially sealed. Hakuto then turned to Hiratsuka. Sensei, as long as we gather 5 members, you'll be Rika's club advisor, right? That is technically correct. Hiratsuka nodded instinctively. After all, Rika was her student, and as long as they followed school regulations, forming a club wasn't a big deal. However, something about Hakuto's wording caught her attention. It seemed he'd rather go through the trouble of gathering 5 members than join the club himself. From her perspective, Hakuto and Rika had just spent a long time whispering back and forth. Rika had been on the verge of tears, yet Hakuto still refused. Clearly, Hakuto was very determined to keep his free time. Or perhaps, Rika's request simply wasn't important enough to sway him. As she thought about it, an image of Sawamura Ariri flashed through her mind. If it were Ariri asking Hakuto, would he have agreed? Hiratsuka couldn't help but imagine the scene. After all, from what she had observed, Hakuto did bring Rika lunch today. But how could one day compare to 2 whole years? At least in Hiratsuka's mind, Hakuto definitely still had feelings for Ariri. Today was probably just a special case. That thought only grew stronger in her heart. She turned her gaze to Rika and asked, Takanashi, do you have any other business? And no, nothing else. If not, you should hurry back to class. Lunchtime is valuable, and the next period is about to start. Hearing this, Rika instinctively looked at Hakuto. He didn't say a word. He just gave her an okay gesture. Understanding his signal, she nodded, grabbed her empty lunchbox, and returned to the classroom. Chapter 20. Left with regret, Hakuto watched as Rika's figure disappeared into the distance. Then, he turned to Hiratsuka with a teasing remark. Looks like Sensei has something important to tell me, huh? You even went as far as kicking her out. Explain yourself. Hiratsuka pulled out the cigarette she had just put away. A second later, wisps of white smoke escaped her lips, as if she were exhaling her worries along with it. Hakuto instinctively stepped aside. Though he didn't particularly mind the smell of smoke, second-hand smoke was still harmful. Better to inhale as little of it as possible. Explain what? You know exactly what. Of course, Hakuto knew what she wanted to ask. He was just playing dumb. Sensei, do you know what Rika went through during middle school? Hiratsuka frowned slightly. Though she was Rika's homeroom teacher, they had only been acquainted for a little over a month. There was no way she could know about her past. Seeing her puzzled expression, Hakuto sat back down on the bench and no longer cared about the lingering second-hand smoke. Sensei, you should know. I absolutely hate fighting. Huh. Hiratsuka would sooner believe Hakuto had a lucky charm stuffed between his ears than buy into that nonsense. Sensei, with Rika's personality, you should be able to guess what kind of things happen to her in a school full of questionable people. School bullying. Hiratsuka exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly muttered those 2 words. She wasn't particularly surprised. Bullying in Japan's schools was so common it was practically routine. Schools were nothing more than miniature versions of society, and in any society, nothing was ever truly surprising. No matter how prestigious a school was, no matter how high its university acceptance rate, there would always be students who broke the rules. And bullying was one of the frequent offenders. Hiratsuka had witnessed it more times than she could count. She wanted to do something, but there was only so much she could do. Maybe she could intervene in the cases she personally encountered. But even then, she was only scratching the surface of a much larger issue. That was precisely why, despite Hakuto being at the school for only a month, Hiratsuka had been so protective of him when it came to fighting. Because he was right. Some people deserve to be beaten. And, honestly, Hiratsuka kind of liked that about him. Yeah. Bullying. Then Sensei, you should also know what the best way to deal with bullying is, right? If she had been asked this question a few years ago, Hiratsuka wouldn't have hesitated to answer, tell a teacher or call the police. But now, reality had worn down her idealism. Of course, she couldn't just say what she was thinking out loud. Not as a teacher. What exactly are you getting at, Shiratori? Hiratsuka put out her cigarette and flicked the butt into a nearby trash can. When someone starts regretting their actions, it's not because they've changed. It's because they're afraid. Even the fiercest beasts tremble in the face of a firearm. Hakuto raised his hand, forming the shape of a gun with his fingers, and pointed it at Hiratsuka with a bright, almost carefree smile. Hakuto continued speaking. And my role is to become that firearm. Even if I never pull the trigger, just my presence alone can serve as a deterrent. At the very least, if there's someone like me around. Someone completely unhinged. Those people will think twice before trying to bully anyone. Hiratsuka found it hard to believe. If Hakuto really went through with this, it would be the same as branding the word delinquent on his forehead. In just 1 month, that label would follow him through his entire 3 years of high school, and if he wasn't careful, it might even stick with him into college. And the reason he was doing all this was merely to scare off the bullies? Didn't expect you to have such a meticulous side to you, kid. By this point, Hiratsuka had pretty much figured out what Hakuto was trying to say. And because of that, her impression of him had shifted significantly. But why go this far? This is about the promise I made with Rika. As Hakuto recalled that rain-soaked girl standing in front of him, a rare look of nostalgia appeared on his face. But what about Sawamura Ariri? That's a different promise. Oh, I see how it is. You're two-timing? Sensei, For that to be the case, wouldn't both boats have to actually be under my feet? Hakuto grumbled in dissatisfaction. After all, his relationship with Ariri was purely transactional. But with Rika, it was different. Even if Rika stopped hiring him with money, Hakuto would never forget the tear-streaked face of the girl who begged for his help 2 years ago. My agreement with Ariri has already expired, so there's no need for you to dwell on it, sensei. Wait, hold on. Even though you're being all vague about it, am I right to assume that you just gave up on something you've been holding on to for 2 years? No, sensei, you've got it all wrong. I wouldn't use the term gave up. I already told you, the agreement expired. Would you say throwing away an expired piece of bread is wasting food? Hiratsuka wasn't trying to convince him to change his mind or anything. She was just surprised. From any perspective, Hakuto walking away from Ariri was a good thing. As a teacher, she was glad her student would now have more time to study or participate in extracurricular activities. And even if he didn't do either of those, at least he'd have time for a proper lunch break and maybe even a quick nap. And as a friend? Even better. Sensei, class is about to start. I'll be taking my leave. Wait, kid. Are you sure you're okay? Hiratsuka wasn't being nosy, she was genuinely worried he had taken some kind of emotional hit. Relax, sensei. Just think of me as one of those tragic souls who could never obtain the love they desired and had to exit the stage in regret. Because of his contract with Sayuri, Hakuto couldn't disclose the real reason behind his arrangement with Ariri. So, this was the best excuse he could come up with. His smile was stiff. Forced, even. He wasn't very good at lying. But then again, not many people ever seemed to notice when he did. Hiratsuka stared into his eyes for a long moment. Only after making sure there was nothing truly wrong did she finally let out a quiet sigh. Chapter 21, Rika's Upsies. Meanwhile, after leaving Hiratsuka's office, Rika hopped and skipped toward her classroom. The process had been a little rough, but the goal was more or less achieved, right? Rika had complete faith in Hakuto's efficiency. It was a shame she hadn't managed to pull him into the club, but that could come later. The most urgent task now was to get the club established. Feeling great, Rika thought even her tyrant's eye had become stronger. However, just as she approached the classroom door, she suddenly saw a girl with long golden twin tails slowly walking out. Golden retriever? Almost instinctively, Rika hid behind a protruding column on the wall. Noticing a movement, Ariri glanced in Rika's direction. Fortunately, thanks to her small stature, Rika managed to evade detection. Just my imagination? Ariri didn't linger and continued toward her classroom. Lunch break was almost over, and Hakuto still hadn't shown up. With no choice but to leave, she would have to try again next time. Only after Ariri had completely left did Rika cautiously step out from behind the column. As for why she had hidden in the first place? That was entirely thanks to Hakuto's actions over the past 2 years. 2 years ago, every time she and Ariri crossed paths, there was bound to be some conflict. Hakuto always had to step in to mediate. Neither of them ever had a valid reason for their quarrels. It was just plain, senseless bickering. But Rika knew Hakuto always leaned toward Ariri's side. Over time, she developed an aversion to seeing Ariri at all. Although Ariri's attitude had taken a complete 180 in recent months. Now treating Rika just like any other classmate. Rika still resisted any interactions with her. She knew that, logically, there shouldn't be any more conflicts. But she still didn't want to see her. So hiding just now? That was pure instinct. Damn you, hero. How dare you refuse to stand by the tyrant's side? Rika muttered under her breath, her face full of dissatisfaction. Just wait until after school. I'll definitely make you taste the power of my tyrant's eye. Taste what, exactly? Wah! A voice suddenly spoke up behind her, making Rika jump in shock. Hakuto had silently appeared, gently tapping her on the shoulder. Even though it was just a light tap, it startled her so much she nearly leaped out of her skin. You're done talking with Hiratsuka-sensei? Seeing Rika's reaction, Hakuto merely smiled faintly and continued in a relaxed tone. Yeah. Now all you need is 5 members, and your club can be officially established. But, well. A mischievous grin crept onto Hakuto's face. Rika immediately sensed danger and was about to make a run for it. Kana. But there was no escaping Hakuto's grasp. He swiftly caught her wrist before she could flee. With her petite frame, she was like a little bird caught by the leg, struggling in vain. Don't be in such a hurry to run away. No. Every time you smile like that, you're about to say something terrifying. Really? I think my smile is pretty bright and sunny. Hakuto said without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Relax, it's nothing major. You're not asking to borrow money from me, are you? Do I look like the kind of guy who's obsessed with money? Rika wanted to nod, but after glancing at his seemingly kind smile, she quickly shook her head instead. Seeing this, Hakuto put away his mischievous grin and adopted a more relaxed expression. Hiratsuka-sensei said that a club needs 5 members, meaning that aside from you, you still need 4 more. I can help you find 3 of them, but you'll have to figure out the last one on your own. Upon hearing Hakuto's condition, Rika's eyes widened. If her tyrant's eye wasn't covered by a colored contact and one of them wasn't shut, she might have dropped her lens in shock. I'd rather you just borrow money from me. Rika wasn't exactly the type who preferred being alone, but her Chiyunabiu tendencies naturally limited the number of friends she had. At the start of the school year, she had tried making friends, but those attempts had ended in failure. As Hakuto had pointed out, she should already be thankful that she wasn't outright bullied at school. Anyway, no matter how you do it, the last member is up to you, Rika. At the very least, you should show me, the hero, the true power of the tyrant's eye. It was rare for Hakuto to speak to her with this kind of expression and tone. Just like he had mentioned before, it was a form of scarcity marketing. A bit cliché, but undeniably effective. Looking at his expectant gaze, Rika suddenly felt elated. She lifted her chin slightly, patted her chest, and put on an expression of absolute confidence. No problem. Leave it to me. Hearing Hakuto's encouraging tone, Rika's smug expression intensified. It was only after he left that she slowly snapped out of her confident act. Simple-minded as she was, Rika didn't even realize that Hakuto had basically coaxed her like a child. All she knew was that she had to prove the power of her tyrant's eye. Meanwhile, over on Ariri's side, she was currently grumbling about how she had wasted so much time without asking Hakuto about his situation. Ariri, where did you go during lunch? Don't tell me you went to see Shiratori? At the entrance of Class F, a female classmate teased Ariri as she walked back in. Just as Ariri was about to say something, the girl abruptly cut her off. Oh. Speak of the devil. I won't interrupt you too. Ariri turned around in confusion, only to see Hakuto slowly approaching. After parting ways with Rika, Hakuto hadn't gone straight back to class. Since there was still some time before the next period, he decided to swing by Class F to retrieve the 2 lunch boxes he had left behind the previous day. Even though his employment had been terminated, those lunch boxes were still his personal belongings. He doesn't want to waste it. Since he had just barely missed Ariri earlier, Hakuto wasn't aware that she had already returned them. And so, as he made his way toward Class F, he coincidentally ran into Ariri, who had just returned to her classroom. Chapter 22, Post-contract withdrawal symptoms hit hard as soon as Hakuto came into view. Ariri immediately ran up to him. Seeing the slightly excited expression on her face, Hakuto's mind went blank for a moment. He couldn't even remember the last time he had seen Ariri looking like this. Shiratori-kun, you're here. Hakuto was completely confused. He had no idea what was going through her mind right now. Her attitude today was a complete 180 from yesterday. Could she have signed some kind of contract too? And it just happened to expire yesterday? Even though he was full of questions, Hakuto maintained a neutral expression. I just came to get the 2 lunch boxes from yesterday. I already returned them to you. Hakuto was even more baffled. Did Sayuri tell Ariri about the contract? Otherwise, why was she acting so strangely today? After all, returning the lunch boxes was something that had only happened in the first few months of their arrangement. For the past year or so, it had never occurred again. At this point, Hakuto didn't even know how to respond, so he simply nodded and prepared to leave. Since his purpose for coming here had been fulfilled, there was no reason to stay. However, just as he turned to leave, Ariri quickly called out to him. Wait. Hakuto stopped in his tracks and looked at Ariri with a hint of confusion. Is there something else? Hearing the cold tone in his voice, Ariri froze for a moment but still forced herself to speak. Shiratori. Yet, before she could continue, she found herself unable to say anything more. The detached expression Hakuto had just shown her felt like a steel needle lodged in her throat, making it impossible for her to speak. Seeing her hesitant and awkward demeanor, Hakuto thought for a moment before realizing what was going on. It was probably because he hadn't brought her lunch today. Combined with his cold attitude, Ariri must have been overthinking things. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. Hakuto felt like his brain had short-circuited. Sayuri had told him not to reveal the truth about their arrangement to Ariri, but she never said he couldn't smooth things over with a little white lie. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Originally, he had planned to step away from Ariri's life quietly, without any unnecessary conversations. But looking at the situation now, it seemed better to lay everything out in the open. With that thought, Hakuto picked up where Ariri had trailed off and said calmly, Sawamura-san, from now on, I won't be bothering you anymore. The moment he said that, Ariri, who had been fidgeting awkwardly, suddenly froze like a statue. Even though she had expected this outcome, and had even wished for it. Now that it was actually happening, she found herself at a complete loss. Seeing the disbelief on her face, Hakuto thought he hadn't been clear enough, so he continued, "Sorry for taking up 2 years of your time. From now on, I won't appear in your life anymore. And no, you don't need to apologize. I should be thanking you, Shiratori-kun, for taking care of me." Ayuri spoke in an indifferent tone, as if she didn't care at all. But only she knew how off she felt inside. Hakuto sensed that something about this atmosphere was off. Why did this feel like a breakup scene? Come on, it was just a simp saying he wouldn't simp anymore. Why did it feel so dramatic? Well, maybe calling him a simp isn't quite right. Since he came with benefits, maybe it'd be more accurate to call him a contracted simp. Still, Hakuto couldn't shake the feeling of failure. Despite putting in all his effort over the past 2 years, he hadn't managed to make Ayuri feel even the slightest bit moved. Logically, Hakuto knew this was the best possible outcome. And yet, he couldn't help but feel defeated, as if his self-esteem had taken a hit. Looking at the indifferent expression on Ayuri's face, he let out a sigh. Maybe this so-called untouchable flower in front of him had never even taken their arrangement seriously from the beginning. The thought only deepened his sense of frustration. Then, "What about the things you gave me?" Hearing her words, Hakuto didn't hesitate and replied flatly, "Sawamura-san can do whatever she wants with them. If they're an eyesore, just throw them away." That was the best answer he could give. After all, it wasn't like he was going to take them back. The gifts Ayuri referred to were probably just small tokens Hakuto had given her, the same way he had occasionally gifted his other clients. Like the bracelet he had given to Sayuri last time. Those little presents had always come out of his own pocket and were never charged as part of their contract. It was the same with Ayuri. Whether it was for her birthday, major holidays, or just on a whim, she would always receive something from him. But Hakuto had no idea why she was bringing this up now. The way she said it almost made it sound like they were a real couple breaking up. "Sawamura-san, do you treat other pursuers like this too?" Ayuri shook her head. "How could I have any other pursuers with you around?" She was telling the truth. Because of Hakuto's presence, very few guys had ever dared to have improper thoughts about her. First, Hakuto's overwhelming presence was simply too much to compete with. Second, most guys were terrified he'd corner them in the bathroom and beat them up. Not that Hakuto would actually do such a thing. Of course, he was well aware of this. So, he simply said, "Don't worry. From now on, you'll have plenty." With that, Hakuto turned and walked away, leaving Ayuri standing there. There was no reason for him to stay any longer. Plus, class was about to start. Watching his retreating figure, Ayuri felt a strange, suffocating sensation in her chest. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? She brushed aside the unsettling feeling and turned toward Class F. Maybe even she didn't realize that she spent the entire afternoon spacing out. All throughout her classes, Hakuto's words from lunch kept echoing in her mind, along with the cold expression he had worn. Hadn't she dreamed of this moment before? But back then, in her dreams, she had felt so at ease. That should have been a relief, right? It definitely wasn't like this. "Sawamura-san. Sawamura-san. Why did he change so suddenly?" She murmured softly to herself. It was just a simple change in how he addressed her, and yet, she found it strangely unsettling. For 2 whole years, Hakuto had always called her by name. Ayuri. But Sawamura-san. That name belonged to a time long past, back when they were still in their first year. Chapter 23, Why Don't Hosts Accept Minors? Back then, Ayuri had been irritated, angrily telling Hakuto not to call her by her name. At the time, a hint of disappointment had flashed across Hakuto's face, though he had quickly concealed it. The next second, he had playfully asked, "Then what do you want me to call you, Ayuri?" Without thinking, Ayuri had blurted out, "Sawamura-san." Hakuto had simply responded with a all right. At the time, Ayuri had thought he was just agreeing to her request. But looking back now, it was clear that wasn't the case at all. She recalled the disappointment on his face back then and the reluctance in his eyes just moments ago. Her heart clenched as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly. Was I too harsh? But in the next moment, she shook her head, pushing the thoughts away. The only reason she was feeling this way was due to some sort of emotional withdrawal. It will pass in a few days. Sighing, she grabbed her bag and left the school, riding her bicycle toward home. However, halfway there, her stomach let out a loud growl. After skipping both breakfast and lunch, she figured it was a miracle she was only feeling hunger and nothing worse. Feeling her empty stomach, Ayuri couldn't help but sigh. If this had been before, all she would have needed to do was take out her phone and call Hakuto. She had rarely done it in the past, but now she didn't even have the right to anymore. Seeing that her destination was still quite a distance away, Ariri decided to stop, parking her bike by the roadside before stepping into a convenience store. About 10 minutes earlier, as soon as the school bell rang to signal the end of classes, Hakuto instinctively packed his bag and started walking toward Class F. However, after taking just a few steps, he abruptly stopped and turned around, a slightly awkward expression on his face. Damn it, muscle memory. I automatically started heading toward Ariri again after school. Checking the time, he saw it was exactly 3:30 p.m. There were still a few hours before sunset. That realization left him at a loss. He wasn't sure what to do with his time after school from now on. Should I get a part-time job? The school forbids it, but with my connections at Shizuka-chan's place, I could probably make it work. He hesitated. He had considered finding a new client, but customers like that weren't something he could just seek out. They had to come to him. Whether it was Sayuri, Ginkgo, or Rika, all of them had approached him first. And it wasn't exactly a service he could openly advertise. It wasn't like he could stand on the street asking people if they needed a rental boyfriend. Otherwise, how would he be any different from a host? Wait. A host? That's it. A host. In Japan, hosting was legal, and there were even dedicated host clubs. And hosts provided emotional value. Wasn't that basically what he had been doing all along? Hakuto suddenly felt like he had found his calling. Hakuto figured that with his looks, getting a job as a host to make money shouldn't be a problem. He also had plenty of time. After all, he currently only had 2 clients, Ginkgo and Rika. The former only took up his Saturdays, and even though she occasionally required overtime, it barely used up a tenth of his total free time. As for the latter, she hardly counted at all. In other words, he had more than enough time to take on work as a host. Once he had made up his mind, Hakuto didn't hesitate. He tossed his school bag into the classroom, then bolted out of the school with a running start, heading straight to the nearest host club for an interview. Following the directions on his GPS, he soon arrived in front of a host club. However, less than 10 minutes later, he was promptly thrown out by the security staff. Get lost. We don't hire minors. Come on, does psychological maturity not count? Seeing the bouncer's unwavering expression, Hakuto let out a quiet sigh. He hadn't expected his grand career to be cut short by something as trivial as his age. It was over before it even began. The thought of age restrictions had crossed his mind on the way here, but he had assumed that, given how progressive Japan was in some aspects, they wouldn't be too strict about it. But it seemed he had underestimated the country. These were legitimate, properly regulated businesses, and he had been looking at them through tinted lenses. Now, aimlessly wandering the streets, Hakuto felt more lost than he had in years. If I can't be a host, then what else can I do? Am I seriously supposed to just enjoy my youth? He scoffed at the thought. The idea of enjoying youth had never even crossed his mind. After all, youth was nothing but a steaming pile of crap. In his past life, he had tasted it. No surprises, no excitement, only endless sorrow and the bitter realization that life was a joke. Right now, Hakuto genuinely had no idea what to do with himself. Rika's occult club barely counted as a responsibility. Hikaman and Haru, one a complete slacker and the other obsessed with energy conservation, weren't even active members. If he didn't take advantage of such valuable resources, what was he waiting for? The real problem was Rika's situation. As he strolled along the street, he figured that since hosting was out of the question, he might as well look for a day labor job. Thanks to his connection with Sayuri, Hakuto wasn't exactly strapped for cash, but his past experiences had taught him that the money he had now wouldn't be nearly enough in the long run. At least, not for someone like him. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes landed on a recruitment poster on a bulletin board. Librarian? To be honest, this kind of long-term job didn't really suit him, but since he had nothing better to do, he decided to check out the address listed on the ad. Who knows? It might turn out to be a good fit. With that in mind, Hakuto headed toward the library. It wasn't far. He arrived within a few minutes. Upon stepping inside, he had planned to inquire about the job at the front desk, but to his surprise, it was completely unattended. No one's here. Oh well, since I'm already here, I might as well make the most of it. Learning was the ladder to human progress. And compared to elevators, Hakuto had always preferred stairs. Before long, he was leaning against a bookshelf, completely engrossed in a book with a brown cover. Chapter 24, A Chance Encounter with Kasamijoka Utaha. Do you think Shiratori Hakuto's top-ranking grades are thanks to knowledge accumulated in his past life? Do you think he never studied properly? Do you think talent alone can determine everything? Well, Hakuto can tell you this. You're absolutely right. Perhaps because he was a transmigrator, Hakuto's learning ability was terrifyingly strong. The current high school curriculum posed absolutely no challenge to him. What? You want to know what book he's reading right now? Of course, it's the Guide to Becoming an Adorable Puppy. Wait. Adorable puppy? Hakuto glanced at the book cover and instantly got goosebumps, letting the book slip straight out of his hands. What the hell? Adorable puppy? No wonder the content felt weird. Wait a minute, I'm sure I picked up 100 wealthy women in Tokyo and how to contact them. Picking up the Guide to Becoming an Adorable Puppy from the floor, Hakuto grimaced at the title but still decided to put it back on the shelf where it belonged. Just as he bent down to pick up the book, a faint scent of perfume filled his nostrils. This scent. It was incredibly familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall where he had smelled it before. Straightening up and dusting off the book, he subconsciously turned his head, only to see the silhouette of a long-haired girl with jet black hair standing before him. The moment he saw that figure, Hakuto immediately remembered who the perfume belonged to. Kasumijoka Utaha. One of the people he found the hardest to deal with. For some reason, Utaha and Ariri had been at odds since birth, like a cat and a dog forced into the same room. But after years of sparring, it was clear that Utaha was the stronger of the two. This had nothing to do with Hakuto, of course. But unfortunately, back then, he had been Ariri Sawamura's pursuer. And Ariri, that hopeless amateur, not only lacked skill but also had a tendency to crumble under pressure. Every time Utaha got under her skin, it was Hakuto who had to coax her back to normal. Didn't that just add unnecessary workload for him? At one point, Hakuto even privately approached Utaha, hoping she would show some mercy. For his own convenience, of course. But Utaha had a very different interpretation of his request. The smugness in her voice had left him utterly speechless. But that was all in the past. Now, whatever happened between Utaha and Ariri was none of his business. He no longer had to be the one to console Ariri afterward. Even so, deep down, he still held some resentment toward Utaha. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, because Utaha suddenly turned her head and looked straight at him. Hakuto immediately averted his gaze, pretending to browse the bookshelf. There wasn't much interaction between him and Utaha. Not enough to warrant a casual greeting, at least. Pretending not to know her was the best course of action. But it seemed Utaha had different plans. She briskly walked over, a subtle smile on her lips. She examined Hakuto's face closely, as if trying to discover something unusual about it. Hakuto really wanted to pretend he didn't know her, but he couldn't exactly ignore her when she was standing right in front of him. With gritted teeth, he forced a smile. Kasumijoka-senpai, is there something you need? Oh? So you are that devoted lapdog Kuhai. For a second, I thought I had the wrong person. A devoted lapdog. Hakuto really wanted to retort, but he held back. Does my face really lack that much recognition? Utaha shook her head innocently. Not at all. That's not the issue. Mainly because, Kuhai-kun, you were clearly looking at me just now, but the moment you turned away, you acted like you didn't even know me. I had to confirm, right? Even I would feel awkward if I mistook someone for the wrong person. Awkward, my ass. That look of yours was practically stripping me down to my underwear. You might as well have carved Shiratori Hakuto onto my forehead. Hakuto had no desire to continue this topic, so he quickly changed the subject. Senpai, you didn't come to the library just to chat with me, did you? Kuhai-kun, you're really no fun. But still. Utaha waved her hand dismissively and shifted her gaze to the book in Hakuto's hands. That blonde tsundere into this kind of stuff now? She pointed at the book The Loyal Puppy's Guide to Love in his hands, looking absolutely incredulous. Realizing this, Hakuto immediately shoved the book back onto the shelf. He had been so distracted by Kasumijoka that he had forgotten he was still holding it. I picked up the wrong book, senpai. Don't overthink it. But Utaha clearly didn't take his explanation seriously. She continued on as if she hadn't heard him. It's only been a few months, and Sawamura's taste has already become this refined? But I must say, I didn't expect Kuhai-kun to be willing to change for love. How touching. As she spoke, she even wiped the corner of her eye in mock sentimentality, as if everything she said was the absolute truth. Hakuto didn't bother refuting her. If he did, it wasn't a question of whether she'd believe him or not. She'd just use his rebuttal as fuel to imagine even more ridiculous scenarios. He and Utaha had gone to the same middle school. She was just a year above him. Now, they are both attending Toyosaki Academy. Kuhai-kun is actually silent. Could it be that I was right? Whatever makes you happy, senpai. Hakuto had assumed that if he just went along with her nonsense, she would drop the act. But clearly, he had underestimated Utaha. I'm willing to change for someone, unfazed by the doubts of others. I've found inspiration for a new plot. I'm glad I could help Senpai with her ideas, but isn't your novel a love triangle? That's fine. Art imitates life. A few tweaks and it'll work. Ever since we started high school and I stopped seeing Kuhai-kun's devoted lapdog behavior, the quality of my novel has suffered, you know. Damn it. Hakuto knew Kazumijoko had been using him as inspiration, but hearing it again still pissed him off. But since he couldn't talk about the contract, he had no choice but to swallow his frustration. Though he outwardly held his tongue, inwardly, he had already decided to go and tank Love Metronome's ratings. If he couldn't retaliate in the open, he could still strike in the shadows. Even though we haven't seen each other for months, I still hear about Kuhai-kun's legendary feats around school all the time. In fact, every day after lunch, the girls in my class can't stop talking about you. Senpai, do you actually participate in those conversations? No. Their voices were just too loud and interrupted my nap. Chapter 25, Utaha. Hakuto ignored Utaha and randomly grabbed a book from the shelf before heading to a seat by the library window. Of course, it wasn't that book he had originally intended to take. How to Get in Touch with a Rich Lady. But another one entirely. Seated at his spot, Hakuto glanced toward the front desk, only to find it still empty. He sighed. Looked like he'd be stuck in the library for a while longer. So, the loyal lapdog Kuhai also has the skill of completely ignoring people, huh? Unyielding as ever, Utaha sat down directly across from him. If Senpai is really this bored, do you need me to recommend a club for you? Oh? I never expected Kuhai-kun to be involved in club recruitment. Now that's surprising. But if it's your request, then I suppose I'll allow you the privilege of inviting me. Hakuto pressed his fingers against his forehead and sighed helplessly. It's not a request. Never mind. The issue of Rika's club members wasn't really on Hakuto's mind. Not because he didn't care, but because it wasn't even a problem to begin with. It was a simple matter. They needed 3 members, and he had 2 unemployed friends on hand. As for the last one, they could easily find someone. So he never actually intended to invite Utaha to join. He had only brought it up to shut her up. After all, he knew her well. A naturally talented writer, a best-selling novelist, a consistent top student despite sleeping through classes, and someone who had never been involved in any club activities. By all logic, she shouldn't be interested in joining any club. Yet, why did she look so intrigued? Rika wants to start a club, but she still needs a few more members before it can be officially formed. Utaha nodded. Takanashi-san, huh? Since they had gone to the same middle school. And since Hakuto was once a key figure there. Utaha was naturally aware of Rika, though she didn't know her well. Senpai still remembers her? Of course. That incident back then was practically common knowledge at school. Takanashi-san was one of the people involved, so she left a strong impression on me. Hakuto was about to continue the conversation when he noticed the library staff had finally returned to the front desk. Sorry, Senpai, I have something I need to take care of. He put down his book and quickly walked toward the counter, not even bothering to continue their conversation. Utaha smiled, pulled out her phone, and snapped a picture of Hakuto's retreating figure. Why are you so fixated on that blonde tsundere? She muttered to herself. It was unclear whether she was questioning his actions or just complaining. After a while, Hakuto returned to his seat, looking utterly exasperated. What happened? Utaha asked. If they're not hiring, then they should have taken down the recruitment notice sooner. Hakuto grumbled, annoyed that he had wasted so much time waiting there for nothing. Utaha raised an eyebrow at his words. Kuhai-kun is looking for a job? Does the school even allow that? The school doesn't allow a lot of things. Fair point. But then, what about that blonde tsundere? What about her? If the devoted lapdog starts working, what happens if someone else swoops in and takes her away? What does that have to do with me? Hearing Hakuto's words, Utaha couldn't believe her ears. Her pupils even dilated slightly. They hadn't seen each other for a few months, but since they attended the same school, she still heard bits and pieces of news. Just recently, she had overheard some girls in class talking about Hakuto and Ariri. But now, hearing it straight from the source. Why did it feel like something had changed? Did they have a falling out? No, that didn't seem right. Considering their relationship, what kind of conflict could they possibly have? To put it nicely, he was a pursuer. To put it bluntly, he was just a lapdog. Not even a friend. Utaha scanned her surroundings. This was a bombshell of a revelation, and it had come out of nowhere. She even wondered if this was some elaborate scheme by Ariri to get back at her for past grievances. Kuhai-kun, this isn't some kind of master's degree or something, is it? Hearing Utaha's words, Hakuto almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He patted his chest, took a deep breath, and retorted with annoyance. So what if the lapdog stopped being a lapdog? Why are you acting like it's the end of the world? At his response, a strange emotion welled up in Utaha's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Can you tell me why? She asked cautiously. Hakuto stood up from his seat and picked up the book he had just borrowed. After hearing her question, he thought for a moment. Finally, he came up with the perfect excuse. One that wouldn't expose the contract and wouldn't drag himself into trouble. Senpai should know the name Kashiwagi Eri, right? Utaha nodded. That blonde tsundeer's pin name. I remember she even threatened to kill me if I ever told anyone about it. How do you know about it? Though Utaha didn't know why Hakuto was bringing this up, she thought back for a moment before answering honestly. I stumbled upon it by chance. Besides, her art style is pretty distinctive. But why are you asking about this? You should know the name Kashiwagi Eri better than I do, right? Hakuto smiled, then slowly shook his head. No, senpai. Sawamura-san never told me that name. Utaha's eyes widened in disbelief. She stood up, replaying past memories of the three of them together. Now that she thought about it, whenever the three of them were together, none of them had ever uttered the name Kashiwagi Eri. But when it was just her and Hakuto, they had brought it up before. At the time, Utaha had assumed that Hakuto knew because Eri had told him. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Hakuto continued speaking. In her eyes, I never knew she drew 18+ Jinshai. I never even knew she was a hardcore otaku. The persona she maintains in front of me is the same one she upholds at school. That cool, refined Ajawa-sama who sips black tea on the balcony while reading magazines. As he spoke, a faint trace of loneliness appeared on Hakuto's face. It wasn't an act. He truly felt a sense of defeat in that moment. But that loneliness quickly faded. After all, it wasn't like he truly loved Eri. It was just a contract. One gained emotions, the other gained material benefits. Neither owed the other anything. He had no right to blame her. Seeing Utaha frozen in place, Hakuto didn't say anything more. He simply returned the book to the shelf and left quietly. Chapter 26, It's in the Bag. It's in the bag. Hakuto stretched lazily as he walked out of the library. Work and all that can wait. What if Ginko comes looking for me to play shogi again tonight? With that thought in mind, he headed toward his home. Right, tomorrow's Saturday, isn't it? Meanwhile, inside the library, Utaha sat by the window, watching Hakuto's departing figure. A fleeting trace of melancholy appeared on her face. Only now did she realize just how much misunderstanding Hakuto had endured over the past few months. But the very next second. PFFT. Ha ha ha. It's in the bag. It's in the bag. That blonde tsundere. No, that blonde loser. Since you love playing 3-2s with 2 jokers so much, I'll gladly take this win for myself. As an observer of this whole situation, Utaha naturally knew about certain hidden truths behind it all. But why should she say anything? Her mood instantly lifted, and even her steps felt lighter. As for that momentary look of sadness, that was just her sympathizing with Hakuto's situation, of course. Not that it lasted even a second. Meanwhile, at Eri's house. Eri, what are you doing? Sayuri stood at the doorway of her daughter's room, puzzled by the complete mess on the floor. In the middle of it all, Eri was on all fours, her butt sticking up as she rummaged through something. Looking for something. Eri pulled out a dust-covered golden plush doll from under her bed and tossed it into a cardboard box. Then, without hesitation, she bent down again to continue searching. Sayuri slowly approached and glanced into the box. Inside, alongside the plush bear Eri had just thrown in, were a bracelet and a sketchbook. If I remember correctly, Hakuto-kun gave this to you, didn't he? Sayuri picked up the bracelet. Even though it was covered in dust, its deep blue color still shimmered faintly. From what she recalled, Hakuto had gifted this to Eri on her birthday, and it was even handmade. The materials weren't expensive, but the thought and effort were undeniable. She distinctly remembered Eri being quite fond of it back then. But judging from the thick layer of dust, just how long had it been left forgotten in some corner? A few moments later, more items found their way into the box. Sayuri took a quick glance. Without exception, every single one of them was something Hakuto had gifted to Eri. What's this? Are you reminiscing about the good old days with Hakuto-kun? Sayuri teased, but she had already more or less figured out why her daughter was digging these things out. Looking at the dust-covered gifts, she sighed helplessly. Even if it were just presents from an ordinary friend, there was no reason to let them gather dust in some corner, right? Her daughter was really reminisce. I didn't dig these out for something that pointless. Then, is Hakuto-kun asking for them back? Sayuri asked tentatively, though she highly doubted Hakuto would do something so petty. No, I'm throwing them away. Right, I figured as much. Wait, what? You're throwing them away? That would have been better than letting Hakuto take all these things back himself. Eri, can you tell Mom the reason? The reason? Faced with her mother's question, Eri was momentarily stunned. Yeah. Why was she throwing all this stuff away? All she knew was that when she was lying on her bed earlier, Hakuto's words from this afternoon kept replaying in her mind. What about the gifts I gave you? Do whatever you want with them. They're nice, or I don't mind if you throw them away. At that thought, a sudden heat rushed to Eri's head. She had immediately sat up, turned her entire room upside down, and started gathering everything Hakuto had ever given her. Ready to toss them all out. But now, with a bit of calm reflection, she realized she didn't really have a reason to do this. Throwing away all his gifts just because her pursuer had given up? What kind of logic was that? And yet, Eri looked at the dust-covered presents in the box, a complicated mix of emotions swirling in her heart. Had she ever truly cared about the gifts Hakuto had given her? Shaking her head, she crouched down in front of the cardboard box and picked up the golden plush bear. She gave it a few pats with her hand. Cough, cough. So dusty. The cloud of dust made Eri cough violently, making her realize just how long this plushie had been left under her bed. I think this was the one Hakuto-kun gave you last year, wasn't it? I know. He even threw it in through the window back then. Staring at the dirt-covered plush bear, Eri's thoughts drifted back to a year ago. At the time, she had been feeling down for days over some trivial matters. The moment she got home from school, she had locked herself in her room. She remembered that it was around 3 in the afternoon. She had been sitting on her bed, working on her manuscript, but no matter how long she stared at the blank page, she couldn't bring herself to draw a single stroke. Then, a golden paper airplane suddenly flew in through her window, landing right at her feet. Eri picked it up, walked over to the window, and looked outside. Down below, standing under the blazing sun, was Hakuto, grinning up at her. In his hands, he held a golden plush bear. It finally made it in. Hakuto smiled, about to say something more. But before he could, Eri pulled the window shut with a loud thud and even closed the curtains for good measure. Hey, isn't that a little too heartless? Ignoring Hakuto's complaints, Eri sat back down at her desk and continued working on her manuscript. The paper airplane? She casually tossed it into the trash bin. That day, Sayuri had been out, so there was no one at home to open the door for Hakuto. And so, time passed. Eri never reopened her window, nor did she even peek outside to check on him. Every now and then, the sound of something hitting her window interrupted her focus, irritating her even more. Finally, she opened it. And there he was, still standing there. At his feet were several identical golden paper airplanes. So those were the culprits making all that noise. Shiratori Hakuto. Do you ever stop being annoying? Sorry, Eri, but you weren't responding, so this was the only way I could get through to you. Chapter 27, A Parent's Love Knows No Bounds. What happened after that, Eri couldn't quite recall. All she remembered was that after Hakuto had tossed the plush bear in through her window, she had placed it on her nightstand. As for when it had fallen under the bed, she had no idea. Thinking back to that afternoon, under the scorching sun, his face covered in sweat, Hakuto had still insisted on doing something she saw as utterly meaningless. Eri stared at the plush bear in her hands. The once golden fur had dulled, coated in a layer of dust. Might as well wash it. Now that she had decided not to throw these things away, it didn't seem right to just leave them in such a filthy state. Oh? Eri, are you going to wash that plushie? Yeah. That idiot Hakuto even said this plush bear looks like me. Only he would say something that ridiculous. Eri turned the plushie around in her hands, examining it from every angle, but she couldn't see any resemblance at all. Is that so? Well, I actually think it's just as cute as you are, Eri. Sayuri didn't know exactly what had happened, but at the very least, her daughter no longer seemed intent on throwing those things away. As expected. Sayuri had long anticipated that the contract's end would bring a series of troublesome matters, but at least for now, they still seemed manageable. Leave the washing to me. Before Eri could react, Sayuri swiftly snatched the plush bear from her hands. Mom? Since when did you get so hardworking? Ah. Did I? Sayuri let out an awkward laugh before tossing the plush bear into the cardboard box and lifting the whole thing into her arms. Either way, just leave this to me. Eri, you can relax in your room. Before Eri could say another word, Sayuri had already walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Honestly. Seriously. As the door shut, mother and daughter both sighed and rubbed their temples. One was baffled by her mother's strange behavior. The other was exasperated by her daughter's ridiculous actions. I just ended my contract with little Hakuto yesterday, and today Ari's already doing something like this? Isn't this withdrawal reaction a little too fast? Sayuri glanced down at the box in her arms. The reason she had taken on this task wasn't because she had nothing better to do. It was to prevent any unnecessary drama. As someone with experience, Sayuri knew all too well how people only learn to cherish what they've lost. Sure, her daughter hadn't seemed to care much about Hakuto these past 2 years. But what if? Weren't those cliché romance novels always written like this? So, better safe than sorry. Washing a few things was a small price to pay if it meant avoiding a whole mess of complications. Otherwise, what if her daughter suddenly started reminiscing, regretting, having a change of heart, and spiraling into a melodramatic love chase? Before she knew it, Sayuri had already played out an entire K-drama in her head. A parent's love truly knows no bounds at this moment. Sayuri felt like the greatest mother in the world. She had accounted for everything. Sayuri carried the cardboard box into the bathroom. The plush bear was so dirty that throwing it into the washing machine wasn't realistic anymore. Hand washing was the only option. What a hassle. Though she muttered complaints, she still rolled up her sleeves. She picked up the golden plush bear again, filled the basin with water, poured in a little detergent, and started washing. However, as she scrubbed, she suddenly felt something off. The plush bear felt oddly rigid in some areas. No way. Swallowing nervously, Sayuri unzipped the plush bear and reached into the soft cotton stuffing. Moments later, a round metal badge appeared in her hand. As a seasoned otaku, Sayuri instantly recognized what it was. A tinplate badge. The kind that anime fans treasured. Costing barely $1 to produce, yet the moment it had an anime character printed on it, its price skyrocketed several times over. Anyone would say, the anime merch business really is a gold mine. By this point, Sayuri could already guess what was printed on the other side. What a tragedy. She slowly turned the badge over, and sure enough, it featured Ariri sitting on a grassy field, hugging the very same golden plush bear. Though covered in dust, Sayuri could still tell that the plush bear in the image was identical to the one in her hands. No wonder he said it looked like her. Protected by the stuffing, the badge was in pristine condition, without a single scratch. Sayuri wiped it down with a towel, thought for a moment, then tucked it into her pocket. She had considered throwing it away, but in the end, it was a heartfelt gift from Hakuto. Tossing it out didn't feel right. Yet at the same time, she couldn't let Ariri see it either. No wonder Hakuto stopped liking Ariri. The plush bear wasn't that big, and the badge had been hidden inside. Yet it wasn't exactly difficult to find. And yet, judging by the situation, the badge had been in there for over a year. In other words, Ariri had never once mentioned it to Hakuto. Wasn't this basically saying, "Hey, your gift has been collecting dust in a corner. Be grateful"? Sayuri could already imagine Hakuto's expression. Starting with anticipation, then disappointment, and finally, quiet indifference. So in the beginning, Hakuto really did like Ariri. Being treated like that, anyone would feel hurt. But it's all in the past now. Shiratori Hakuto, Aku. Huh? Is someone talking about me? After pocketing the badge, Sayuri zipped the plush bear back up and continued washing. Once it was clean, she reached into the box for the next item. And that was when she discovered something shocking. Almost half of the gifts had hidden surprises inside. Expired movie tickets, stale candies, and even a chibi Ariri figurine. She had to admit, Hakuto had a knack for hiding surprises. Concealed, but not too concealed. Just subtle enough that someone would eventually find them. For example, the expired movie ticket. It had been tucked right in the middle of a sketchbook. Chapter 28, Tutoring? 5 Sisters. That movie ticket had been tucked right in the middle of the sketchbook by Hakuto. And coincidentally, the illustration on that page was a fan art of the movie Your Name, with the ticket taped precisely between the two protagonists. The date on the ticket was from July of that year, but Sayuri clearly remembered that this sketchbook had been gifted to Ariri by Hakuto around June. Which means, for over a month, Ariri didn't even make it halfway through this sketchbook. No, wait. It's been over a year. The ticket was still taped in place, meaning Ariri hadn't even flipped halfway through the book for an entire year. At this realization, Sayuri couldn't help but feel her daughter had gone too far. With a forced smile, she took the ticket, glanced at the candies and figurine beside it, hesitated for a moment, then threw the candies into the trash while keeping the figurine. After all, while it was a heartfelt gift, the candies had expired long ago. There was no reason to keep them. She also noticed that most of these gifts with hidden surprises were from the first year when Hakuto was giving presents to Ariri. By the second year, they were gone. Perhaps because he realized that, no matter how much effort he put into hiding surprises, Ariri wouldn't notice them anyway. So why even bother? Thinking about this, Sayuri felt a deep pang of guilt. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and transferred a large sum of money to Hakuto. What am I doing? Paying off my daughter's debts as her mother? Afraid of being misunderstood, she quickly sent a message to clarify. Sawamura Sayuri, consider it compensation for the 2 years of your wasted youth. Shiratori Hakuto, thanks, boss. Grovel. Seeing that Hakuto had accepted the money, Sayuri nodded in satisfaction, then placed the washed plush bear on the balcony to dry. As for the other items, she carefully wiped them down with a towel to remove any remaining moisture. Once everything was done, she felt relieved that she had taken on this task herself. Who knew what kind of mess might have unfolded otherwise? Meanwhile, on Hakuto's side, he stared at his suddenly inflated bank balance, feeling an immense sense of joy. KMJ, money. Just as he was savoring the sweet pleasure of newfound wealth, his phone suddenly rang. Yo, Shiratori, I need a favor. Hanging up. Wait. There's payment involved. Helping a teacher in need is my duty. Please, Miss Shizuka, elaborate. Do you remember Nakano Nino from my class? Of course. She even asked for my contact information once, but I refused. Back then, Hakuto had just survived a rather explosive bathroom incident, and before he had even fully recovered, Nakano Nino had approached him. But at the time, Hakuto had a contract to honor. As a professional and highly responsible individual, he righteously declined any such interactions. On the other end of the line, Hiratsuka felt a drop of cold sweat roll down her forehead. Only Hakuto could say something like that in such a casual tone. Nino's father contacted me. He wants the school to arrange for a teacher or student tutor to help his daughters with their studies. Nothing fancy. Just getting them past the passing line. Upon hearing this, Hakuto immediately jumped up from his bed. Talk about perfect timing. He had just been wondering where to find work, and here it was, delivered right to his doorstep. Easy. I'll take the job. When do I start? Easy? It's not as simple as you think. And you're not just tutoring Nakano Nino alone. 5 sisters. 5 people combined barely reaching 100 points. Yeah, I know. As a transmigrator, Hakuto was naturally well aware of their situation. But even knowing this, he was still confident he could get them all past the passing mark. Already did your research, huh? What's wrong? Regretting not giving Nakano Nino your contact info back then? Hearing the teasing tone in Hiratsuka's voice, Hakuto chuckled, then replied with a deliberately serious tone. I regret not being born a few years earlier so I could have met you first, sensei. The moment Hakuto said those words, all he heard in response was the beeping tone of the call being hung up. Trying to mess with me, huh? On the other end, Hiratsuka's temple throbbed with a vein bulging in irritation. Her grip on her phone tightened slightly. It was hard to imagine the suffering her poor phone had just endured. Phone, mercy. That little brat Shiratori Hakuto. Hiratsuka was both embarrassed and furious. She could hardly believe that, despite being a woman who had been out in society for years, her emotions had been stirred up by a high school kid. After a long while, she finally calmed herself down and immediately sent a message to Hakuto. Hiratsuka Shizuka, came to my office on Monday. Iron Fist of Love.jpg. Shiratori Hakuto, understood. Dancing Crayon Shinchan.gif, seeing Hakuto's carefree response, the anger Hiratsuka had just suppressed came rushing back. Phone, I need medicine. And so, the conversation ended with Hiratsuka's phone barely clinging to life. The next day Hakuto was completely unaffected by his biological clock, sleeping soundly in bed. After all, it was Saturday. The perfect day for catching up on all the sleep he missed during school. What else was a weekend for? Perhaps because of his contract being lifted, his internal clock had also changed. However, just then, the familiar click of a camera shutter echoed in his ears. Hearing that sound, Hakuto reacted almost instinctively. In the next second, he snapped awake from his sleep. As he sat up in bed, his eyes shot open wide as if he had just realized something. Standing there was Sora Ginko, dressed in her usual sailor uniform, holding up her phone and taking pictures of his current state. Luckily, Hakuto wasn't in the habit of sleeping naked. Otherwise, this would have been an instant blackmail-worthy moment. Wait. Ginko, what are you doing here? Hearing his question, Ginko slowly lowered her phone. It's Saturday. We had an agreement, remember? Wait. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, how did you even get into my room? I have a spare key to your place. Ginko pulled a keychain out of her pocket and spun it around her index finger. Hanging from it was none other than the key to Hakuto's apartment. Why do you have that? I took it from your room a long time ago. You didn't know? Seeing Ginko's innocent expression, Hakuto nearly laughed in exasperation. No wonder one of his keys had mysteriously gone missing. He had assumed he had misplaced it, but no. It had been stolen by a certain someone. Ginko, can you give me that key back? Hakuto slowly scooted closer to her, reaching out casually as if nothing was wrong, aiming to snatch the key from her hand. However, just as he was about to succeed, Ginko subtly stepped back. But Hakuto had anticipated this. His body lunged forward at the same time, and he successfully grabbed the key. Unfortunately, in doing so, he lost his balance and tumbled off the bed. Ginko watched as the key was snatched away, but she showed no reaction. Nor did she even attempt to take it back. After all, she had plenty more at home. Hurry up and get dressed. Getting up from the floor, Hakuto tossed the key back into the drawer. He hadn't expected one of his rare lazy mornings to end like this. But if not for today's incident, he wouldn't have realized that Ginko had been hoarding a spare key to his place for who knows how long. Chapter 29. Wait, are we meeting the parents already? So, Ginko. Where exactly are we going? Don't ask. Just follow me. Dressed and ready, Hakuto was pulled along by Ginko as they left his apartment and headed to the roadside. It was the peak of summer, with the scorching sun shining relentlessly. Due to her condition, Ginko couldn't be exposed to direct sunlight, so she was currently shielding herself with a black parasol. Just as Hakuto was about to offer to hold the umbrella for her, a girl around Ginko's age hesitantly approached him, her face full of nervousness. Excuse me. Could I have your contact information? Hakuto. Wait, hold on a second. Normally, getting asked for his contact info by a pretty girl on the street would be something to celebrate, but this situation was anything but normal. Big socks, do you seriously have no sense of awareness? Can't you see there's someone standing right next to me? And you're still boldly asking for my number? For a brief moment, Hakuto couldn't help but wonder. Was his charm really that irresistible? Sorry. As expected, the girl who got rejected looked like she had just been struck by lightning. Tears welled up in her eyes as she turned and ran off. Watching her disappear into the distance, Hakuto shook his head. Though he was used to this kind of situation, it still felt a bit cruel to see someone so heartbroken. Just then, the cold voice of Ginko came from beside him. Feeling proud of yourself? Huh? Getting asked for your contact info by a stranger. Makes you feel pretty smug, doesn't it? Hearing the hostility in Ginko's tone, Hakuto felt like he had been wrongfully accused. Ginko had always been particularly stubborn about this sort of thing. The only reason she wasn't more upset was probably that they attended different schools due to their 2-year age gap. If they had been in the same school and she found out he had spent 2 years simping for Sawamura Ariri, she might have buried him on the spot. It was a classic case of information isolation. If she had known more, things would have been much worse. But I didn't even give her my contact info. If you had, you might as well start thinking about what pose hurts the least when you're getting beheaded. As she spoke, Ginko lightly tapped her pale neck with her folding fan. Seeing this, Hakuto immediately raised his hand slightly in a gesture of surrender. Seeing his cooperative attitude, Ginko said nothing further and instead hailed a taxi. Shortly after they got in, before the car had even gone far, Ginko suddenly asked. Do you know Kitaki Kachuk? Yeah, your mentor. A rare professional 9-dan shogi player. When it came to clients, Hakuto had all the basic information memorized. After all, this was his profession. He invited me to dinner today. Said it's for that guy Yaki's Dragon King title match next week. Well, the Dragon King title is the highest among the 7 major titles. It makes sense for you, as his senior, to go support him. That's true. But why did it have to be on a Saturday? As she spoke, Ginko's resentment became almost tangible. The grip on her folding fan tightened dangerously, as if it were about to snap. Clearly, she valued this one free day of the week immensely. In her mind, anyone who dared to interfere with her time alone with Hakuto was simply asking for death. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, Hakuto quickly changed the topic. So, am I supposed to wait outside while you have dinner, Ginko? Hakuto asked the question with a straight face, without the slightest sense that anything was wrong. After all, Ginko was the one footing the bill here. If she had something to attend to and left him waiting, that was perfectly understandable. But to his surprise, the moment Ginko heard his words, she immediately pressed her folding fan against his chin. You are coming with me. Coming with you? What do you mean? I mean, you're coming with me to my mentor's house for dinner. Isn't that kind of inappropriate? I don't even know Kitaki-senpai. Oh? Then why aren't you dead yet? And just like that, under Ginko's gentle persuasion, Hakuto had no choice but to agree to accompany her. There was no other option. Customers were God, and he was just a lowly part-timer with no right to refuse. To make matters worse, Kitaki Kemp's house was ridiculously far away. After getting off the taxi, they had to transfer to a train, which took nearly an hour to reach their destination. In Hakuto's memory, even Ginko's own house was quite far from his. And yet, despite the distance, she could still show up at his doorstep precisely at 8 a.m. and even had the leisure to use a spare key to unlock his door. No doubt about it, Ginko was born to be a train-riding maniac. No wonder she could take a 2-hour train ride at the age of 4 just to meet him in real life. Before heading to Kitaki's house, Hakuto also made a quick stop at the supermarket. After all, it was his first visit, and more importantly, this was Ginko's mentor. They couldn't just show up empty-handed. Ginko. Do I really have to go in? Are you trying to run away at the last minute? No, it's just. The thought of meeting your mentor is making me a bit nervous. The moment he said that, Ginko's mood visibly improved. She pressed the doorbell, and soon, a young woman, probably in her 20s, opened the door. Ginko. Long time no see, come on in. The one who answered the door was Kitaki Kiku's daughter, Kitaki Kika. She had inherited her father's love for shogi, and her passion for the game was no less than his. However, when it came to talent, she was slightly lacking. Not that she was bad. Just that she was nowhere near Ginko's level. Long time no see, Kikane. Ginko greeted her politely, showing none of the arrogance she usually displayed in front of Hakuto. Then, she turned to look at Hakuto. Only to find that he was still standing frozen in place, whistling awkwardly to himself. Immediately, her irritation flared up. She stormed over, grabbed his ear, and dragged him forward. Ow, ow, ow. Ginko, it's gonna come off. Then why were you just standing there? It's not like I wanted to. Seriously, this was just something ingrained in his blood as a Chinese person. It was impossible to not feel awkward in situations like this. Sure, Hakuto could stand in front of the entire school and deliver a self-criticism without batting an eye. He could even shamelessly simp for Sawamura Eriri in front of his peers without the slightest embarrassment. But this? No way. Wait, no. Was there even a single Chinese person who wouldn't find this kind of thing awkward? Chapter 30, What's with Arrogance? Tell me, what's there to be arrogant about? Just then, Kika, who had been standing at the entrance, suddenly froze for a moment before sprinting back into the living room, shouting as she ran. Ginko brought her boyfriend home. Father, Ginko brought her boyfriend to meet you. Be boyfriend. Standing at the doorway, Hakuto was stunned. His mind was already racing, formulating how he should defend himself when he inevitably ended up at the police station. Officer, please hear me out. I swear, I was just here to have a meal at a friend's house, nothing more. I'm listening. Snapping back to reality, Hakuto glanced at Ginko beside him and pointed toward the departing Kika. Ginko, aren't you going to explain? Why? Are you saying it's embarrassing to be my boyfriend? No, I'm just worried about your reputation, that's all. Terrifying. Suddenly, he realized. This whole dinner was a trap. He never should have come. Ha ha ha. So this is Ginko's boyfriend? He's at least half as handsome as I was in my youth. Not bad at all. Hearing Kitaki Kikuch shamelessly praise himself, Kika, sitting beside him, couldn't help but hold her forehead in exasperation. Please don't mind him. He has a phase like this every month. What do you mean? I'm just speaking the truth. Sitting across from Kika and Kikuch, Hakuto nodded repeatedly. Half as handsome. Forget that. He'd even accept 1/10 without arguing. I told you, he's not my boyfriend. Despite Ginko's repeated attempts to explain, Kikuch completely ignored her and continued speaking to Hakuto. Shiratori Hakuto, right? Ginko talks about you all the time. She does? This is actually the first time I've ever heard her genuinely praise someone's shogi talent without hesitation. So naturally, I've been quite curious about you. Ha ha ha. Kid, let's have a match. I want to see if you're qualified to be Ginko's boyfriend. So, you're just not going to listen to anything I say, huh? And just like that, before Hakuto could even process what was happening, Kikuch had already dragged him over to the board. Do I really have to play this game? Kitaki-senpai, you are a professional 9-dan player. Isn't it a bit unfair to bully a mere amateur like me? Hakuto cast a pleading look at Ginko. No matter how much he believed in his talent, there was no way he could just walk out of the beginner village and immediately take on the final boss. But instead of helping, Ginko simply opened her folding fan and pointed the side with "Victory is certain" written on it straight at him. Victory is certain? Yeah, right. I'd rather go eat some Pizza Hut. Unlike Hakuto's internal screaming, Kikuch remained relaxed, waving his hand nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, don't stress too much. Besides, I never said I was the one playing against you. Just then, the door slowly opened, and a boy dressed in casual clothes stepped inside. Kuzuryu Ueaki, the main character of today's gathering. A shogi prodigy, already a professional 7 dan. If he managed to claim the Ryu title next week, he'd likely be promoted straight to 8 dan. His talent was nothing short of terrifying. Since Ueaki is here, I should head to the kitchen to start preparing. Good morning, Kakane. Good morning. Kaka hastily greeted Ueaki before quickly retreating into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Ueaki. Perfect timing. Come over here. What is it? As Ueaki passed by Hakuto, the two instinctively exchanged glances. Kuzuryu Ueaki, who is this guy? Shiratori Hakuto, not bad, but definitely not as handsome as me. This is Shiratori Hakuto. You've probably heard your senpai mention him. Come on, the board is ready. You two will have a match. Hearing this, Hakuto could only applaud the irony in his heart. He had just complained about a 9 dan bullying him, and now they sent in a 7 dan instead. He seriously considered saying bullying one more time. Maybe they'd just let Ginkgo play instead. Meanwhile, upon hearing his master words, Ueaki's eyes gleamed with interest as he locked his gaze onto Hakuto. Understood. Kalk patted Ueaki on the shoulder and whispered in his ear. He's just an amateur. No need to go all out. Ueaki nodded. It wasn't surprising that Kalk would give such advice. After all, aside from Ginkgo, no one in the room really believed in Hakuto. Even Hakuto himself wasn't confident. His opponent was a professional 7 dan. By comparison, Ginkgo was a full 5 ranks lower. Sure, Ginkgo was regarded as the strongest female player of her generation, but only among female players. Hakuto glanced at Ginkgo again, silently begging for help. This time, Ginkgo picked up a different folding fan and slowly opened it. The words unrivaled appeared in his line of sight. Ridiculous. Left with no choice, Hakuto braced himself and sat down. He could only hope to last at least a few dozen moves. If possible, maybe even 100. Ueaki sat down across from him, his posture serious. For some reason, Hakuto sensed a faint hostility emanating from him. Hakuto, my senpai talks about you often. Haha. Is that so? Hearing this, Hakuto glanced at Ginkgo again. But instead of helping, she simply flipped her fan once more, revealing the words focus. Confidence. Senpai has a lot of talent. She shouldn't be wasting time on pointless distractions. The moment Ueaki said this, the smile on Hakuto's face disappeared. No wonder he had felt hostility just now. This guy was openly treating him as a rival. Trying to steal my client? You brat, you must have a death wish. Hakuto immediately abandoned his previous mindset of just trying to survive a few more moves. He was going to crush this arrogant guy with an overwhelming offensive. Ueaki, let's settle this on the board. Hakuto, fine. After a brief bow, the match officially began. Thanks to Kalk's teachings, Ueaki specialized in static rook strategies and favored bishop exchanges. Simply put, he was a defensive player. A turtle shell strategist who forced opponents into attacking, only to capitalize on their mistakes and end the game in a decisive counter-strike. But this time, Ueaki didn't opt for his usual defensive style. His pride as a professional 7 dan was on full display as he launched a sharp and aggressive offensive right from the start. So impatient, just like a kid. If Ueaki had chosen his usual turtle shell defense, Hakuto would have had a much harder time. But since his opponent had abandoned defense and was attacking directly, Hakuto now had plenty of opportunities to strike back. I've heard that Kadukun's specialty is the static rook strategy. But with such an aggressive approach, it seems the rumors weren't entirely accurate. Chapter 31, A Professional 7 Dan? Watch me cut you into 7 pieces using static rook against you is pointless. Ueaki shook his head slightly. He had heard Hakuto's name many times from Ginkgo, and every mention was accompanied by the word genius. But Ueaki didn't believe that an untrained amateur could pose any real threat to him. There was no need to use static rook. Not gonna lie, I just love attacking. The moment his words fell, the crisp sound of a piece landing on the board echoed, signaling the start of Hakuto's relentless offense. For the next several dozen moves, Hakuto played with an all-out assault, throwing defense out the window. Shogi, Go, chess. Any board game, beyond strategies and recorded games, ultimately boiled down to one thing, calculation. Hakuto wasn't recognized by Ginkgo as Jormungandr because of fancy strategies. His greatest weapon was raw, unadulterated calculation. Simply put, even the most skilled martial artist would still fall to a single bullet. As the game progressed, Hakuto gradually seized the advantage. Unlike Hakuto's lightning-fast moves, Ueaki, now at a disadvantage, carefully considered every step. And every time he hesitated, Hakuto would gently remind him. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. With every move, another impatient prompt followed, and soon, beads of sweat formed on Yaeki's forehead. Impossible. How could this happen? How am I falling behind? He stared at the board, his thoughts in turmoil. Yet every time he hesitated, Hakuto's voice would ring in his ears. Hurry up. Yaeki glanced at the worsening situation on the board and then at Hakuto, who sat calmly across from him. At that moment, Hakuto spoke once more, this time with a hint of amusement. Kuzuryu-kun, if this were an official match, your time would have run out by now. What? No way. Instinctively, Yaeki turned to his master, Kyuk, hoping for some kind of denial. But Kyuk said nothing. He simply nodded. Just then, Kika emerged from the kitchen and sat down beside Kyuk. Looking at the board, she hesitantly asked, is Yaeki going to lose? Kyuk shook his head. Then, after a pause, nodded again, indicating that even he wasn't sure anymore. He had only invited Yaeki to test Hakuto's skill. Losing had never even been a consideration. What a blunder. This kid really is just like Ginko said. But Hakuto-kun keeps pressuring Yaeki. Kika's words were cut short by Kyuk. Yaeki's opponent is someone who plays shogi as a casual hobby. A professional against an amateur. That should never be a fair match. Kyuk understood all too well, if Yaeki didn't find a way to break through soon, he might actually lose. Meanwhile, at the board, after receiving his master's silent confirmation, Yaeki's frustration grew. He was already close to reaching his breaking point. Kuzuryu-kun, even though this isn't an official game, I still must ask you to hurry up. Kika studied the board carefully and voiced her thoughts. Yaeki still isn't preparing to defend? From the board's current state, Hakuto's offensive was overwhelming. It was a battle to the death. The best way to counter such an offensive playstyle is through defense. Steadily expanding your advantage before delivering the final blow. But just then, a cool, composed voice rang out. He can't defend. Why not? He'll die. As the person who understood Hakuto's playstyle better than anyone, Ginko had every right to make such a statement with absolute confidence. At that moment, Yaeki held a shogi piece in his hand. Under the crushing pressure and Hakuto's relentless urging, he slowly moved his piece backward. You should have gone with static rook from the very beginning. Hakuto watched Yaeki's move and spoke calmly. Yet, for some reason, despite the simplicity of his words, they dripped with sarcasm. With each additional move, Yaeki was forced further and further into a corner until he could no longer place his pieces effectively. I lost. Thank you for the game. Hakuto slowly stood up. Only now did Yaeki truly understand the meaning behind the words engraved on Ginko's folding fan. It turned out that the person who understood Hakuto's strength the most wasn't Hakuto himself. It was Ginko, his opponent for over a decade. To utterly crush a professional 7-dan shogi player who had underestimated him, Hakuto estimated that his own skill had to be at least 6-dan, if not 7-dan. No way. One more round. Again. Why are you standing up? Sit back down. The match isn't over. The overwhelming pressure from the game, combined with the bitter taste of defeat, shattered Yaeki's composure. He refused to accept reality. All he could think about was winning the next game. He didn't even want to review the match. Enough, Yaeki. Do you want to embarrass yourself even more? Ginko stepped in front of Hakuto, shielding him. Losing wasn't the issue. Being unable to accept defeat was. Yaeki had reached professional 7-dan at just 16 years old and was even competing for the Ryu title against top players. His pride was naturally far greater than the average person's. And that pride was precisely why he couldn't accept losing. Especially not to Hakuto. Move aside, senpai. If I had used static rook from the start, I wouldn't have lost. You're being ridiculous. No one stopped you from using static rook in the first place. Ginko knew that Yaeki was just making excuses. Excuses for being unable to accept his loss. At that moment, Hakuto gently patted Ginko on the shoulder, then stepped forward to face Yaeki. Kuzuryu-kun, about that rematch you mentioned. I'm fine with it. Are really? Then what are we waiting for? However, I have one condition. Fine. Whatever it is, I accept. Hakuto smiled slightly. Then, in the next second, he spoke his demand. If you lose, you must immediately withdraw from the reward association and never touch shogi again for the rest of your life. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If you accept, we'll start the match right now. The moment those words left his mouth, it wasn't just Yaeki who was stunned. Ginko, Kika, and Kyuk were all equally dumbfounded. Hakuto, what are you doing? Ginko stood behind Hakuto, tugging at his sleeve and whispering. Ha ha ha, it's just a simple game. No need to make such a big deal out of it. Yeah. Chapter 32, Kuzuryu Uyaki's mental breakdown. Kemk and Kika hurriedly tried to smooth things over, hoping to move past the situation. However, Hakuto paid no attention to the three of them. Initially, he had considered Yaeki as Ginko's junior disciple. Though they weren't close, he was still somewhat of an acquaintance. Hakuto had originally intended to treat the match as a casual game. After all, it wasn't an official tournament, nor was there any prize money involved. But then, Yaeki had to say, "Senpai shouldn't waste time on meaningless things." That was it. Completely and utterly infuriating. If Hakuto were to still be polite after that, he'd be a fool. Sure, Hakuto had a high tolerance. But that only applied to his clients. If it were anyone else, they'd be lucky if he didn't slap them twice. Right now, he had absolutely no goodwill toward the person in front of him. The one trying to steal his clients. With an intense gaze fixed on Yaeki, Hakuto pressed on. "So, what will it be? If you accept, we'll start right now." Yaeki remained silent for a long time, his mind completely frozen. He hadn't expected Hakuto's conditions to be this extreme. No matter which condition he looked at, both would be utterly devastating for him. Quit the reward association. Never touch shogi again. Never touch shogi again. Quit the reward association. Yaeki kept mumbling to himself, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Seeing this, Hakuto smiled slightly and continued to pile on the pressure. "If you agree, take a step forward. If you refuse, step back. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. 3. 2. Under Hakuto's relentless pressure, Yaeki's body moved on its own. His foot lifted, prepared to take a step forward. Just as Hakuto was about to count down to 1 and Yaeki's foot was about to touch the ground, Kemk suddenly grabbed his disciple and pulled him backward. "I see. That's a refusal." Hearing this, Yaeki said nothing. Maybe deep down, he lacked the courage to accept such a bet. But at the same time, he couldn't back down in front of everyone either. Now that Kemk had pulled him back, it gave Yaeki a reasonable excuse to withdraw. Even though Hakuto had clearly seen Yaeki about to step forward, he decided to give Kemk some face and pretended not to notice. "Apologies, Kitaki-sensei, for causing so much trouble today. I'll take my leave for now. Next time, let's not bully an amateur player like me again." Hakuto's words carried a clear message. Playing shogi was fine, but if you were playing with ulterior motives, that wouldn't do. Normally, Hakuto wouldn't have bothered being this polite. But considering Ginko's presence, if he completely burned bridges here, it would put Ginko in a difficult position. Sigh. No choice. He had to think about his clients. With that, Hakuto waved his hand and left. But as he walked away, he exchanged a quick glance with Ginko. Ginko didn't say anything. She merely nodded indifferently. Once Hakuto was completely gone, the atmosphere in the room became unbearably heavy. Kemp didn't dare to speak, knowing full well that his disciple was already mentally shattered. If he said anything wrong now, Yaeki might just jump off the building. If you can't even accept a single defeat, then you might as well withdraw from next week's Ruru title match. But Ginko didn't care about any of that. Her relationship with Yaeki wasn't particularly good. The only reason she was still here was to witness the match firsthand. Yaeki was utterly devastated. He knelt on the floor, staring blankly as he muttered, "Senpai. Do you also think I can't beat that Hakuto guy?" Ginko didn't answer. Instead, she turned her gaze away and slowly opened her folding fan, revealing the words written on it. Confidence. At this moment, Kemp finally spoke up in an attempt to console Yaeki. "Yaeki, like you said, if you had used static rook, you might not have lost. Rather than kneeling here, why don't you review the game and figure out why you lost? Next time, I'll defeat Shiratori Hakuto fair and square with static rook." Yaeki was still hesitant, anxiously asking, "But if I lose, I'll never be able to play shogi again." The moment those words left his mouth, Ginko could no longer hold back. With a swift motion, she smacked Yaeki hard on the head with her folding fan. Stars filled Yaeki's vision from the impact, and before he could recover, Ginko's voice followed, calm but sharp. "You're already assuming you'll lose before even sitting at the board? Kuzuryu Yaeki. You might as well quit the reward association right now and go back to being a normal high school student." As soon as she finished speaking, Ginko took slow steps toward the entrance, picked up her parasol, and prepared to leave. Kika, realizing what was happening, hurried to stop her. She hadn't been familiar with Hakuto, so she hadn't minded when he left earlier. But Ginko was different. "Wait, Ginko. At least stay for lunch before you go." "Sorry, Kika-san. I can't leave Hakuto alone outside." With that, Ginko opened her parasol and stepped out into the street without looking back. Kika stood there in a daze, turning toward Kemp, only to see him shaking his head, silently signaling to let Ginko go. Yaeki, your senpai isn't wrong, you know. Maybe her words were harsh, but she was thinking about you. If Ginko had heard that, she definitely would have coldly retorted. Because the truth was, she really did want Yaeki to quit the reward association. At this moment, Kemp deeply regretted allowing Hakuto and Yaeki to face off. But there was no undoing it now. The only thing he could do was try his best to comfort his disciple, especially since an incredibly important match was coming up next week. Yaeki, listening to his master words, shifted his gaze toward the shogi board where the game had just concluded. Sensei. I will win the Ryu title. Good. I'll help you. Kemp was relieved to see that Yaeki had regained his fighting spirit. Stronger than before. Meanwhile, outside, Ginko stood on the street, holding her parasol as she scanned her surroundings, searching for Hakuto. That glance Hakuto had given her before leaving. Maybe others wouldn't have thought much of it. But after 10 years of knowing him, Ginko understood his little gestures perfectly. I'll be waiting outside. That was what his eyes had said to her. Yet now, as she looked around, there was no sign of him. Did I misunderstand? For the first time, doubt crept into Ginko's mind. Maybe she had misread his expression. Maybe what he had meant was I'm heading home first or something along those lines. Just as she began to second-guess herself, a voice from behind put her at ease. Ginko, I'm boiling out here. Hearing Hakuto's voice, Ginko didn't say a word. Instead, she stepped forward and kicked him in the shin. Degrees. Hakuto jumped in surprise, momentarily thinking a snake had wrapped around his leg. As for the pain, well, he figured, how much force could a small girl like Ginko possibly have? But even if she didn't have strength, couldn't Hakuto at least pretend? Oh. Why'd you kick me all of a sudden? Why did you make such a reckless bet? Earlier, Ginko had been sitting behind Yaeki. She had seen Yaeki lean in and whisper something to Hakuto. Something that instantly wiped the smile off his face. It had been too quiet for her to hear, but she could tell it wasn't anything good. From that moment on, Hakuto's attitude had completely changed. Even more concerning, by the end of the match, he had placed such a dangerous bet on the line. Did you really need to kick me just for that question? Chapter 33, a camera? Who's watching? Hakuto brushed back his sweat-dampened bangs. Having long hair was stylish, sure, but in the summer, it was pure torture. At the start of the game, Yaeki looked at me with this self-righteous expression and said, Senpai is very talented, so she shouldn't waste her time on meaningless things. As he spoke, Hakuto even imitated Yaeki's exact expression at that moment. 30% confidence, 30% self-importance, 20% mockery, and 20% indifference. And he had the audacity to say that? The moment those words reached Ginko's ears, she snapped the folding fan in her hands in half. The fan, emblazoned with the word certain victory, had now completed its final mission. Trash. Scum. Why hasn't he dropped dead yet? For Ginko, playing shogi with Hakuto was one of the most important things in her life. And she had been doing it for 10 years. Now, some arrogant fool had the nerve to call it meaningless? How could she not be furious? Hakuto nodded in agreement. Yeah, it was pretty infuriating. He didn't know how others would see it, but in his mind, he had come here with nothing but sincerity. To support Yaeki in his upcoming Ryu match. And yet, Yaeki had gone out of his way to provoke him. So naturally, Hakuto had spent the entire game targeting his psychological defenses. Yeah, it was infuriating. But have you thought about what would have happened if he had accepted the bet? Huh? Ginko, are you seriously thinking that someone whose mental defenses were about to collapse could have beaten me? At those words, Ginko instinctively pressed a hand to her forehead. She had been so caught up in worrying that she hadn't even considered that possibility. Even at his best, Yaeki couldn't guarantee a win against Hakuto, let alone in the shaken state he was in. I hadn't thought about that. But you handled it well. In truth, Ginko had only brought Hakuto here to keep an eye on both sides and to let him meet Kataki-Kazuki. Oh? Then do I get a reward? At the mention of a reward, Hakuto's eyes lit up with one thought. Money. A reward? But to his surprise, Ginko didn't reach for her wallet. Instead, her gaze shifted to his slightly sweaty forehead. Kneel down. Hakuto. Wait. Did he hear that right? Kneel down? What for? Don't tell him it's a foot kiss. Sure, Hakuto often jokingly called Ginko Your Majesty, but he wasn't actually into that kind of thing. No way. No way was he kissing someone's foot. Huh? Why are you just standing there? Didn't you say you wanted a reward? Can I get a different one? No. Hurry up. Seeing no way out, Hakuto reluctantly knelt down, silently swearing to himself that he would never call her Your Majesty again. He was about to fake a stomachache and make a run for it when, to his shock, Ginkgo suddenly moved behind him. Before he could even register what was happening, he felt something soft, like silk, brush against his neck. Then, a cooling sensation wrapped snugly around him. By the time he snapped back to reality, Ginkgo was already sitting on his shoulders. Her face red. So, this was her reward? She was holding the umbrella for him? The method was just a little unconventional. If you dare to look up, I'll kill you. Ginkgo's voice carried an intimidating force, but her tone and her flushed cheeks completely betrayed her. Okay, I won't look. It's just, you said you were hot, so I'm shading you this way. If you dare to misunderstand, you're dead. Okay, I won't think about it. Hakuto was just endlessly relieved that this wasn't some weird SM thing. But now that he thought about it, Ginkgo was really light. Sitting on his shoulders, she felt no heavier than a little cat. Also, were all girls' thighs this cool? It was like having shaved ice pressed against his skin. Refreshing and oddly intoxicating. As Hakuto lost himself in thought, Ginkgo suddenly smacked him on the head. Why'd you hit me again? You were definitely thinking something indecent just now. Busted. Hakuto coughed awkwardly and, without another word, placed his hands under Ginkgo's legs and slowly stood up. Well, since things have come to this, we might as well eat first. With that, Hakuto asked, Ginkgo, what do you want for lunch? You decide. Alright. Then let's walk 300 steps forward, and we'll enter the first restaurant we see. Ginkgo, want to guess what kind of restaurant it will be? Childish. Most likely an izakaya. An izakaya. I think it'll be a fried chicken shop. But well, we'll only know when we get there. Let's go. Wait, don't run so fast. Hey, Jin, don't pull my hair. What Hakuto didn't know was that every move he and Ginkgo made was being recorded by a handheld camera. The owner of the camera was leaning against a wall. If not for their flawless appearance, they might have been mistaken for a peeping Tom. Inside an izakaya, I can't believe it actually turned out to be an izakaya. Ginkgo, you're amazing. Izakayas are the most common type of restaurant in Japan. Statistically, this was the most probable choice. Hearing Hakuto's compliment, Ginkgo couldn't help but feel proud. However, since her folding fan was broken, she had nothing to hide her face with. Is that so? I've learned something new. Hakuto maintained a modest expression on the surface, but inside, he was grinning. From the moment he asked Ginkgo what she wanted to eat, the plan was already in motion. 300 steps? Hakuto was the one leading the way. Whether they had really walked 300 steps or not was entirely up to him. This was a trick he had just thought of on a whim. Though admittedly, it was a bit exhausting. While waiting for the food, Hakuto took out his phone and habitually checked the latest news. Although he read the news daily, very few articles actually caught his attention. But today was different. Within seconds, a sports article grabbed his gaze. The news was about a high school baseball pitcher, highly praised by the media, and accompanied by a video of one of his games. It was this video that caught Hakuto's attention. Huh? No way. Hearing his sudden tone of disbelief, Ginkgo instinctively asked, what's wrong? Hakuto showed the video on his phone to Ginkgo. Look at this pitcher. Ginkgo watched the video on Hakuto's phone. The so-called prodigy of the baseball world had just thrown an incredibly beautiful knuckleball, drawing cheers from the audience. A really beautiful knuckleball. Hakuto, I didn't know you were interested in baseball. Although baseball was extremely popular in Japan, this was the first time Ginkgo had ever seen Hakuto show interest in it. No. Don't look at the knuckleball. Look at his grip. Hakuto put down his phone and extended his thumb, index, and middle fingers. Then, he curled all three fingers into a semicircular grip, which looked somewhat like the letter C. This is how he held the ball when he threw that knuckleball. And what's wrong with that grip? Ginkgo didn't understand baseball but thought the gesture looked like one of the most common grips she had seen before. That's a grip for throwing a fastball. Even though I don't know much about baseball, I do know that to throw a knuckleball, you have to press the ball with the tips of your index and middle fingers. Ginkgo still didn't fully understand. After all, baseball wasn't her thing. I don't know how to explain it to you, Ginkgo. But as far as I understand, it should be impossible to throw a knuckleball with that grip. Ginkgo nodded. Cheating, right? A game this big. How could he cheat without getting caught? Maybe he just has his own unique method. And I'm just an outsider anyway. What Hakuto didn't know was that the camera was still recording his every move. And in the hands of the camera's owner was a sports weekly magazine. The article printed on it was exactly the same as what Hakuto had just read on his phone. Chapter 34, Overtime. Overtime. Around 5 p.m. Ginkgo bid farewell to Hakuto and boarded the train. With that, Hakuto's work for the week officially came to an end. Tomorrow, Sunday, was one of his rare days off. I'm exhausted. Bank account credited, not tired anymore. Hakuto walked alone down the street. After seeing Ginkgo off, he still had some distance to cover before reaching home. However, he was reluctant to take a taxi. After all, taxis in Japan were notoriously expensive. I'll just rent a bike. He quickly found a shared bicycle on the street and was about to scan the QR code to unlock it when his phone rang. Kasumijoka-senpai? Why is she calling me? Although puzzled, Hakuto still answered. Hello, Kuhai-kun, could you do me a favor? Shiratori Hakuto. Why is it that everyone who calls me these days needs a favor? Yesterday it was Hiratsuka-sensei, and today it's Utaha. Since he had just received his paycheck, Hakuto was in a pretty good mood. He figured he'd at least hear her out. If it was something small, he might as well help. Go ahead, senpai. I'm planning to move out and rent an apartment. I just contacted a landlord, and they asked me to come over to check the place. And? Kuhai-kun, would you really have the heart to let a delicate young lady like me walk into a potentially dangerous situation alone? Dangerous situation? Isn't it? If I go alone and something unexpected happens. Hakuto had no idea what Utaha was trying to pull here. If she was that worried, wouldn't it make more sense to have a parent accompany her? And even if her parents were unavailable, why would she call him specifically? After thinking it over, Hakuto decided to refuse. It wasn't something he absolutely had to help with, and it seemed pretty troublesome. Senpai, I'm still job hunting right now, so I really don't have the time. 10,000. If you come with me, I'll give you 10,000. Consider it compensation for your time, Kuhai-kun. Send me the location. Utaha chuckled at how fast he agreed. Then I'll be waiting for you over there. She probably hadn't expected to hit Hakuto's weak spot so perfectly by accident. Her original thought was that since he was job hunting, he was probably short on money. Or maybe he just wanted to buy something. That's why she offered cash as compensation. Initially, she had considered just treating him to a meal. But now, it seemed that offering money had been the right choice. After hanging up, Hakuto checked the location she sent. It wasn't too far. If he pedaled at full speed, he could get there in under an hour. Wait. Full speed? 1 hour? On a bicycle? A shared bicycle? Well, no choice now. Overtime mode, activated. 1 hour later, you know. Maybe saving that money wasn't that necessary. Hakuto staggered off the bike, rubbing his now numb backside as he arrived at the meeting spot with Utaha. Kuhai-kun, you sure took your time. Could it be that you're just too weak? Just as they reached the apartment entrance, Utaha suddenly appeared beside Hakuto without warning, immediately taking a jab at his stamina. Hakuto ignored her mocking. Right now, he couldn't even feel his backside anymore. I'm never riding a shared bike again for the rest of my life. By the way, senpai, didn't you say the landlord was supposed to meet you? Utaha shook the key in her hand. Who knows how long I would have had to wait for you. The landlord and I already talked. Huh? Didn't he show you around the place? Nope. He just handed me the key and told me to check it out myself before leaving. Hearing this, Hakuto felt something was off. No matter how laid back someone was, they wouldn't just hand over the key to a stranger they were meeting for the first time. Sure, she was a potential tenant, but they hadn't even signed a contract yet. Was this some kind of next-level business tactic to leave a strong first impression? Hakuto looked up at the apartment complex. The one Utaha had chosen was clearly an older building, likely part of an old district. It was already 6:30 p.m. and the sky was starting to darken. Under the dim, grayish light, the whole apartment complex looked rather eerie. Why does this place feel so familiar? Even though it was his first time here, something about it felt oddly recognizable. Senpai, don't you think this apartment looks a bit creepy? Yeah, I think so too. That's why you have to protect me, Kuhai-kun. You're the boss. You're in charge. If something happens, you run first. With Utaha messing around like this, some of the unease Hakuto had been feeling dissipated. The building was definitely old. As they climbed the stairs, they saw all sorts of advertisements plastered everywhere. Locksmith services, contact. Apartments for rent. Help wanted. Just then, Hakuto spotted something unusual. Huh? Student discount visits? Kuhai-kun, are you here to look at ads or look at the apartment? Apartment. Definitely the apartment. The unit Utaha found was number 1202. Normally, buildings like this would have an elevator, but for some reason, it was out of service. That meant they had to climb all the way to the 12th floor on foot. It took quite a while, but eventually, Hakuto dragged the completely exhausted Utaha to the door of Unit 1202. Senpai, honestly, I think we should just leave. There's no need to check it out. And no. I have to at least take a look. Seeing her insist, Hakuto had no choice. She was the boss, and when the boss spoke, the employee could only listen. Supporting Utaha at the entrance, Hakuto studied the old yet uniquely designed door. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. And then, he noticed something. On the wall, there was a small graffiti drawing of a baseball. At that moment, his memory came rushing back. Hakuto had a habit of checking the daily news, just like how he had read about that volleyball prodigy yesterday. The reason this apartment seemed familiar was because he had seen it in the news. Senpai, either we leave right now, or you're going to have to pay me extra. Utaha raised an eyebrow. Price gouging? Kuhai-kun, have you learned some shady business tricks? That's not what I mean. Senpai, what's the name of this apartment complex? Bnhai. Why? Senpai, search Bnhai apartment 1202 online. Then you'll understand why I said that. Chapter 35, Waving is not a greeting, but a declaration of my arrival. Although she was filled with doubt, Utaha still followed his instructions. However, she would soon regret this decision. Not even 2 minutes later, Utaha shakily put away her phone, instinctively stepping away from the door of Unit 1202. Just now, she had looked up the history of 1202 on her phone, and what she found was shocking. A family of 3 had once lived in this unit. The wife had an affair, which was discovered by her husband. In a fit of rage, the husband killed both his wife and her lover before hanging himself. Their child was only about 5 years old at the time. He had witnessed everything. The murders, the suicide. Though the child survived, the psychological trauma left permanent scars, and he was now in a psychiatric hospital. 3 years had passed since the incident, but the apartment had remained vacant. In fact, even other residents of the building had gradually moved out. Hakuto hadn't expected Utaha to pick such a cursed place, so he kindly tried to persuade her. Senpai, do you really still want to check out this apartment? Honestly, there's no need. No elevator, on the 12th floor, and people have died here. But just so you know, I'm not refunding that 10,000 yen. Unexpectedly, Utaha seemed to have thought of something. She smiled slightly before replying calmly, Kuhai-kun, could it be that you're scared? Senpai, trying to provoke me won't work. 20,000. 20,000 yen. Will that be enough? I want to go inside. So, Senpai enjoys ghost house adventures, huh? What a coincidence. I do too. In the end, the allure of money was too strong. Hakuto happily accepted the task. He wasn't someone who believed in ghosts or the supernatural, he just found it a bit unlucky. Utaha felt the same. To be honest, when she first read the news, her initial reaction was fear. But right after that, endless ideas began to surface in her mind. As a romance novelist, she knew exactly what kind of situations could arise when a man and a woman were alone in an eerie environment. In this kind of tense atmosphere, forget ghosts. If even a random moth flew by, it could set the stage for an unexpected romantic moment. Originally, Utaha just wanted Hakuto to accompany her for a simple apartment viewing and, in the process, improve their relationship a little. But now, this was a golden opportunity falling right into her lap. Divine intervention. At this moment, Hakuto stood in front of Unit 1202. The dim, motion-activated light cast a warm glow on his face, subtly highlighting his flawless features. Originally, he thought Utaha would just turn around and leave, so the whole idea of raising the price had been nothing more than a joke. Even if she did pay up, he didn't think such a minor errand was worth divine retribution. So, to ensure he earned his temporary bonus of 20,000 yen, Hakuto decided to give Utaha a little extra entertainment. Senpai, for your safety, I've decided to perform an ancient exorcism ritual from my hometown. Utaha immediately played along. Then my safety is in your hands, Kuhai-kun. Senpai, have you ever heard this saying? Waving is not a greeting. It is a declaration of my arrival. As soon as he finished speaking, Hakuto slowly raised both hands, then spread them out to either side, waving them back and forth. After completing the ritual, he extended his hand toward Utaha, signaling for her to hand over the key. Utaha immediately caught on and placed the key in his hand. However, instead of unlocking the door right away, Hakuto pressed his ear against it, listening closely. Then, he knocked a few times. Kuhai-kun. What exactly are you doing now? Waking up the hidden resident. Since Utaha enjoyed exploring haunted houses, Hakuto decided to fulfill her wishes. Adding a little drama, a little atmosphere. He felt there was no one more dedicated to their job than himself. After knocking on the door twice, Hakuto slowly inserted the key into the lock, preparing to open the door. However, even after turning the key several times, the old iron door only rattled loudly but showed no signs of unlocking. Maybe it's been too long, and the lock has rusted? No, in cases like this, we call it the hidden resident blocking the way. But don't worry, this is all part of the routine. Easily solvable. Hakuto turned to reassure her, emphasizing his expertise and the theatrical nature of their ghost house adventure. Then, he pulled the key out, wiped it with his hand, and firmly inserted it back into the keyhole. But just as the key slid into the lock, the dim overhead light started flickering unexpectedly. It was around 7 p.m. and the outside light had already faded into darkness. The only source of illumination in their area came from the motion-activated lamp above their heads. So, when the light suddenly flickered, Yutaha, though she didn't scream, was startled enough to instinctively move closer to Hakuto. Kuhai-kun. Is this also part of the routine? No worries, this hidden resident seems a bit aggressive, but it's still just routine. As he spoke, Hakuto suddenly exerted force, and with a loud boom, the door cracked open. Just a little. Did it open? It opened. But it doesn't seem to be fully open. Hakuto looked down at the broken key in his hand and thought to himself, damn, this hidden resident is strong. No wonder they say he took out 2 people. Taking out his phone, he turned on the flashlight and peered through the small gap to inspect the interior. Do you see anything? Just some junk blocking the door. At the very least, Hakuto hadn't spotted any signs of a hidden resident yet. See? All that ghost nonsense. Completely baseless. Without hesitation, he took 2 steps back, then delivered a powerful kick to the door. The scattered debris clattered noisily to the ground, the harsh sound unpleasant to the ears. Let's go in and check the place out. Kuhai-kun. Maybe we should just head back. To be honest, Yutaha was actually starting to feel scared. Those few hidden resident remarks from Hakuto had completely shattered the courage she had just built up. Go back? Senpai, are you trying to tarnish my professional integrity? Do I, Shiratori Hakuto, seem like the kind of person who takes money and doesn't finish the job? By this point, Hakuto was fully immersed in his role. The price had been negotiated. Whether she liked it or not, Yutaha was going to explore this haunted apartment tonight. Holding up his phone, using the flashlight for guidance, he stepped into 1202 ahead of her. Watching Hakuto enter, Yutaha hesitated for a moment. But just then, the hallway's motion-activated light flickered again. In that instant, it felt as if all the blood in Yutaha's body rushed to her legs. This time, without hesitation, she bolted straight into 1202. Chapter 36, What the hell? There is really a native resident? The moment Yutaha stepped inside, a foul, musty stench hit her. Like a pair of socks worn for a week and then left to soak in water for several days. Why won't the light turn on? As soon as she entered, Yutaha instinctively reached for the light switch, but no matter how many times she flipped it, the ceiling light remained completely unresponsive. Looks like the native resident doesn't welcome us. Hakuto turned to glance at Yutaha, making sure she had followed him in before continuing. Take out your phone and turn on the flashlight. At least we'll have some light. Hearing this, Yutaha gave up on the idea of using the room's light. She reached into her bag, pulled out her phone, and a bright beam shone from the rear camera, giving her a small sense of security. By now, the motion-activated light in the hallway had turned off, leaving the only sources of illumination as the phone flashlights in their hands. Yutaha instinctively turned around to look at the dark hallway behind her. The pitch-black void, where even an outstretched hand would be invisible, made her momentarily freeze. But when she turned her head back around, the classic horror cliché happened. Hakuto was gone. Vanished. The sudden disappearance sent a chill through Yutaha's entire body. Just as she hesitated on whether to call out to him, a familiar voice from above reassured her. Senpai, why are you just standing there? Hearing his voice, Yutaha immediately looked up and finally spotted Hakuto, letting out a breath of relief. Turns out, this apartment had 2 floors. The moment the door opened, a staircase leading to the 2nd floor was on the left, while the right side was occupied by a shoe cabinet and miscellaneous items. The reason the door had been blocked earlier was because the shoe cabinet had fallen over. At this moment, Hakuto stood on the staircase with his phone in hand, completely unaware that his sudden disappearance had nearly scared Yutaha out of her wits. Nothing, I was just checking the apartment layout. Yutaha was not about to admit she had been scared. She composed herself and casually walked over to Hakuto's side, acting as if nothing had happened. Layout. Hakuto hadn't expected her to still be interested in the apartment itself. Aren't we here for a haunted house exploration? Why is she still thinking about real estate? But since his boss was talking about it, he decided to play along. Since this is a 2-story layout and the staircase is right at the entrance, The apartment practically has no foyer. I took a quick look earlier. Downstairs should be the living room, and the empty room on the right is likely the bathroom. As for upstairs, that should be where the bedrooms are. Just as he finished speaking, the two of them arrived on the second floor. As expected, it consisted of 2 rooms. Or rather, it would be more accurate to call it one extra-large room. One side had a double bed, while the other featured a space that resembled an alcove. "I've seen this layout before," Hakuto said, pointing to the alcove on the left. "That space is usually meant for floor bedding." The apartment had clearly been vacant for a long time. The double bed was reduced to a bare wooden frame, and the floor was nearly covered in debris. Hakuto and Utaha had to carefully find spots to step on. He had no idea what kind of person had last rented a place like this, but then again, the current person renting it was standing right behind him. Hakuto walked up to the bed and pulled back the curtains. Behind him wasn't a window, but a balcony. He slowly stepped out onto the balcony. He had to admit, the lighting and the view from here were excellent. If not for that incident, this apartment would have been quite desirable. Even though Utaha was still scared, she hadn't forgotten her original purpose. As she was considering what exactly should scare her next, Hakuto suddenly spoke beside her. "Senpai, do you think if we turn on this air conditioner, something unexpected might fly out?" At this moment, Hakuto was staring at the air conditioner mounted on the wall, his tone full of eager anticipation. "What do you mean, Kuhai-kun?" "You know, like bits and pieces of body parts or something. Think about it. The news said that person was hacked up with a knife. What if some leftover fragments got sucked into the AC and are just waiting to be blown out?" The moment those words left his mouth, Utaha seemed to have already pictured the horrifying scene in her mind. "Can you not say such disgusting things, you damn simp Kuhai?" Even though Utaha had nerves of steel, she was still a girl. Just imagining that scene made her stomach churn. Hakuto had noticed by now. Whenever Utaha got mad or really serious, she would switch to calling him simp Kuhai. It was an interesting discovery. After all, she was one of his potential clients. Their first collaboration had already generated 30,000 yen in revenue, second only to his biggest shareholder, Sawamura Sayuri. Alright, I'll stop. There's nothing interesting up here anyway. Let's head back down." Saying that, Hakuto turned toward the staircase. But before he could take more than a couple of steps, Utaha's voice suddenly stopped him. "Wait, Kuhai-kun, I'll go first." Alright. Although a little confused, Hakuto obediently stepped aside, letting his boss take the lead. Seeing this, Utaha quickly rushed ahead of him. She definitely didn't want to experience another horror movie moment. Everyone knew that in those films, the ones left behind were always the first to go. Hakuto stood behind her, subconsciously glancing back at the balcony. Even though he had been acting carefree, the eerie sensation in his chest hadn't disappeared. He just didn't want to show it in front of his boss. Just as he was starting to think it was all in his head, Utaha suddenly let out a shriek and pounced on him, clinging tightly to his neck. "Utaha, what?" "Hakuto, holy sh." Her infamous nickname Fat Utaha wasn't for nothing. With her generous figure, her ample chest pressing against him, and thighs that not even goji berries could save, she wasn't exactly light. Sure, Hakuto had great physical endurance. In theory, even if Utaha were a bit bigger, he could still carry her and run a whole kilometer. But this situation was different. The oppressive atmosphere of the place had already left his nerves on edge. Add to that the fact that she had jumped onto him out of nowhere, and there was no way he could react properly in time. "Kuhai-kun, there's a ghost." Wait. "Senpai, don't move." Hakuto didn't care whether there was a ghost or not. All he knew was that he was about to lose his balance. And considering they were on the stairs, if he fell now, well, apartment 1202 might just get 2 new permanent residents. With his left arm wrapped tightly around Utaha's waist and his right hand gripping the stair railing for dear life, Hakuto desperately tried to steady them both. But even so, momentum wasn't on his side. And before he could stop it, he was already toppling backward. Chapter 37, I have encountered ghosts twice. Hakuto landed heavily on the staircase, his body falling backward with force. His natural self-preservation instincts kicked in, causing him to instinctively tilt his head up to avoid hitting the back of his skull. Still, his back slammed hard against the steps. At the same time, Utaha was still clinging tightly to him, her face buried deep in his chest, clearly shaken to her core. "Senpai. It's fine now. You can get up." Hakuto spoke softly. Hearing his voice, Utaha hesitantly lifted her head. Her tightly shut eyes slowly opened as she nervously scanned her surroundings. It's fine now." "Yeah. So can you get up now?" With trembling legs, Utaha unsteadily stood up, and Hakuto followed suit. However, even after standing up, she still refused to let go of his hand, half hiding behind his back. "Let me see what scared you so badly, senpai." "It was that." Utaha pointed toward the ceiling. Hakuto followed the direction of her finger. Since both of their phones had slipped down the stairs during the commotion, he could only rely on the faint light coming from the flashlight downstairs to make out the rough shape of whatever was hanging there. From its silhouette, the object on the ceiling looked long and thin. At first glance, it resembled a snake. But if it were a snake, all that movement just now would have sent it slithering away long ago. Hakuto reached up and tugged the rope-like object down. Once he saw what it was, even his professional composure couldn't stop him from rolling his eyes. "Senpai. You got scared by this? Huh? A network cable?" "That's right. Just an old, worn-out network cable that fell from the ceiling. It's normal for stuff like this to drop after years of disrepair. Look, I did say that if we encountered danger, you could run ahead and I'd cover the rear, but that doesn't mean you should create danger out of nothing. After all, fear is contagious." Even with Hakuto's guts, Utaha's sudden screaming had rattled him quite a bit. "Kuhai-kun, are you alright?" "I'm fine. But, senpai, do you still want to continue exploring this haunted house?" "Forget it. Let's go back." Although Utaha's original goal in coming here was to stage an accident that would lead to some physical contact, she had genuinely been frightened just now. The moment she stepped onto the stairs, she had been thinking about how to create a plausible excuse for accidental contact. That was when her eyes wandered and spotted the dangling cable above. Because of the dim lighting, she couldn't see it clearly. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the sudden scare still got to her. If it had been a normal scare, she wouldn't have immediately thrown herself at Hakuto. But since she had already planned on doing something, her body reacted before her brain did, and the next second, she was clinging on to him. In the end, this situation had achieved the result she wanted, but it wasn't exactly intentional. She would never go so far as to risk their safety just to make something like this happen. Alright then. If senpai ever needs something like this again, feel free to contact me anytime. I'm available 24/7. Except for certain scheduled rest periods. Since Utaha had decided to leave, Hakuto took the chance to advertise his services. After all, she was still a potential client. As for those rest periods, in truth, he didn't really have them. Those times were just reserved for other clients. "Kuhai-kun, are you planning to make this your full-time job? It's a viable way to make money, after all." Hakuto spoke with a straight face, not a hint of guilt or hesitation. He was a complete natural at this line of work. "Since you're planning to take this job full-time, Kuhai-kun, that means those things are included too, right?" "Hakuto. Wait, does this mean my very first commission is selling my body?" Putting on an exaggeratedly fragile expression, Hakuto pretended to be a hopeless girl who had lost her way. "Quit the act, you idiot." "Spit." Of course, he knew Utaha was just teasing, so he played along. After all, clients always appreciate someone who listens to them. "If senpai really needs it, then I guess I can." His voice grew softer, his expression more pitiful, practically radiating an aura of tragic innocence. Then I'll be counting on you from now on. As they say, the customer is the king. Kuhai-kun, you'd better take very good care of this king. At the moment, Utaha simply assumed Hakuto was joking to lighten the atmosphere. Maybe, deep down, he was considering making some side money with this gig. But turning it into a full-time job? That was definitely out of the question. At least, that's what she believed. To this, Hakuto could only respond, hee. With that, the two walked down the stairs and picked up their fallen phones. Thankfully, the drop hadn't been too high, and the clutter below had cushioned the fall, so both devices remained intact. Good thing my phone's not broken, or this overtime job would have cost me instead of paying me. Hakuto muttered to himself as he squatted down, his voice barely audible. After all, repairing a phone wasn't cheap. It'd be better just to buy a new one. Maybe I could fix it up and resell it to my kuhai for some quick cash. Just then, Utaha, standing beside him, lightly patted his shoulder. "Kuhai-kun. I'm not seeing things this time, right?" "Senpai, what did you see now?" Hakuto instinctively assumed she had spotted another loose network cable or power line and looked up again without much concern. Wait. Why did it actually look like something was there this time? Rubbing his eyes, he convinced himself that he was just imagining things. But when he opened them again... Oh, hell no. This house had 2 floors. Upstairs was the balcony and bedrooms, while downstairs held the kitchen, bathroom, and living room. The kitchen was connected to the living room, almost like a mini balcony, separated only by a curtain. And right now, standing motionless inside the dimly lit kitchen, was a shadowy figure. Its features were completely obscured, making it impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Or even if it was human at all. Senpai. Wait. Move slowly. Back up. Hakuto, who had just started to relax, felt his nerves tighten again. He carefully guided Utaha to step backward, matching her pace as they both retreated. But after only 2 or 3 steps, she stopped. Kokuhai-kun. What's wrong? The door. It's shut. Hakuto's mind instantly went blank. Damn, this ghost is smart. It even knows how to cut off our escape route? Chapter 38, Bleeding HP bar? Then why aren't you dead yet? Senpai, on the count of 3, you grab the door handle and open it. Then we run. Got it. If Hakuto had any doubts before, they are completely gone now. When they came in, he was certain the door had been left open. The only explanations were, either the door had been closed while they were on the stairs, or something not human had shut it. His eyes stayed locked on the shadowy figure in the kitchen, clinging to it for some sense of security. 1. Just as he began the countdown, the figure moved. It started walking toward them. Hakuto? On instinct, his hands fumbled around, searching for anything he could use. Until they landed on the random junk piled on the shoe cabinet. Buddy, if you can close doors, that means you've got an HP bar, right? You think I don't have a temper? A rain of arrows shall reveal the might of my clan. Fire. Fire. Without hesitation, he started hurling whatever he could grab at the figure. Kuhai-kun. Your aim sucks. Forget my aim. Just open the damn door. Snapping back to reality at his words, Utaha immediately swung the door open and bolted. Seeing her escape, Hakuto was about to follow suit. Until he noticed something. One of the objects he had randomly thrown had actually hit the shadowy figure. His throws had been wildly off target due to panic, yet by sheer dumb luck, his final shot landed. Huh? That hit? For a moment, Hakuto was dumbfounded. That whole thing about the figure having an HP bar? He just said it to hype himself up. He never expected it to actually be true. Glancing between the now vanished Utaha and the dark silhouette momentarily frozen from the impact, he hesitated for 2.5 seconds. Then, an idea hit him. I've got a plan. Recalling how badly he had just embarrassed himself, Hakuto made a decisive move. Slam. He shut the door. Hard. The forceful bang was so loud it triggered all the motion-activated lights in the hallway. Naturally, the noise reached Utaha, who had been sprinting away. It was only then that she realized. Kuhai-kun? Meanwhile, Hakuto stood at the entrance, one hand holding his phone for light, the other gripping a blue PVC pipe he had picked up from the floor. I've beaten up plenty of people before. But this is my first time fighting a ghost. Growing up an orphan, Hakuto had a simple rule, never back down when your interests are at stake. And if someone tried to bully him, backing down was never an option. Because if you let it slide once, there will be a second time. And a third. And eventually, countless times. So, under no circumstances could he yield. Clutching his makeshift weapon, he couldn't help but hum under his breath. One single tear. Enough with the ghost act. I'm telling you right now. Get on your knees and apologize. Otherwise, when this pipe is at your throat, you'll learn what real regret feels like. By now, he was fully in the zone. His hands burned with energy, ready to swing the pipe like a blade and triple headshot his opponent. But just as he finished his threatening speech, the shadowy figure hesitated. Then vanished into thin air. Hakuto. Wait, hold up. Did it just break the laws of physics? Hakuto's eyes widened as he stared at the figure that had just vanished into thin air. A whole human-sized shadow. Just disappeared? Misjudged the situation. Retreat. The only reason he even considered fighting was because he assumed the opponent had an HP bar and wasn't too powerful. But now it just pulled off a full-on magic trick? How was he supposed to fight that? If it suddenly conjured a fireball next, this whole thing would become very unfun, very fast. Why won't the door open? Hakuto was on the verge of tears. His earlier dramatic door slam for the sake of looking cool had completely backfired, leaving him unable to open it now. Mama. I swear I won't act tough ever again. Except crying for his mom was useless. He didn't have one. So this is fate. Wealth God above, please bless me. With no way out, he decided to resort to an ancient, long-lost exorcism technique from his hometown. Ghost detection via phone camera. People always said dogs could see what humans couldn't. But actually, they had it all wrong. Phone cameras worked just fine. With that in mind, Hakuto immediately turned on his camera. But at that exact moment, His phone's flashlight suddenly shut off, plunging the room back into darkness. Are you kidding me? The camera and flashlight can't be used at the same time? What kind of cheap garbage phone is this? Annoyed, he flipped his phone around to check the brand logo. Even in the darkness, he instantly recognized the letters. Op? Guess I really am a Genshin player now. With no other options, he resorted to using the flash function, snapping pictures one by one to illuminate his surroundings. That's when he saw it. In one of the photos, standing right in the center. A white-haired woman. The image was blurry due to his shaking hands, but the ghostly figure's hair was unmistakably white. Hakuto nearly dropped his phone. Screw it. The door wouldn't open. He couldn't see anything. At this point, his only option was to rely on muscle memory. He gripped the blue PVC pipe in his hand and swung. And then... thud. Ah! A dull impact. A startled cry. And at that moment, Hakuto felt a very familiar sensation in his hands. He had felt this force feedback countless times before. He'd hit something. HP bar detected. Ecstatic, he stuffed his phone back into his pocket, grabbed another blue pipe from the floor, and entered hack-and-slash mode. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Hakuto didn't care anymore. If the figure could be hit, but he couldn't see it, then there was only one solution. Swing wildly in every direction. Those who follow me shall be spared. Those who oppose me shall be destroyed. Bow before me today, or vanish without a trace tomorrow. For a solid 10 minutes, he remained in Musu mode, relentlessly flailing his weapons. Amidst the sound of his makeshift staff slicing through the air and his extremely Chunabiu battle cries, he began to notice something else. Soft, shuffling footsteps. A throne is no place for intruders to rest. Whipping out his phone once again, he turned on the flash and scanned the room. Then he saw her. The white-haired woman from his earlier photo. She was now crouched exactly where he had been standing moments ago, right by the door. Ah, how the tables have turned. Chapter 39, Tamari Nao. No. There are actual superpowers. Let's rewind time to this morning. At Hashimi Academy, inside the student council office. A massive table sat in the center of the room, covered with an incredibly detailed map. So detailed that even individual streets and alleys were marked. A boy and a girl stood on opposite sides of the table, both appearing to be high school students. Likely members of the student council. Ugh, it's Sunday. Why do we have to work overtime? We got intel from an informant. A new ability user has appeared. The one speaking was a bespectacled boy with neatly parted hair, dressed in Hashimi Academy's uniform. His name was Takajo Ojiro, a member of the student council. The girl who responded was Tamori Nao, the student council president. She had long ash-gray hair tied into twin high ponytails and wore the same school uniform. At that moment, Nao was casually flipping through a freshly printed sports weekly magazine. A genius picture? Might as well check it out later. Just as she finished speaking, the office door burst open. A long-haired man, completely drenched from head to toe, stepped inside. He was soaking wet. So much so that water audibly dripped from his clothes with every step. Just looking at him was enough to make someone uncomfortable. But neither Ojiro nor Nao reacted much to his sudden entrance. They seemed entirely used to this kind of thing. The soaked man walked past Ojiro without a word and made his way to the center of the table. Slowly, he extended his pale index finger. A single droplet of water slid down his fingertip and landed directly on the map. Something strange happened. Instead being absorbed into the paper, the droplet rippled, as if it had fallen onto a still body of water. Ability. Super calculation. With those words, the drenched man turned and left the student council office. Super calculation? As in, an inhuman level of computational ability? Or maybe something akin to a supercomputer's processing power, Nao mused, setting her magazine aside. Huh? A supercomputer? There's no way a human brain can compete with that. I don't know. That's why we need to investigate. If a person with this ability were to fall into the hands of neuroscientists, they'd go insane over it. Nao muttered to herself while staring at the wet spot on the map. This location. Is it Toyosaki Academy? Hashimi Academy never took ability-related matters lightly. Within just 10 minutes, they had arrived at the designated location. Since it was early morning on a weekend, Toyosaki Academy was practically deserted. Aside from a few staff members. Let's ask around first. With that, Nao pulled out her handheld camcorder and got to work. Jojiro, not one to idle around, went from person to person, asking if anything unusual had happened at the school lately. Because their informant's ability couldn't pinpoint the exact individual, this investigation had been left to the student council. Even though they had narrowed down the area, finding the specific person was still like searching for a needle in a haystack. And since they couldn't make too much of a scene, they had no choice but to rely on old-fashioned detective work. And just then, Nao spotted something near the entrance of the school building. The academic ranking board. Nao didn't bother searching thoroughly. Her gaze went straight to the top of the ranking board. Shiratori Hakuto? Is that the name? If he possessed a super calculation ability, then being ranked first in academics would be effortless for him. The top 3 students on the ranking board each had their photos displayed, and Hakuto was no exception. Not bad looking, she remarked. With that, Nao raised her camcorder and took a clean shot of Hakuto's portrait. You're not from this school, are you? Just as she was filming, a female teacher in a white lab coat had quietly approached from behind. It was Hiratsuka Shizuka. As a teacher, staying behind at school on weekends to work was nothing unusual for her. She had been casually walking around when she spotted Nao acting suspiciously with a camcorder in front of the ranking board. Initially, Hiratsuka had no intention of interfering. After all, Toyosaki Academy didn't prohibit visitors from coming onto the campus. However, when she saw that Nao was specifically filming Hakuto's photo, she hesitated. There were plenty of students she wouldn't bother questioning, but Hakuto was different. After some hesitation, she decided to step forward, leading to the current situation. Huh? Hearing her voice, Nao turned around, still holding up her camcorder, and pointed it at Hiratsuka. She had been through situations like this plenty of times. Forget just being questioned by teachers at other schools. She had even stolen a uniform before to sneak into another campus. So dealing with this was nothing new. She immediately put on a bright and enthusiastic expression. Hello, Sensei. I'm a member of Hashimi Academy's Student Council. I am here to document the campus environment and educational approach of your school. As she spoke, she flashed the emblem on her chest and gave her camcorder a small shake, making her look like she was genuinely here for official business. Hiratsuka examined her for a moment but didn't see anything suspicious, so she simply waved her hand. Do as you please. Wait, Sensei. Nao stopped Hiratsuka before she could leave. There was no way she was letting go of this chance to gather intel. What else do you need? Could you tell me a little about your school's top-ranked student? At those words, Hiratsuka instinctively glanced at the ranking board in the distance and sighed, thinking to herself that she had really brought trouble upon herself. Still, she didn't refuse. You mean Shiratori Hakuto? What exactly do you want to know? Seeing that she had agreed, Nao immediately asked the question in her mind. Question: Has Shiratori Hakuto always been this good at academics? Was there ever a point where he struggled before suddenly shooting up to the top? Like the story of an underdog? Since supernatural abilities only manifested during puberty, and puberty varied from person to person, most ability users first discovered their powers around the ages of 14 or 15. So in Nao's reasoning, if Shiratori Hakuto possessed super calculation abilities, a sudden and dramatic improvement in his grades would be a normal consequence. An underdog? That guy was ranked first in the entrance exams. And as far as I know, not just for high school. Even in middle school and elementary school, he was always the top student in his grade. No one has ever taken that spot from him. As soon as Hiratsuka finished speaking, a subtle expression flashed across Nao's face. If he had been at the top since elementary school, then the possibility of him cheating using supernatural abilities could be ruled out. Huh? Since elementary school, huh? Chapter 40, huh? Super calculation? Me? Tamari Nao was feeling troubled. If Hakuto wasn't the Esper, then who else could it be? It couldn't possibly be that Yukino Shita Yukino in second place, right? If someone had the unfair advantage of a super calculation ability and still wasn't the top student in school, that would just be pathetic. Or could it be that the Esper wasn't even a student at Toyosaki Academy? But where else would teenagers spend most of their time other than school? Is there any other information about Shiratori? Well, even though he's only been here for a month, he's already caused quite a few incidents. But I can't tell you about them. If you want to know, just ask anyone in the school. Just not the teachers. It couldn't be helped. Although Hiratsuka personally approved of the things Hakuto had done, they weren't exactly things she could openly discuss. Alright, I still have work to do. This is as far as I go. This time, Nao didn't stop her. She had already asked everything she wanted to know. As she watched Hiratsuka walk away, her mind was occupied with one thought. Just what had Hakuto done to make a teacher unable to even talk about it? At that moment, Takaji Ojiro came running up to her, panting. What's wrong? Why are you so out of breath? I questioned several students who stayed on campus. Takashiro Ojiro adjusted his glasses. I asked them if anything strange had happened at school recently. Their unanimous answer was no. Then I asked if there was anyone in school they were particularly paying attention to. And again, they all gave the same answer. Who? Shiratori Hakuto. Based on my analysis, he is most likely the one carrying the super calculation ability. Nao nodded. The two of them had come to the same conclusion without even needing to say much. Even though she had just heard completely contradictory information from Hiratsuka, she still decided to check it out for herself. Let's go. We'll visit his place. Is this a date? Wait, no. Isn't this illegal? Soroginko is only 14, right? Huh? You know that girl? She's the strongest female shogi player. She's pretty famous, you know. By now, Nao and Jojiro had arrived at Hakuto's residence. Right when Hakuto and Ginko had gone out together. Hey. They just got into a taxi. Quick, Dakajo, get in a cab and follow them. What? They switched to a train now. Hurry, stay on them. What? You're saying Shiratori Hakuto played a match against Kuryu and Yagami and actually won? Why are you looking at me like that? Of course I'm surprised. Kuzuryu Uyuchi is a professional 7-dan player. And from what I've seen in the records, Shiratori Hakuto is nothing more than an amateur. Nao had no idea how long she had been tailing him. All she knew was that her camcorder's memory card was almost full. Well? Did you find any useful clues? He's the most probable suspect. But we'll have to make contact with him directly to be sure. At this moment, Hakuto had just finished riding a shared bike and was heading toward Utaha's place for some extra work. Nao, ever the dedicated investigator, had been following closely behind in a private car the entire time. Huh? What? He just finished one stop and is already moving on to the next? Does he not take breaks? Nao didn't notice anything off about the apartment as she quietly tailed Hakuto and Utaha inside Unit 1202. She hadn't intended to startle Hakuto at all. She originally thought her invisibility ability would allow her to slip by unnoticed. But who could have predicted that Hakuto would whip out his phone, take a picture, and then start swinging two metal pipes like a berserker? Still, Nao wasn't one to take things lying down. She had only been forced into a corner because of Hakuto's indiscriminate attacks. Now that his assault had ended, wasn't she the one with the upper hand? She would definitely remember the pain from that hit on her shoulder. Seeing Hakuto confidently turn on his flashlight, Nao knew her chance had come. From his earlier complaints, she had already figured out that his phone's flashlight would automatically turn off when taking a picture. In other words, right now, Hakuto couldn't see her at all. Without hesitation, Nao lunged forward. She aimed a high kick straight at Hakuto's chin, determined to get revenge for the hit she had taken earlier. Where did this gust of wind come from? No. Wait. Having been in countless street fights since childhood, Hakuto was extremely sensitive to attacks. His body reacted before his brain even registered the threat. His arm shot up and blocked the kick just in time. Huh? He blocked it? Nao couldn't help but exclaim. She had never expected Hakuto to defend against her attack while being completely unable to see her. Hearing her voice, Hakuto smirked slightly. So there really is someone here. With a flick of his wrist, the metal pipe in his hand clattered to the floor, replaced by Nao's small foot, clad in black stockings. It's warm. Feeling the silky texture against his palm, Hakuto instinctively voiced his surprise. And in that very moment, Nao shifted all her weight onto the leg he had grabbed. Using it as a pivot, she swung her other leg high into the air and delivered a powerful kick to Hakuto's shoulder. This time, Hakuto didn't react in time. After all, he wasn't some kind of superhero. Managing to block one unseen attack was already impressive enough. You got your hit in. Now how about you show yourself, explain yourself, and let's talk? Nao's kick hadn't been particularly strong, only forcing Hakuto back a couple of steps. What he was more curious about now was the identity of the person standing before him. Realizing that she had made a miscalculation, Nao sighed inwardly. Then, she deactivated her ability. Like a ghost appearing out of thin air, she suddenly materialized near the entrance. I can explain. Tamori Nao. Just as Nao was about to clarify the situation and subtly probe whether Hakuto was an esper, he casually called out her name. Huh? You know me? I guess you could say that. Have we met before? For certain special reasons, I happen to know the circumstances behind Hashinomi Academy's founding. So I've heard a bit about the president of its student council. There was no way Hakuto could reveal that he was a transmigrant, so he had no choice but to make up a small lie. Since he already knew, Tamari Nao didn't bother with pleasantries. She got straight to the point. Since you're aware of espers, you should also understand why I'm here. Hakuto looked puzzled. Huh? Why? Are you here to recruit me as a haunted house actor? What? Are you playing dumb? Stop using your ability. Unless you want to end up as a lab rat for some scientists. Hakuto. Ability? Me? Esper? Is it really me? He didn't think she was joking. Her identity alone made it impossible for her to joke about something like this. You should transfer to Hashinoami Academy. That way, we can ensure your safety to the greatest extent possible. You wouldn't want to end up on an operating table as an experiment, would you? As Naao rambled on, Hakuto suddenly interrupted her. When you use your abilities, do you feel anything special? Or how exactly do you activate them? Hakuto was finding this whole situation hard to believe. He had always thought his exceptional computational skills and learning ability were just natural talents. But now, it seemed there was another reason behind them. However, something about this still felt off. After all, his computational power and learning ability were always active. He was constantly thinking and analyzing. He couldn't possibly be using an ability every second of every day, could he? What do you mean by that? Just answer me first. There's nothing particularly special about it. But when I activate my ability, I just imagine it flowing through my arm, and then it works smoothly. Chapter 41, Oh, I love supercomputing. Wait, let me try first. You're not about to say you've never tested your ability before, are you? Maybe you've got the wrong person. Just as Hakuto was about to say that, Naao might have mistaken him for someone else, a transparent sensation suddenly erupted in his mind and spread throughout his entire body. At that very moment, Hakuto felt his vision become even clearer. What is that? Dust? But why? Is it so big? He noticed that Naao was completely still, seemingly trapped in some kind of time freeze. Hakuto realized he could now see the microorganisms floating in the air and even discern what Naao had been doing a few hours ago. In fact, his vision had automatically captured every detail on Nao's body, allowing him to deduce her actions from a few hours prior. If the details were abundant enough, Hakuto even felt like he could simulate the entirety of Nao's life. Can this be explained scientifically? Seriously, why am I even thinking about physics and science at a time like this? Hakuto discovered that the room, which previously could only be dimly illuminated by his phone's weak flashlight, now appeared as bright as daytime in his eyes. He scanned the room, his eyes instinctively capturing various details. In the next moment, the previously shut door slowly creaked open, and a scruffy-looking middle-aged man stepped inside from behind it. Like a phantom, the man passed through Naao, through Hakuto, and headed upstairs. Without hesitation, Hakuto quickly followed because he knew that the figure before him was nothing more than an illusion. An echo of the gruesome event that had taken place in this house 3 years ago, reconstructed from the details he had observed. Hakuto sped up and overtook the man. At this moment, the previously bare double bed was no longer just wooden planks but now had a complete set of bedding. A white sheet, a white blanket, a white pillow. Yet the people on the bed were engaged in something utterly disgraceful. Hakuto could hardly believe that his ability could restore the details from 3 years ago with such perfection. The adultery between the wife and her lover played out like an ultra-high-definition movie right before Hakuto's eyes. Meanwhile, the husband, frozen in shock on the staircase, wore an expression of utter disbelief, overwhelming anger, and deep betrayal. Hakuto couldn't hear their voices. Perhaps that was the drawback of his ability. It could reconstruct images but not capture sound. Damn it. I'm going to kill you both. Watching the enraged husband storm off, Hakuto was startled. He could hear his voice now. Could it be that because I thought about it just now, my ability automatically filled in the missing details? As Hakuto marveled at the convenience of his power, the husband, now seething with fury, had already grabbed a knife and charged upstairs. What followed was an extremely bloody and horrifying scene unfolding right in front of Hakuto's eyes. No. Honey, I don't want to die. Daddy. Don't hurt mommy. Big bro, I was wrong. Please spare me. The husband ignored their desperate pleas. Hakuto could feel the raging fire of hatred within him, a fury that could only be quenched by the spilling of blood. Hakuto observed everything with indifference, feeling no discomfort at all. After all, this was just something he had simulated. It's like telling a horror story. Can you really scare yourself? One thing worth mentioning was that a considerable amount of blood and flesh fragments indeed ended up inside the air conditioner. And after the murders, the husband was the very same man who, as Utaha had initially encountered, had hanged himself near the internet cables. He tied a rope to the railing at the top of the staircase, then took a step forward into the void. The railing, originally meant to prevent people from falling, had now become an accomplice to suicide. The scene abruptly stopped. Not because it had disappeared, but because Hakuto had halted his supercomputing. If he continued, he felt like he could reconstruct every event that had taken place in this house over the past 3 years. At that moment, due to Hakuto's stopping, Naao, who had been frozen in his perspective, started moving again. So I was saying. Huh? Where did you go? Upstairs, Hakuto waved at Nao. I'm right here. This supercomputing ability seems pretty useful. To Hakuto, he had just watched a murder case unfold due to an affair, an event that felt like it lasted at least 1 or 2 hours. But to Nao, in her world, not even a second had passed. It wasn't that Hakuto's ability had paused time around him. It was just that, from his perspective, the flow of time had slowed dramatically. It was like receiving the same information as an ordinary person, but processing it 1,000,000 times faster. As a result, from Hakuto's viewpoint, time around him moved sluggishly. A normal person walking a single meter could give Hakuto enough time to mentally travel from Japan to China. Supercomputing wasn't just an advanced form of calculation. It was an enhancement of the brain itself. Right now, Hakuto was like a fully awakened divine entity. How did you teleport there in an instant? Does supercomputing include teleportation? You probably won't believe this, but after using my ability, I saw what happened in this house 3 years ago. Oh. Right. Hakuto suddenly remembered Utaha, who had run outside earlier. He pulled out his phone and sent her a message. He wondered how Utaha would react after running frantically, only to suddenly realize that he had disappeared. Speaking of which, Hakuto also recalled seeing what had happened to Nao a few hours ago. So, he activated his supercomputing ability once more. That transparent sensation instantly spread throughout his entire body again, and the surroundings fell silent. Downstairs, Nao, who had been about to say something, once again froze in place as if time itself had stopped. Seeing this, Hakuto walked up to her, grabbed her right hand, and swiftly took the handheld camera from her grasp. Sorry, but I can't let you keep this, he said as he removed the memory card, then returned the camera to Nao. If it had only captured Genko, it wouldn't have mattered, but this sneaky girl had recorded Utaha as well. Since it involved his livelihood, Hakuto had to make sure nothing went wrong. As he thought about it, he reached into Nao's school uniform pocket and pulled out a box of Pocky. He casually took one and put it in his mouth. After doing all this, Hakuto deactivated his ability again. You said 3 years. Huh? Nao had been trying to figure out the exact mechanics of Hakuto's ability, but then she saw him standing in front of her, smiling. His mouth holding a very familiar Pocky stick. That Pocky. So you like this flavor too? Oh, no, this was originally yours. Hearing this, Nao instinctively reached for her pocket. Sure enough, the pocket that had held her Pocky was now empty. Huh? Who said you could just take my stuff? Almost like muscle memory, the two reacted instantly. One raising her leg for a high side kick, the other dodging with a sidestep. As Hakuto evaded, he casually slipped the Pocky stick back into Nao's pocket while rebutting, you didn't ask for my permission before secretly filming me, either. Caught red-handed, Nao instinctively hid the camera behind her back. But the very next second, she came up with a way to counterattack. Chapter 42, There's a Pervert. Nao flipped the camera screen around, suddenly adopting the demeanor of a shy schoolgirl as she spoke in a hesitant tone. Never expected that a two-timing scumbag would turn out to be the top student at Toyosaki. As she spoke, Nao skillfully operated the camera with one hand, preparing to show Hakuto the footage she had captured of him, Ginkgo, and Utaha interacting. One of the reasons she always carried a camera when tracking down ability users was precisely for moments like this. At this moment, Nao could already imagine the look of panic and helplessness on Hakuto's face. After that, with just a bit of guidance, wouldn't he have no choice but to obediently join Hashinomi Academy? However, contrary to her expectations, there was no trace of panic on Hakuto's face. Instead, he simply raised an eyebrow with disdain. Huh? What's with that look? This is solid evidence, you know. Evidence that you're two-timing. Why don't you check what you're actually playing for me first? Hakuto reached out and turned the camera's screen back toward her. What else could it be? Please. Insert a memory card? Nao had initially assumed she had just made an operational mistake, but to her shock, the camera was displaying a message asking for a memory card. At that moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. After handling so many ability-related incidents, this was the first time something had happened outside of her control. Usually, just mentioning the threat of being taken in by scientists for research was enough to make most people obediently join Hashinomi Academy. But why wasn't it working this time? If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. My friend is still waiting for me downstairs. Are you really not going to transfer to Hashinomi? I don't have any plans to transfer, at least not right now. Alright, but at the very least, please stop using your ability. If those scientists catch wind of you, they'll put you on an operating table. That kind of thing. Is it really true? It's true. My older brother was. Seeing the seriousness on Nao's face, Hakuto had no choice but to nod in agreement. Fine, but believe it or not, That was my first time using my ability. I'll do my best not to become a lab rat. Hakuto waved his hand, then opened the door. One that had stubbornly refused to budge earlier. And walked out, bidding farewell to Nao. She watched his figure disappear into the distance, not looking away until he was completely out of sight. Only then did she pull out her phone and a box of Pocky from her pocket. With a stick of Pocky between her lips, she unlocked her phone and dialed a number. As the call rang, her thoughts drifted back to everything she had learned about Hakuto. The top student in his grade, a shogi player strong enough to defeat a professional 7th dan, capable of blocking her attacks even with his vision completely obstructed. And all of that was purely his own skill, with no use of superpowers. On top of that, his ability, supercomputing, was not to be underestimated. Based on what she had just seen, it was far superior to Takajojiro's high-speed movement. Considering all of this, Nao's interest in Hakuto had grown immensely. And, for his own good, she had no intention of giving up on recruiting him to Hashinomi Academy. Just then, the call finally connected. "Hello, this is Tamari." Hakuto arrived at the apartment entrance and saw Utaha standing there anxiously, glancing toward the building every now and then. When she spotted Hakuto coming out, she instinctively let out a sigh of relief and quickly jogged over to him. "Senpai, long time no see. Did you go back inside to fight ghosts or something? If you hadn't messaged me, I was about to call the police." "It's fine, senpai. I gave that ghost a good beating. Room 1202 is absolutely safe now. You can consider renting it." The ghost Hakuto referred to was, of course, Tamari Nao. And he wasn't lying. After all, he really had smacked her shoulder with his staff. "In that case, are you moving in with me, Kuhai-kun?" Huh? If the ghost comes back to haunt me, you'll be here to take care of it, right? Don't worry, I know you're struggling financially, so I'll cover all the rent costs. Or, are you expecting something more? This was bad. Really bad. Hakuto finally understood why he got roped into this deal. Utaha was clearly eyeing his body. How shameless. Feeling her arm wrapped around his, along with the soft sensation pressing against him, his brain momentarily went blank. But as a professional, how could he be swayed by just a few words? "So? What's your answer?" "Wait, senpai. Can you check my back for me?" In an instant, Hakuto twisted his body into a pained posture, curling up as if he was about to collapse from sheer agony. Utaha initially thought he was just faking it to dodge the conversation, but when she saw the expression of genuine pain on his face, she suddenly recalled what had happened on the stairs of room 1202 earlier. Could it be? "Wait, Kuhai-kun, let's find a place to sit first." "Okay." Seeing how much he seemed to be suffering, Utaha no longer suspected him and quickly helped him to a nearby bench. The moment they sat down, she wasted no time, placing her hands on his dark red t-shirt. Hakuto hadn't even processed what was happening yet when, to his shock, Utaha suddenly started pulling his shirt up, as if she was about to strip it off entirely. What was just a suggestion earlier had turned into immediate action. Was his body really that irresistible to her? "Wait, senpai. What are you doing? Didn't you ask me to check your back?" Hakuto cursed internally. He had barely escaped one trap, only to fall straight into another. His back did feel like it was burning. Taking that fall down the stairs was bound to have left some scrapes. Originally, he hadn't planned to let Utaha find out about it and had intended to treat it himself at home. But in his panic, he had instinctively come up with this excuse just to get out of their earlier conversation. And now, he had dug himself into an even deeper hole. After a brief hesitation, he realized there was no way out. With no other choice, he pulled off his t-shirt, exposing his back. If Kinko was here to witness this, she would probably cry out in shock, "There's a pervert." "It's this bad? Is it that serious?" Chapter 43, that was quick. In Utaha's eyes, Hakuto's once unblemished back was now marked by 2 deep red scratches. It looked like they had been caused by his back hitting a protruding part of the staircase. Tiny beads of blood clung to the edges of the wounds, making Utaha, who had lived a life of comfort since childhood, feel a shiver of unease. Seeing her worried expression, Hakuto also wanted to know how bad his injuries were. After all, aside from the burning pain, he didn't feel any other discomfort. "Senpai, could you take a picture for me?" "All right." Hearing this, Utaha used her phone to snap a photo of Hakuto's back and then handed it over to him. "Huh? This is supposed to be serious?" Hakuto let out a relieved laugh after seeing the image. He felt like Utaha was overreacting. A wound like this would scab over in just a few days. How could it be called serious? "I've only ever seen scrapes like this on TV, but judging by the looks of it, I'd say it's quite bad." "No, What Senpai really meant to say is that this is the first time you've seen a male upper body outside of television, right? This kind of thing is everywhere in that blonde loser's work. Why are you comparing me to fictional characters? Enough chit-chat. Wait here for a bit. So you're really making me sit here shirtless while you go off somewhere? According to your logic, I'm still the boss right now. And as my employee, shouldn't you follow the boss's orders? As soon as she finished speaking, Utaha stood up from the bench, glanced around, and walked toward the nearest convenience store. Seeing this, Hakuto didn't argue any further. After all, the customer was king, and his professional ethics were strong. Since Utaha told him to wait here, then he would wait here obediently. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was starting to feel drowsy. He instinctively turned toward the direction Utaha had left, but she was nowhere to be seen. However, when he turned his head back, he suddenly felt someone gently stroking his back. At first, Hakuto thought Utaha had returned, but when he looked over, he found Tomori Naao sitting on the bench beside him. She has a chocolate stick between her lips, and lightly touching his wound with her hand. Huh? You're still here? I had some business to take care of. What happened to you? Naao glanced at the wounds on Hakuto's back. Don't tell me this is a side effect of your computation ability? I just dripped, that's all. And could you stop touching it? TCH, this is probably karma for stealing my memory card. Say whatever you want. But speaking of which, do abilities really have side effects? Hakuto had never felt any negative effects from his ability. Only that it was overwhelmingly powerful. Naao nodded, thought for a moment, then spoke. From what I know, most abilities come with certain limitations or side effects when used. Like mine. I can only disappear from the sight of a specific person. Other people, or even cameras, can still capture me. Our school has another member with high-speed movement ability, but they can't actively stop themselves. Every time they use their power, they end up injured. Well, I guess every ability has its own limitations to some extent. After listening to Nao's explanation, Hakuto immediately had a clearer understanding. As someone who had knowledge of the original story, he knew that she wasn't exaggerating. Most abilities had some kind of restriction. For example, plunder could only steal abilities from people within the user's line of sight, collapse put the user themselves in danger, and memory leap caused vision impairment. However, Hakuto didn't feel any discomfort at the moment. He figured his ability was at least on par with memory leap. After all, whenever he activated it, time around him seemed to completely stop. Even though we don't know the exact side effects or limits of your computation ability yet, it's best to use it as little as possible until you figure it out. Nao warned him seriously, and Hakuto nodded with a smile. Thanks for the advice. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal. Though I have no idea when that'll be. Very soon. Huh? What do you mean? You'll find out in a couple of days. Your friend is coming, so I should get going. Nao didn't linger on the topic. The moment she saw Utaha walking out of the convenience store, she quickly said goodbye to Hakuto. Hakuto watched as she left, pondering the meaning behind her last two sentences. Toyosaki and Hashinomi Academy were quite far apart. Since both of them were students, their daily routines would normally just be going between home and school. Hakuto didn't see any reason why he'd suddenly visit Hashinomi Academy, so if Nao wasn't joking, the only way they'd meet again soon would be if she came looking for him. Is a free meal really worth all that trouble? Hakuto muttered to himself. He had only said he'd treat her out of politeness. It wasn't like he actually meant it. Just like how saying fuck didn't mean he actually wanted to fuck. What are you thinking about? Just as Hakuto was deep in thought, Utaha was already standing in front of him, holding a bottle of iodine in her hand. Thinking about when senpai would come back. If that's all, then you don't need to think about it anymore. Utaha sat down behind him and dipped a cotton swab into the iodine, gently applying it to his wounds. I didn't expect you to be so obedient. You actually didn't put your shirt back on. Huh? Weren't you the one who told me to do this? That's why I'm saying you're so obedient. Good boy. Hakuto swatted away Utaha's hand as she tried to pat his head. He wasn't following her orders because of her, but because of the 30,000 yen in her pocket. Utaha didn't seem to mind having her hand pushed away and simply continued applying the iodine to his wounds. By the way, have you ever considered cutting your hair short? As she touched the long strands of hair draped over his back, she casually asked the question. Hakuto frowned slightly. He never really cared much about hairstyles. The one he had now was actually something Ginko had spent money on for him. Ever since then, he had just kept the same look. Not just because he was used to it, but also because Ginko had paid for it. Speaking of hairstyles, Hakuto suddenly recalled something unpleasant. Chapter 44, If I send this to that blonde loser. I have considered cutting my hair short before. Senpai, do you remember my hairstyle back in the first year of middle school? Oh? Sounds like there's a story. Tell me about it. Hearing that, Hakuto was ready to share his story. After all, it wasn't something embarrassing. Back in my first year, I went through a brief non-mainstream phase. I had side-swept bangs that completely covered my left eye. But one day, a group of guys came looking for trouble on my way home from school. I was already used to this kind of thing, so I just tossed my bag aside and got ready to fight. Senpai, do you know how many people were there? If they dared to mess with you, it must have been at least 3. That's right. At first, I saw only 3 of them. But then I brushed my bangs aside for a second, and suddenly, there were 7 more on the other side. PFFT. Utaha couldn't help but laugh shamelessly. And then? You think 10 people could be me? They didn't even see my dust trail. So basically, you ran away. How is that running away? It was 10 versus 1. Someone could have died. Hakuto wasn't lying. 9 out of the 10 guys had weapons in their hands. Even if he had one, he wouldn't have come out unscathed. Hakuto wasn't an idiot. In a situation like that, there was no way he could win barehanded. But if he had a crowbar at the time, he was confident he could have put all 10 of them on the ground. But the version I heard was that you took down all 10 of them. It caused quite a stir back then. The police even cordoned off the area. Utaha remembered this incident clearly. It was actually the first time she had heard Hakuto's name. Senpai, you need to understand. Having a weapon and not having one are 2 completely different things. The first time, they caught me unprepared, so fine. But if they dared to come a second time, who else but them would end up on the ground? Then I guess my safety at school is in your hands, Hakuto. Hearing this, Hakuto shook his head and smirked. That's a different price. You really are obsessed with money. Did my request just trigger some kind of hidden event for you? Hakuto, actually, this event was unlocked 10 years ago. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. He just waved his hand nonchalantly. Who knows? He thought he had played it off perfectly. Until Utaha suddenly pressed down harder while applying the iodine. If he hadn't known better, he would have believed his own lie. Ow, ow, ow. Senpai, have mercy. It wasn't clear how much time had passed, but eventually, Utaha finished treating his wounds and tossed the used cotton swab away. At that moment, her gaze landed on the part of Hakuto's back that was usually covered by his hair. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out and lifted his hair. Hakuto, you have a tattoo? Beneath his long hair, a row of strange black characters was inked onto his back. Utaha couldn't understand what they meant. They looked a bit like the hieroglyphs she had seen in documentaries about Egyptian pharaohs. Is it so weird for me to have a tattoo? Isn't it? You never mentioned it before. Do I seem like the kind of guy who would show off just because I have a tattoo? With one hand lifting his hair, Utaha traced her fingers over the markings on his back. For a girl like Utaha, tattoos were quite rare. She had seen them before on the shoulders of delinquents at school, but her feelings about it back then were completely different from what she felt now. Maybe it was because the tattoo belonged to someone different. Utaha thought so as she found the ink on Hakuto's back quite cool. Alright, any more touching will cost extra. It's late, time to head home. Hakuto pushed away Utaha's hand from his back and put his shirt back on. Are you planning to take me home and do something unspeakable? Not at all. Hakuto stood up from the bench, clearly not playing along. Utaha also got up, tossing the used cotton swab into the trash. Then, mimicking Hakuto's words, she said, that will cost extra. Shouldn't you have answered me like this? Hakuto wouldn't dare. Because if he did, he feared Utaha might actually name a price. As a best-selling novelist with over 500,000 copies sold, Utaha had accumulated a considerable fortune by the time she was in high school. Hakuto had no idea how much money she had, but he was sure it was way more than he could earn in 2 lifetimes. Still, no matter what, he refused to say those words. After all, he considered himself a devoted believer in pure love. Pure love, my ass. Screw your so-called innocence. Instead of answering, Hakuto simply walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Senpai, time to go home.